sword on my back. You don't know how to act. Maybe you should relax. Maybe you should relapse. Just kidding.
Well, good morning, everybody. Welcome back to Portimão for day 3 of on-track activity here at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Today is the day where all 394 drivers from the 60 nations complete their heat races. For some classes, they have 2 heats. For others, there are 3. We had 1 race yesterday, a lot of racing today. Joining me as always, Jen Wade, who's speccing. Jen, what have we got in store today?
Well, of course, today we go into the second round of heats, but not everyone will have more than 2 heats, depending on the class they're in. The double grids, of course, are broken up into groups. So that's what we've got to look forward to. As well, I'm going to have a look around in the paddock and see if I can get into that Rotax club, because Ferdinand's actually up there. So I want to check, what's going on up there in that little... It looks nice. Anyway, they've got the best view in the house. And as well, I'm going to catch up with some of the little guys today and girls, and they're going to come to the studio. So don't forget the studio also this afternoon.
Yeah, so we'll be doing some grid work as well later this afternoon. So after lunch, we'll be on the grid talking to the drivers and getting a bit more info from them, how the track is evolving throughout the week. So we've had rain this night and the fog this morning, so the track's still wet, but getting into the heats, we will probably have that swap phase in where the track is half wet, half dry. So we'll see some very exciting racing this morning, I think, with the track evolving as it is.
There's that word again, exciting racing. Of course, we do have a change to the timetable, slight change today. So just check on the app or on the website.
We'll be going racing very shortly. Like yesterday, we have a whole host of guest commentators from all over the world that will be joining me in the commentary box all day. Please stay tuned as well. The live studio show tonight with Jen, myself, and Gust is going to be very, very special. We've got some racing royalty as the guest today. But this track here in Portimão is one of the finest in Europe. It's 1,531 metres long. It's on the side of a hill. There's ups and there's downs. But rather than us tell you about it, how about we let one of our drivers take you on a hot lap of Portimão? Is that okay?
Zandaru, here we are back at the Cartodromo International Delgave. 1,600 metres of fantastic circuit.
Of pleasure, yeah. It's amazing to be here. It's always Grand Finals is an amazing event. Even this year, when you saw the lineup, it's incredible. So
it is incredible, isn't it?
And the track, I mean, as I said to you before, I love this track. It's a very high-speed track. Been here a few times, so yeah, it's great to be here.
Good to have you, and of course you're going to take us on a little lap here, coming into the first corner.
So first corner, yeah, it's full in DD2. Most classes is full speed. So in DD2 is in second gear, and then you get a good exit out of corner 1, and then when you go to corner 2, sometimes you need to defend, and so here hard past the curb, hard braking. Rolling speed into corner 3, which is a little chicane. So positioning out of this right-hander is very important to get a good exit for the left one, and then an opportunity to overtake into the hairpin. So a few tight corners, little long straight. So then here you get opportunity to overtake.
Once again, lots of overtaking opportunities.
Yes. So this is quite a long 180 hairpin. Not too wide on the exit, because then you have a fast left-hand corner. So yeah, and then here the fast left corner, again full throttle, second gear. You go a little bit uphill, so you feel you need some lateral grip. Be careful on the exit on the rumble strip, especially now with the wet conditions. Another fast left corner, full throttle, little lifting, depends also on the conditions, and then again hard braking into the double left hairpin. Also here, again, exit is quite important, because again you have a fast right-hander, so which is also full throttle. And then again here the rumble strip is plastic, so when it's wet also bit tricky.
Yeah.
Another fast right-hander. Here in DD2 you can play a little bit in which gear you go in.
Yeah.
So, and then we go downhill towards the corner. So the braking is, let's say, downhill, but then when you go towards the corner, we go again uphill into a very tight and narrow chicane. Here also overtaking opportunity, and then positioning for the left-hander. Again, very crucial, because then we go uphill to the last two turns. So here, coming out of the left-hander, get a good exit, and then uphill. Here, yeah, positioning also very important. We go more uphill, so from here on it's uphill, 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 all the way to the last corner. So the last corner, again, a very fast corner. And then, yeah, it's downhill to the start-finish line. So
Gosh.
it's an incredible track.
Incredible. So many corners and turns and everything. But absolutely beautiful for the racing. Lots of overtaking and...
Yeah, it's a little bit of everything. You have very fast, some a bit slower.
Yeah.
I think there are 3, 4, maybe 5 overtaking spots. So yeah, it's great to be here.
It is good. And of course, I just grabbed you because you've come in from the first practice. A little bit of chaos there.
Yeah.
What happened?
So when we were on the grid, lined up to start the practice, I think 1 minute to go, it started raining. And I think, 50% changed to wet tires, including myself, and the rest on slicks. So we went out, but after a few laps, I felt this is not it, and one driver on slicks passed me, so I came in. We changed, and then I think I had 3 laps, and last lap we put it on P1.
Fantastic.
So not a bad way to start the weekend.
Not a bad way. Now, how many times have you been here, Zen, altogether?
In Portimão or Grand
Yeah,
Finals?
In Portimão.
Portimão, this is my 3rd Grand Final. I qualified 4th,
Yes,
4 times.
that's right.
But one was cancelled
2020,
due to COVID, so
Yeah.
on track 3 times.
Yeah.
And it's my 10th Grand Finals. so
Congratulations.
thank you.
10 Grand Finals, wow.
Yeah.
And of course, best results, best memories from the Grand Finals?
I mean, as you know, my racing career had many ups and downs. In 2012, I was leading here when I had the mechanical failure.
Yeah.
So yeah, I have mixed feelings. I've come many times very close, and as many drivers say, it's how you pick yourself up. Don't let this get down. And every year we try again. I tried for Belgium, now with a new team, new country for Slovenia. Already 5 years. It's amazing, and I mean, on pure result in Italy we finished 3rd.
Yes.
So that was the best one, and here we finished 4th.
Yeah.
So I mean, we're always in the mix, and hopefully one year we can bring it home.
Yes, could be this year. He loves the track. Of course, spectacular, overlooking the Formula One and the MotoGP track.
Yeah.
So, love to be here today and this week. I think we're going to have a little bit of mixed weather. So, as you saw already in the first practice, can rain. It changes so quickly. It's a little bit windy, and the next thing it's sunny.
Yeah, it will be. I think this week will be everything about the weather and which set of tires. I mean, which tire option you will put. There is, like always, you need luck, but there might be a little bit of gambling involved as well. So, I mean, the level is incredible. We are the best of the best in all categories. Already this morning you saw, the level is so high. Everything is so close. So. Then it's that little bit of luck or just that right choice, that tire pressure that makes the difference. So we will see.
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah.
And of course, we started it off with that beautiful picture on the track of all the go-karts, and we were just talking about it walking in. You never ever get sick of seeing that.
Yeah. And
so
this year even more.
Even more.
It's
almost 400.
Yeah, because also they flipped it.
Yes.
In the previous years they did it the opposite.
Yeah.
And it's breathtaking.
Beautiful.
Breathtaking.
Just like the circuit. Thank you very much, Zen. I know you've got to get back, have some lunch, and get ready for the next session.
Thank you for having me.
I think a lot of people will enjoy the presentation, but also understanding as a driver and in the DD2. Anyone that wants to watch it, and anyone that hasn't, of course, driven can understand also. It's up and down and round and back. And
I mean, a little bit like the F1 track.
Yeah.
Also, they call it a roller coaster.
Yeah.
It's not so extreme, but it's an amazing track.
Yeah.
It's really
Well, thank
this
you.
morning I was like, okay,
Excited.
here we go. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
here we go. And it's only the start. First practice. So make sure you stay with us, Zen, and thank you so much.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Thank you.
Garantir que todos os clientes que entram no nosso site saem sempre satisfeitos das nossas estações. Desde a reserva, check-in e check-out, até à recolha das chaves e levantamento do veículo. É tudo 100% digital e 0% complicado.
Aqui ninguém anda aos papéis nem em filas de espera. Garantimos que a melhor parte da sua viagem começa sempre na garagem. É só pegar e arrancar.
E na hora de regressar, o processo é sempre igual. Simples, rápido e autónomo.
Porque no final de cada experiência, o que nos move é tudo uma questão de tempo. E aqui é garantido que será de qualidade.
Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good afternoon, good evening, wherever you're watching from the world. This is Portimão, the Algarve region of Portugal. The foreground, you see the 1,531-metre kart circuit that Zen de Rua has just taken us around. The background, the Formula One track itself. And we are just a few minutes away from the start of racing here today. My name is Henry Baudet. It's an absolute honour to be able to bring you this event. Joining me at the moment before the first race of the day is Rotax Euro Trophy and BNL karting commentator Alex Goldschmidt. Alex, the first race we have is the heat race for E20 Junior and Senior. Welcome back to the commentary box.
Bom dia, as they say here in Portugal. Hello, good morning, everybody. Happy Thanksgiving to our brethren over in the United States of America.
I was going to say that. Happy Thanksgiving to all our American friends. It's time to sit back, watch them go-karting, eat turkey, and then watch the Detroit Lions play football. What better way to have a Thanksgiving?
Indeed, but also, as the resident statistician here, there are 3 random facts that I think you all should know.
Alex Goldschmidt's facts of the day coming right up.
Okay, so 2 of the 394 drivers that I am aware of are running the same number that they qualified for the Grand Finals. Croatia's Leon Zelenko in Junior Rotax ran the 251 in the Euro Trophy this year, qualified on that number at Le Mans at the International Trophy, and is running it right here in Junior Rotax.
There we go.
Along with that, the Rotax Grand Festival winner, Mr. Jacob Ashcroft, ran 122 in Kerpen. He's running 122 here. I spoke with Manfred from the official Rotax tyre supply for the Grand Finals and for across the world, Mojo, that there are 1,600 tyres, slicks and wets all through the D2s, the W5s and the D5s that we have that are being here for the Grand Finals this year.
And let me just say that all 1,600 of those tyres are getting a fair old workout here this week.
And the third and final random fact to inform you of, there's 2 people that I know of in the Grand Finals, one who's currently here, one who has been here previously, that have done one of the following 3 items. They've driven here in the Grand Finals as a competitor, they've worked on the tools, and they've also been part of the media that is in attendance.
Yes.
Those 2 people, one of which now resides in Asia, more specifically Malaysia, Finland's Mikko Nassi, and also a 12-time participant in the Grand Finals, Team Canada's Scott Campbell.
Who is out helping James Bedard in the paddock this week and has been on commentary with me before. Right, thank you, Alex. They are Alex Goldschmidt's stats of the day, and we will have more of them tomorrow and Saturday. Meanwhile, back to the action. You're looking at the combined grid, the 613 kart. That is Sweden's Joel Bergstrom, who was victorious yesterday in the opening heat race. Now, the juniors and seniors at E20 are combined. The red and white E20 karts, numbering 700 on up there, the seniors. The yellow and white carts you're looking at on your screens now, numbering 600 on up, they are the juniors. What will happen? It'll be a standing start. The seniors will go first. They will go on the lights. 15 seconds later, the Portuguese flag will fall and the juniors will begin. They will be separated for their final. This is their only heat race of the day, and there is a look at the grandstand. Some of the spectators from all around the world, 60 nations, are here watching. Alex, yesterday's heat race were very, very exciting indeed. Quickly take us through, we got just a minute before we start, quickly take us through the results from yesterday.
Well, it was Michal Solstis from Slovakia that took the win on the road, but through a front-fairing penalty was demoted down to 5th position. So Jo Bergström from Sweden won ahead of Thomas Ibsen and Theis Dams and Theis Stevens, with Soltis rounding out the top 5. Jesper Sjöberg led from lights out to checkered flag, but Lebanon's Matthias Najim was hot on his case, going up from 4th to 2nd. Raul Vargas, Luca Costa, and one of many Marvel characters. I have seen Spider-Man in Canada as well.
Yes.
Griffin Dowler rounded out the top 5. Shota Kitazono, unfortunately, knocked the safety switch, and after that great start, 5 positions gained, he came to an abrupt halt on the exit of turn 1.
So look out for a top gear from the rear. There is our studio. On the left, you can see Husbecken. In the foreground, that is from KSP Photography, one of the many, many members of the media that are here. The Kart Data TV outside broadcast unit, and of course all these pictures being brought to you by Kart Data TV, and we're very, very grateful for them. Our commentary box is behind the closed curtains. They don't let us see the sunlight, Alex.
No, they don't. They keep us caged up like animals.
They do indeed. There's the media room, the signing on room, the Rotax offices. 30-second board has gone out. There, of course, are the carts. You may have noticed it is slightly damp, mildly moist. It's not raining at the moment. It has been raining this morning, and we're going to have, I believe, everyone on wet tyres. We will check that down the grid as the day progresses. Gusbecken and Jen Wade will be back and forth on the grid in the studio. Gust will be our man on the spot. Here we go then, out on to the rolling lap. The E20 senior karts and the E20 junior karts, the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals, day 3 of on-track activity. This is their second and final heat race, and we are going to be getting underway very, very shortly with a starting lineup in seniors. We'll bring the grid. Here we go. Jesper Sjöberg and Raul Vargas on the front row of the grid. Griffin Dowler and Matthias Najim on row number 2. Row number 3, Luca Costa and Chen Han Lin. And row 4, Eric Lemoynier and Tobias Follett. Row number 5. We're still on the seniors, by the way. Chan Li Lin and Armin Harnell. Row 6, Gilberto Luaca and Musa Kaji. Manuel Martins, Hector Ramirez, Joao Diaz, and Xian Yao Tzu will start on row number 8. Jose Hurtado and Shota Kitazono, they round out the seniors. Starting on row 10, the leading juniors, Joel Bergstrom and Michael Soltis. And then on the second row of the grid for the juniors will be Thomas Ibsen and Christopher Holst. Tish Dems and Tish Stevens will share row number 12. And Enrique de Oliveira and Axin Coco Shi, one of 3 young ladies in the junior E20 field, on row 13. Row 14, Jan Stencil and Adam Sidar. And on row 15, Victoria Kuleska and Christian Cantu. Colin Vashni and Pablo Benitez. On row number 16, Anja Levar and Matthias Kellerup are on row number 17. Now, Husbecken, our man on the ground, Alex, has already given us some very, very tasty information. Please tell the people.
I noticed it at the same time. Jesper Sjöberg has opted for a Jensen button. Ladies and gentlemen, our pole sister in E20 Senior is on slick tyres.
And there you go. Here's 1-6, and I'm looking down. Nearly everybody else on wet tyres. Also, I can see maybe 1 or 2 of the juniors on slicks. Well, we're going to find out who's on slicks very, very soon indeed. But Jesper Sjöberg, our pole sitter on slicks, everyone around him on wets, and you can see the sun is now beginning to come out. The track is drying, and of course, these drivers, they only have one set of wet tyres. So Sjöberg is thinking, right, I won yesterday. If I don't do great today, I'm going to have a better set of wet tyres should it rain for the pre-final or the final itself. And as well, Alex, one of your spies, the paddock, told us that we're missing 1 or 2 drivers who did not make it. Matheus Negem did not make the gates that closed. Neither did Armin Harnell, Hector Ramirez, or Xian Yao Tzu. And in juniors, Anya Leva. So we're missing 4 drivers from senior and 1 from junior. They missed the cutoff for the grid gate. That is devastating for Matheus Negem, who's going to be joining us on commentary later on. Oh, he's not going to be a very happy Lebanese. Look at the gaps on the grid. And of course, there's Bergstrom. Looking across there, maybe thinking, oh, the number 717 of Raul Vargas is a little bit further forward in his grid spot. Jesper, I've got to say, I wouldn't worry too much. He's on wets, you're on slicks. You're going to be a little bit slower into turn number 1, regardless of where he is in his grid slot.
And also, I've seen some of the team here on the starting grid. They're actually saying to some of the E20 senior drivers, look, you need to move forward. That's not your correct grid position. So there's going to be a little bit of a slight delay whilst this happens.
Yeah, the 709 of Chen Han Lin has moved up onto the 2nd row because that's where Matheus Negem should be. But we're going to go, Alex. Lights out. The seniors are off and racing for the first of 8 laps. Now watch Schoberg going through turn number 1. The understeer there, he cuts across. Is that Vargas? That is Vargas. No, it's Schoberg. Look how he's so much earlier on the brakes. Can he get that kart slowed down? Raul Vargas takes the lead. Schoberg hanging on to second place.
There's been a touch for 3rd position. So we've got 1 kart, and that has been collected. So post number 4. Oh, right, number 611. Adam Sidor from Poland was 2 wheels onto the wet, dirty grass coming out of turn number 1. As the E20 juniors make their way through. And there's the touch. That was
the number 718 of Gilberto Luaca making contact and will catch the driver. I think it may have been Manuel Martins, who was the driver that got turned around. So the junior race, quite spread out already. Maybe some differences in tyres, but there was a clean start. The number 607 kart there going through, that is Jan Stencil from Poland. Down the hill towards turn 11 and 12. This could be very tricky because look at this already. The leading juniors are catching some of the slower seniors delayed at the start. Traffic is going to be a factor.
Especially when you've got to cater with the front and braking systems on these Sodikart Sigma DD2 chassis. Also, Sodikart celebrating its 40th anniversary this year. And
happy anniversary.
And happy anniversary to Bertrand Pignolet and the whole team in France. I do know that Bertrand is already here. I had a chat with Thomas from Sodikart earlier on this morning as we came out of the hotel, but you can just see how much ground Jesper Schoberg is losing.
He's losing a lot of ground, Alex, but somehow, and you can see him going through the force there, he's using a very different line. He's still in. Just looking down to see where Schoberg is coming up. We've got a problem with his transponder on screen. He is 4th or 5th, I would say. Let's have a little look. In fact, no, he's 3rd. Raul Vargas is leading. There's a slight issue with some of the timing system, I think. So we'll ignore the on the left-hand side of your screen. It's not Musa Kaji leading. There's the number 712 kart of Shota Kitazono,
who has flown up the field. He's got past Luca Costa. But look, the German's got the run on the Japanese driver, was looking towards the outside.
Is that boost button?
That can be the boost that when they instantly pick up, this has got 190 foot-pounds of torque coming from the rear axle, and now it's side by side, and Luca Costa has just notioned to Shota Kitazono, who I met yesterday, just did the old think and looked over at Shota coming down the start-finish straight as if to say, right, man, just play it cool, play it cool.
Now, okay, the leader in junior is number 613, Joel Bergstrom. There he is on your screen coming out of turn number 4, and he's just in front of Chen Han Lin. So already, we got a problem there in front of them. Somebody was just off the side of the circuit down at turn number 5. Are they going to make it back on? Oh, no, we're not going to make it back on. And there's the risk, Alex. Number 716, that's Musa Kaji. And of course, with people changing tyres last minute, and that's not just the tyre that's come off, that's a whole rear stub axle assembly.
Yeah, that's definitely 3 wheels on that wagon. Unfortunately, the right rear coming adrift from the kart, and that just goes to show that if it's on the front axle, it's fine. You can coax it back to the pits, but a rear tyre and a sub axle.
That's good night, Irene.
Yes, indeed, or good night, Vienna.
Yes, indeed, it is indeed. Now, the junior drivers making their way through past some of the slower senior drivers. I think that's number 705 kart. That's Jose Hurtado from Chile. I think he may be on slick tyres. Joel Bergstrom has dropped to 10th position. Raul Vargas, Eric Lemoynier, and Jesper Sjoberg third. So Sjoberg in third position on slick tyres. That is going to only get better. On lap number 4 now in juniors, we have got Joel Bergstrom in 10th place overall, leading. Second in juniors is Thomas Ibsen, then Adam Sidor, Tish Dames, Colin Vashni, or Colin VIP, as he's now called, Jan Stenzel, and Coco Shi. But look at this battle in junior, Alex. The top 2 have got away. There goes the yellow racer, or the top 3 have got away. But this is the battle, I think, for 5th position, 607. That's Jan Stenzel on screen.
Side by side, nice little move, but a little bit of a run wide there. What I have noticed, Henry, is that Jesper Sjoberg has a little bit of lifeline, because there is a dry line starting to appear on the circuit at certain points, as there are yellow flags now, I think, just being brandished. Oh, problems there. That is the 710 of Chan Yi Lin from Chinese Taipei that has come to an abrupt stop, I'm afraid.
And he was up into 8th position. Significant now. This is going to be very significant, not just there, but look at that. Number 706, Jesper Sjoberg, has now gone back past Luca Cuesta. And in fact, is that in front of Raul Vargas as well? That's about for lead. Sjoberg on slick tyres is now the fastest man on circuit. Purple, first sector. Sorry. That was Luca Cuesta, but Sjoberg chasing.
He's running a little bit wide. He's going to lose out to Vargas if he's not very careful. We've got a yellow flag out. Looks to be
post 11. That's for the Chinese Taipei driver. You can see the yellow flags waving. So this is now on your screen. The race lead in senior E20 and on slick tyres. Jesper Sjoberg has got ahead of this second place battle, Raul Vargas and Luca Cuesta. Cuesta at the inside, Alex.
Cuesta's gone for the move up the inside, neatly past the Spaniard, going through into the penultimate right-hander. So perfectly timed there. Luca Cuesta now will engage the boost button, and look at the advantage he's already got.
I think he might be on slick tyres as well.
He might have chanced it.
Look at the way that he is pulling away from Raul Vargas. So slick tyres now the way to go. Behind the top 3, Eric Lemoynier and Griffin Dowler run 4th and 5th. Shota Kitazono is 6th. Then it's up to 7th place overall. It's the leading junior driver. Joel Bergstrom leads junior, and he leads junior by a long way from Thomas Ibsen. So maybe, I'm just looking there, well, I'm not sure if he's on a different set of tyres, a different compound of tyres, but certainly Bergstrom coming in. Oh, and a spin there, half spin in the background.
That was Vargas.
I think that's Vargas. That is the wet tyres completely giving up the ghost. Yes, Alex?
Oh, yes. I think they're probably a bit like slick intermediates on the back end of the kart, but the way that, as we're now going to actually have a look, there is Vargas completely full chat sideways. It's Portimão pushing there, I think, in his own way, and you can see he's just gone onto the grass. It's going to make the tyres dusty,
it's going to get a lot of mud and moisture on them. It's a very unconventional way of cooling your wet tyres as the track dries out. Penultimate lap. Here's your senior E20 leader, Joel Jesper Sjoberg. Sweden having a really good time of things in the E20 class, but Luca Cuesta is not done yet. They're both taking that very similar line, so they're both on slick tyres. I think we can now safely say that. Up the hill, out of turn 5 towards turn 6. The top 2 in seniors are miles clear of everybody else. Tyre choice, you can start to see a dry line emerging. There is a dry line emerging. Can Cuesta catch Sjoberg in this last lap and a half?
He was over 0.3 of a second quicker in through the first sector. Sjoberg, I've noticed, is a little bit sketchy on the back axle. It sort of pitches sideways, but Kirster's being very, very smart. He's actually using the curbing to slow him and the kart combined, which is around about 220 plus kilos. Jose Hurtado, unfortunately, in yesterday's qualifying heat one was pinged for being underweight. But now you can see, well, Griffin Dowler's just gone purple in sector number 2, but the gap was 1.226 seconds. Now 3 0.6 tenths between them, and Köster is gunning for that lead.
Griffin Dowler up to third place. The slick tyre drivers are now 4-5 seconds a lap faster than those on wets. How quickly things change here in Portimão. Up the hill for the final time. Sjöberg checks over his shoulder. Köster is still there. Will we see Luca Köster make a move, possibly coming up the hill? They've got half a lap to go into turns 8 and 9. It's Sweden versus Germany. Now they begin the descent down the hill. Oh, did you see Sjöberg's car at the back end steps out, Alex?
It did indeed, and Köster was very, very close, but I think it's going to come down to the final couple of corners. Up the hill they go. Once again, Sjöberg trying to put the power down. The back tyres pushing the car sideways on the left rear axle, but Köster is hunting him down. The gap's about 4 to 6 kart lengths through the penultimate through the penultimate right-hander. It's going to be a run to the line, and I think Sjöberg is going to get it. No, he isn't. What's Köster going to do? He was nearly sideways across the line, but Jesper Sjöberg takes E20 Senior by a winning margin of 7/100ths of a second after 8 laps.
Griffin Dowler comes to the line in third, and now the first of our wet tyre drivers, Raul Vargas, on a set of very used wets in fourth. Eric Lemoyne in fifth. Here's the battle for sixth, and your junior winner in kart number 613 in the yellow, Joel Bergstrom. He takes the junior win. Now we wait to see the look at this, the last lap. You can see Köster engages the boost. He saved that extra bit of boost for the run to the line, and oh, there was half a kart length in it. But Sjöberg hangs on for the win. It's a double victory for Team Sweden in E20 Senior and Junior. The rest of the field coming across the line. In Junior, Bergstrom wins by 2.5 seconds from Poland's Thomas Ibsen, and second Polish driver in the top 3, Adam Sidor. Tish Dams from Belgium was 4th, and Tish Stevens from the Netherlands was 5th. Still drivers coming across the line. And again, a very interesting, it was very close at the end for the race win, but during the actual race itself, the tactical battle between slicks or wet tyres was what was particularly interesting. And then, of course, that last run to flag, that is a good... Now, Alex, that's it for the E20s. Their next race will be the pre-finals tomorrow.
Yes, they will be indeed. Again, great strategy call from Köster and Sjöberg. And with half a kart length in it, it just goes to show that if you make that gamble, both of them did a Jensen button, and it really paid off. We saw the evolution of the track. Now, that track evolution, folks, is going to be continuous throughout the day, as long as we have blue skies and a little bit of scattered cloud cover overhead, Henry. But what a race to conclude the qualifying heats for E20 Junior and Senior.
Okay, thank you very much, Alex Goldschmidt. Here are your results on screen. Jesper Sjöberg, Luca Köster, Griffin Dowler, Raul Vargas, Eric Lemoyne, Shota Kitazono, your top 6. Joel Bergstrom was your junior winner in 7th place overall. Second in juniors was Thomas Ibsen, and then third was Adam Sidor. Tish Dames was a junior. Chen Han Lin is senior, so is João Diaz. T. Stevens was junior. Gilberto Loaca, 15th in senior, followed by Jan Stensel, Christoph Holst and Christian Cantu. And the rest of the order: Colin Vashni, Ulrich de Oliveira, Mikael Solstis, Victoria Kulekska, Axin Coco Chi, Pablo Benitez, Mateus Kellerup, Jose Hurtado, Manuel Martins, Chan Yi Lin failed to finish, as did Musa Kaji. And we didn't have Mateus Degem, Armin Harnell, Hector Ramirez, Xian Yao Su, and Anya Levar in that one. Now over quickly to Jen and Hust in the studio.
Thanks, Henry. Well, we've actually got our next guest with us, Ricardo Longhi. Welcome to the Grand Finals.
Thank you.
All the way from Vegas, I know. It was a tough one, but this is an easy decision to be here supporting all the Birrell drivers. So you're going to be helping Henry out with the commentary for the micros.
Yeah.
How exciting.
I'm here after Las Vegas, after 2 WSK.
Yeah.
Was very busy this month for me. But I come here because I like this race, I like this final, Rotax. And the weather is very crazy. I think we will see a very good heat today. And I hope the driver enjoy this race. And
I'm sure they will. I'm sure they will. And also having you here, giving them some tips. Gust, a fellow competitor, I know the two of you racing together. But what do you think?
For
Changing the weather and...
Well, we've seen it now in the last heat with the E20 there, with the mixed grid with the slicks and the rain, and I've went out to the micro, and there's still some guys going to try it on the rain tires, so we'll see how that works out for them. But most of them now on slicks. But as we said in the live show this morning, with the track changing and with the dry line available, but still some wet spots on the track, we will see some very exciting racing, I think.
I think so. Of course, a few of the drivers, as Henry said, missed the gate. They're trying to change, couldn't make a decision, I guess. But the main thing is now we're ready to go. It's stopped raining, so hopefully it's going to be a great race. And yesterday, honestly, what we saw with the micros was fantastic. So a little bit crazy, you know, but really nice. And I think today maybe a little bit more calm because they've already had one heat. So
yeah, who knows? But I think Micromax, you can never be sure if it's going to be easy or not.
All right.
They're starting now, so we're going to bring it over to Henry, and Ricardo will join him.
Thanks for being here, Ricardo.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ricardo will now move over to the commentary box. Here we go with Micromax qualifying Heat 2. Daniel Minto from the UK and Max.
It's because the young driver is crazy in this condition, and we will see now after the start what's happened.
Okay, 6 laps of racing into the tram lines. We're off and running, and it's Daniel Minto on the inside who takes the lead through turn number 1. Most of the field on slick tyres. The drivers on wets. There are a couple. They might have the advantage early on. Maxim Becker on the outside, I think, on wet tyres. Let's see if they all get through turns 3 and 4 cleanly. Down the hill towards turn number 5. This is where the circuit is at its wettest, and this is where those on wet tyres, on rain tyres, will gain. But it is with the green crash helmet. I think that might be Marco Manson for New Zealand who leads, but it's the number 8, the pole sitter. Albert Friend has come up well. So Albert Friend, who won the Grand Festival, takes the lead, but Ricardo, a good clean start. Oh, as I say that, the yellow flags come out, but for the leaders, a good clean start. Now you get your head down and can concentrate on racing.
Yeah. Now it's important, don't take the track where it's wet. It's better stay close in the middle of the corner, pass on the curb. The first row and second row do a very good first lap.
It is, and you can see the leaders starting to spread out. So at the end of lap number 1, we have Mahos Masinas from Lithuania, yesterday's race winner, into the lead with a green crash helmet. Then it's Albert Friend, who had an accident yesterday, in second position. Followed by Kasper Reipold, Marco Manson, Maxim Bobrashov, Maxim Becker, who I believe is on wet tyres. But you can see down the bottom, Mahinas is slipping and sliding a little bit up the hill. It's so very treacherous, isn't it, to control the car, to not push too much. Let's have a look at a replay. This is coming through to, a spin there. Driver going backwards. That may have been a Polish driver or a Team Japan race suit. We'll try and get a connection back, our live timing. But for the leaders, you can see Albert Friend in second place, closing in on the race leader. For the driver in second place, Ricardo, it is good in these conditions. If you're following the leader is, so the Mahos Masinas, he is coming into each corner first. He's testing the grip. If you're in second, you can say, it's much more grip, I push harder.
Yeah, for the second driver, of course, it's more easy in these conditions, stay in the back, because for the first driver, every time, every lap, the track change, and need to understand where find the limit. If the second driver use the head, it's better stay calm and copy the first driver. Wait the last 2-3 laps for attack,
yes,
the first place.
Indeed. Now we can see there is another Lithuanian driver. That's Martin Marquez, the Portuguese driver. Marquez into 4th position, and he is again a local driver. So fast up the race. This weather, if you're a local driver with local knowledge, it is so much more help.
Yeah, of course. Maybe Martin
finished second yesterday. Then we have Reipold, Manson, Becker, Minto, the pole sitter. So from pole position, Daniel Minto has dropped back to 9th, but again, still in there. Look at the dry line. Now drivers will be getting more confident every lap. sorry, we have a slight problem with the timing screens. We don't have any timing screens here in the commentary box. Looking down there, Marco Fali, he has got a brand new Birrell chassis. He had a crash yesterday, but luckily you guys at Birrell have been able to provide him a new one. Down the bottom of the order, Ricardo Gonçalves sadly has gone out, but we have Massinas, Friend, then Bobrashov. In fact, no, change for second now. So Bobrashov moves into second, Marquez third, and Albert Friend drops to fourth position. Massinas still controlling things at the front as we start lap number 5 out of 6. A good move there down at turn number 1. You see the 2 British drivers on screen. That is the number 8 of Albert Friend and Jensen Chalk behind him. Jensen is in kart number 18. Us British drivers, we're used to the rain. So, now, Marquez under pressure. Bobrashov looks very strong.
Yeah. Maybe also we need to understand which pressure put in the tires now, because maybe driver put very high pressure for start fast in the first part of the heat, and maybe someone decide to start with the pressure a little bit down for improve the speed during the heat. Now we will see a big fight for the podium in the last lap, because all the driver is very close.
Yeah, so this is allowing Massinas to get away. So Bobrashov under pressure from Marquez, Friend and Chalk. So we got second, third, fourth and fifth. We begin the final lap. Can Bobrashov and Marquez now push together to close in? Massinas checks over his shoulder. They caught him.
Incredible.
Incredible slipstream to the inside. Oh, Massinas just holds on. But any one of 5 drivers, the two British drivers, Massinas defending, this will bring everyone together.
Now also it's difficult for the first one close, because the line is wet. If close the line, it's very crazy.
It's
this
just a
last
one-line
lap.
racetrack is what Ricardo's saying. Is just that if you move offline, it's still damp. Massinas holding on side by side for second. Friend and Chalk third and fourth, side by side. Oh, and that I think was Bobrashov just getting squeezed a little bit wider. No, Bobrashov, Marquez getting squeezed wide. Any chance now to overtake Ricardo? I think maybe not, but look, we've got Jensen Chalk now coming up the hill, side by side for second. We look at Jensen Chalk in fourth place. Massinas is going to take the win. Good slipstream out of the final corner. Watch for this last lap action.
Marquez out.
Yes, Marquez gets pushed out a little bit wide. They cross the line. Massinas takes the win. Who seconds? Bobrashov second. Jensen Chalk is third. Albert Friend in fourth. Marco Manson from New Zealand comes home in fifth position. And Marquez, so as a driver, he just gets squeezed out onto the wrong line, yes?
Yeah. Marquez put 2 tires in the wet, and he lost 3 positions in the last corner. Hey.
We're going to watch the rest of the field come across the line. Ricardo, your job with Birrell, obviously very satisfying. When you're here, the drivers look up to you, you can help. How do you feel about your position here at the Grand Final, your ability to help, and how Birrell provide and support all these drivers?
Oh, it's my work. I'm happy to help the young driver, because I love this sport. I want to improve all the driver would need something, and I'm happy to stay here, because I love this race. This final is very beautiful. I think I have a very good organization, and also the weather today is crazy. I think for us it's beautiful to see this heat today, and nothing.
And of course, we're looking at on the screen that Birrell not only supporting Micromax, also supporting DD2. And I know that your colleague Pedro Hiltbrand will be joining me later on for some of the DD2 races. Ricardo Longhi, thank you so much for joining me in the commentary box. We look now. This is where you have your colleagues overseeing, and this is what people don't understand, is that Birrell don't just Birrell, Sodi and Praga, they don't just supply the karts. You're here constantly supporting on-site, checking things. It's the best thing.
Every time the perform effort check if the person respect the regulation in the kart. Help also the people, the mechanic, if have some problems, some question. We are here for help for explain our
Yes.
kart and for do the maximum every time.
Well, thank you very much, Ricardo. It's been a great pleasure to have you in the commentary box. We're going to see you around the paddock the rest of the week. But for now, thank you very much. We'll take you through the results very shortly. Here we go then. There are the final provisional results. Mahos Masinas makes it 2 wins out of 2 for Lithuania. Maxim Bobrishov for the UAE finishes second. Jensen Chalk third. Albert Friend is fourth. And Marco Manson for New Zealand comes home in fifth. Martin the Mustang Marquez finishes sixth for Portugal. Kasper Reipold is seventh for Poland. Maxim Becker from the outside the front row of the grid finishes in 8th position for Germany. Vic van Kampenhout for Belgium comes home in 9th. Diego Gonzalez from Chile is 10th. Polster Daniel Minto comes home in 11th. Then it's a great result for Marco Fali from Hungary to finish in P12. Ioannis Vibrianatis from Lithuania is 13th. Tigan the Tiger Sakano is 14th. And from Hong Kong, John Han. Branislav Renka is 16th, and Marco Samut again, another great drive from Marco up to 17th. Second part of the result sheet, Feliciano Bruschki, David Matlak, Oiva Venton-Ranta, Sen Lindemann, Brando Ladono, Andres Keller from the back of the grid to 24th. Lachlan Johnson is next, then Dario Galvez, Ronya Reda, Koda Singh, Rafael da Silva, James Bedard, Luke Konjanapitak, Yusuf Al-Gaith, Jan Dostal, and the last 2 carts finished the race, Juan Garcon and Mr. Piemonte. So there is Micromax Heat 2 over and done with. Minimax, the first 2 heat races for Minimax are coming up very shortly. Now, the engines are fired. And joining me in the commentary box, Husbeck and Hust, you've been everywhere out giving this information on the grid in the studio. Now in the commentary box, we've got 2 Minimax races to get through their second heat. Now the Minimax drivers, they can have 2 heats today, and yesterday's racing was very, very exciting. Let's take you through the starting lineup. This is Group A and Group C. Christopher Elfagali, who won a race yesterday, starts from pole position ahead of Rasmus Koskinen. Sebastian Mins and Kasper Nissen are on row number 2. Vicente Garcia from Chile and Tom Strella from Latvia on row 3. Juan Pizzon and Jack McLaughlin share row number 4. Row number 5, Fion Shi and Gustavo Bonk, then Nikilesh Raju and Luis Alejandro Omana Sanchez. Then we have on row 7, Luis Bazare, João Pereira, Minjae Lee and Dmitry Matrenin. Row number 9, Yuso Saranki, Jakub Assam, Alexander Rogovsky and Franisek Baluziak, 2 poles on row 10. Row 11, Jakub Kasparovic and Gabriel Vega Neda, then Khaled Najjar and Alexander Van Meeuwen. Khaled Najjar starting on row number 12 alongside the Belgian driver. Jago Lempen and Chen Kang Tseng on row 13, Mate Kobatidze and Patrick Mikalik on row 14. Row number 15, we have Marlon DeSalvo, Boaz Maximov, Paul Schön and Uros Bogdanic on row number 16. The final 2 rows of the grid, Adam Anderson, Mats van Rooyen, Nicolas Casarino and Lucas Scalez into the tram lines. Are we going to have a false start? Yes, we are. So, Husbeck, welcome back to the commentary box.
Yeah, thank you.
Now we have a time to just relax and chill. Now, you've been out getting so many bits of information, really appreciate that. Slick tyres now must be the way forward.
Yeah, so everybody in this heat will be starting on the slick tyres. Of course, we see the dry line. We already saw the E20 project heat there with the Micromax final just before. You see the track drying now. Only this corner, I think, where they're coming through now, which is, I believe, turn number 5. Still a bit of wet spots over there. So
always the slowest part of the track to dry. Yes.
Yep. So what I did see when I was out on the grid for Minimax was that there were, of course, the mechanics busy with the tire presses, as Ricardo pointed out in the Micromax heat as well. The tire pressures now being crucial as the track is starting to improve a little bit. You want to have that tire pressure just spot on to have that the track condition correct for your kart at the moment. So this is something they've been working on before this heat, so we'll see who's done the best job at that. And just coming forward through this grid, I've looked at some results from yesterday, and there were some big movers throughout the heats yesterday, and I think somebody to pick up is the 1, 2, 3 of Paul Schoen. He will be starting right
I think so.
at
The
the back
Swedish
of the
driver,
grid.
the Rotax Grand the International Trophy winner. Here we go.
So,
second time of asking. Into the tram lines. El Fagali for Lebanon and Koskinen for Finland. Oh, look,
some guys right out there.
Yeah, we've gone, but I think there's going to be a couple of tramline issues in the middle of the pack. At the outside of turn number 1, a couple of drivers getting on the grass, but it looks like from the outside, round the outside has come, the inside Sebastian Mins is up into P2. It looks like Christopher El Fagali has held on to the lead. Oh, and a spin in the middle of the pack, but it's Fagali and Mins 1-2 as the rest of the pack head down. Looks like the team Denmark, Kasper Nissen, the red and white race suits, is there in third position struggling, but it was Gabriel Nader and Paul Schoen, I think, was caught up at the start there.
Yep.
Paul Schoen very slow through sector number 1, but significantly he is still in the race. Gabriel Nader from Mexico in cart number 113, I think, may have had to retire, but down the hill it is a good start for Fagali. Mins has got to get his head down and close in.
Yeah, so Fagali getting the jump on the start with the inside row being much quicker than the outside row was there. I think it's due to the track. When you have the right-hander coming onto the grid, the outside line needs to pick up speed to get on par with the other line, but this didn't happen this time round. So then you see Christopher El Fagali getting the jump, and I think the guy starting on the front row there,
Koskinen has dropped all the way down to about 11th place, so it's not good now. Battle at turn number 3. This is Juan Pinzon from Colombia and Jacob Assam. Great start from number 143, Austria's Jacob Assam. There he goes. He is up into 6th position, or make that 5th position, from 18th on the grid. Fianchi is up into 7th place for Team USA. But Fagali looks like he's stretching away already, and Sebastian Mins has got Kasper Nissen from Denmark right behind him. Yesterday, we saw Sebastian be very defensive. Has he got the pace now to maybe work with Kasper Nissen and push on?
Well, I think if he wants to win this heat, he practically has to, with the slipstream effect being of such a factor in these mini and micro classes. I've talked to some guys yesterday in the paddock saying it was up to 6/10 on lap time.
With the slipstream, because you're so fast coming out the final corner. Now we wait for the leaders to come into view. Here we go, and they're catching him. So Fagali has been caught. Here comes Sebastian Mins, new race leader, number 167, UK Sebastian Mins, but not for long.
And it's Kasper Nissen going straight on the inside in turn number 3. So the 111 now in the lead of this race.
And Mins, they're having to try and fight to the inside. This is the slippery bit. Fagali running a little bit wide behind the top 3. Assam in number 143 for Austria is 4th. He is side by side with Tom Strella from Latvia making a move. Then it's Juan Pinzon from Colombia, Fianchi, Jack McLaughlin, Gustavo Bonk, Vicente Garcia, Koskinen, and Mate Kobahadze from Georgia from 27th up into P12.
Yeah, so some big moves early on in this this Minimax final with the track being as it is. It is the ultimate test and the ultimate opportunity to gain many spots because of people making mistakes and taking great advantage of that. As we see now, I think it's not. Is it Kasper Nissen still in the lead? I believe it is.
Nissen's still in the lead, but now you have Mins and Fagali working together. Watch this gap close. Will Kasper Nissen hold on? They've already caught him. Look to the inside. Mins takes the race lead. Can Fagali follow through? Not quite.
Now, almost a carbon copy of the lap before, where the two guys in positions 2 and 3, they work together to get through to number 1, and they did a beautiful move again this time round.
Here come the leaders up the hill through turn number 6. It is Mins, Nissen, and then El Fagali. Now Kasper Nissen to the inside. Sebastian Mins is going to lose 2 places, which he does, but Mins doesn't try and block it. He slots in behind. Look for in 4th place. Jacob Assam is going to be looking at this thing. Come on, guys, you fight. I'm going to close in. The gap is growing, however. Then Strella, Pinzon, Shee, McLaughlin, Bonk, Garcia are in the next group. This is lap 4 out of 6 up the hill. It's anyone's guess who's going to be leading coming into turn number 3, because the top 3 are already close. Oh, Mins making a mistake there. Sebastian Mins, he's got to be careful. He'll drop out of the slipstream. Head down. it is Nissan and Fagali neck and neck for the race lead.
Yeah, Tom Strehler now from Latvia getting back into position number 4 and putting quite a gap between himself and Jacob SM. Now you've spotted something on screen?
No, I was just wincing because I thought Fagali was going to go up the inside and Nissan was closing the door.
So now different guys trying different lines, as we see El Fagadi now coming into the outside line, coming into turn number 6. He has to yield, and it is still Casper Nissan now in the lead of this Minimax final, as we see Tom Strehler there in position number 4, the 133. He is closing in on that battle for the first position in these last couple of laps.
All 36 carts are still running. Gabriel Nader down in last position. Paul Schur is up to 32nd after his spin. And looking down there, Luis Sanchez has also dropped back. But biggest mover, Lucas Scales, up into 18th place, has gained 18 positions so far. Nissan, Fagali, Mins and Strehler, here we go. And Lucas Scales setting a new a purple sector. He's on a mission, but we're starting the final lap. And it is Nissan from Fagali. Watch for Mins and Strehler in 3rd and 4th.
Yeah, they're a little too far behind now to really make a move, but it's El Fagali now trying the inside, crossing over into the inside into turn number 3. Isn't able to make the move there into turn number 4, maybe, as we pick them up. Getting into turn number 5 with Nissan now trying to close the line, but a little bit of contact there into turn number 5, and El Fagali now getting into top spot.
That's very, very slippery corner, slippery under braking. Fagali leads, Nissan second, Mins and Strehler, they haven't given up yet. Now Fagali has to defend the inside line. This is where he went around the outside to win yesterday's heat race. Now he holds it on the inside, but look at Mins in 3rd, the orange crash helmet, the Union flag on his shoulders. Down the hill towards turn 12. It's going to be, can Fagali hold on? Side by side.
Some contact made there. And final part, we have a crash for 2nd and 3rd position.
Mins diving up the inside there. Nissan was cutting across, so Casper Nissan trying to get the crossover. It means Christopher El Fagali comes out of the final corner, takes the checkered flag. Strehler finishes in 2nd place. And look at Jack McLaughlin. Problems at the top.
Behind.
Last corner madness.
Some more contact behind from drivers in the middle of the pack there.
That was Lucas Scales. Here's a replay. Now you can see Casper Nissan's taking a wide line in. He's going to try the undercut. Mins up the inside. He gets on the curb, and that is the result. 4 wheels in the air, and sadly for Casper Nissan, that great result will come to nothing. Tom Strehler had to be very, very, very quick on the reactions. That's why these young drivers, even the youngest drivers, they're such great athletes. And it was sadly Jakub Gasparovich and Lucas Scales crashing on the last corner. Scales' great drive from last to 18th comes to nothing. Casper Nissan finishes in 18th position. Sebastian Mins finishes in 17th position, but look at that. Who pops up in 3rd position? Irish eyes are smiling on Jack McLaughlin, finishing in P3. Let's have a look just at the top of our screen. This is the final corner.
Yeah, 2-3 wide, going into the last corner there with, I think, some of like 4 or 5 drivers, which is never really a good idea getting into that fast right-hander. So 2 of them actually facing the wrong way.
And it looked as though the one driver, that I think that was Sellers in the dark blue French race suit, getting in the air, and he may have clipped the back of Sebastian Mins, who was already touring. I could just see the number 167 cart of Mins outside the commentary box window as we watch the drivers now. Of course, Hust, this is where we have the iPad of doom.
Yeah, especially with the race we've just seen. There's been lots of action and lots of, let's say, tactical maneuvering between between one another to gain some positions.
Indeed, and you don't want to have your photo taken by the iPad of doom, because that means that your nose cone has dropped, your front fairing has dropped, and you have a penalty. Here is a look at the provisional finishing order. Christopher El Fagali for Lebanon, 2 wins out of 2. Lebanon, hold your breath. Your driver is undefeated at the moment. Tom Strehler, Jack McLaughlin, Jakob Assam, Gustavo Bonk, the top 5. Rasmus Koskinen, Vincenzo Garcia, Mate Kovathidze. What a drive, the only driver here from Georgia, 19 positions. Louis Basseret, Juan Pinson, and another great move moved from Boaz Maximov from 32nd up to 11th. Then it's Fianchi, Uso Saranki, Mikalik, Raju from India in the top 15, Rakovsky, Mins and Nissan. Mins and Nissan second and third with 3 corners to go. They finished 17th and 18th. Dimitri Matrenin, Mats van Rooyen, Franicek Baluziak, Joao Pereira, Marlon De Salvo, Uros Bogdanic and Minjai Lee complete the top 25. Nicholas Casarino, Chen Kang Tseng, Paul Schern in 28th. You can see the rest of the drivers: Luis Sanchez, Khaled Najjar, Lucas Skellers, Gasparovic, Lempen, Van Meeuwen, Anderson and Nader finish the order. Lots of drivers there that you pointed out. Paul Schern, he'll be disappointed with that. Lucas Sellers as well.
Yeah, so a couple of drivers there having really good positions there in the final couple of laps, but then yeah, came crashing down when they had the contact made in the last couple of corners there in the last sector.
All those drivers we've just seen have got 1 heat race to go. The other half of the 72 strong Minimax field are set to go out now. We're looking down at the dummy grid. There is the number 168 kart of Portugal's Afonso Ferreira. And we have the number 152 on our screens, Thomas Predia from France. Now, yesterday, we had Christopher Alfagali won the 1 race, and it was Jacob Ashcroft. Yes.
Exactly.
And
so,
Ashcroft will go out in this one.
Yeah, he's been the quickest also this morning in morning warm-up. That was for the, I think, the even drivers. He's running the 1-2-2. He was the quickest in wet conditions. That was, we should say. So we have the dry conditions now on track. We will see how we get on.
Now, this is such an ultimate test of skill. Yesterday, the heat was dry.
Yep.
This morning, warm-up was wet. Now, the race we have somewhere in the middle.
yeah, sure. So we've run through all.
Yes, we haven't had any snow yet. No, but we're not going to either.
No, I don't expect. No.
No. But you never know. This week, the weather has thrown absolutely everything at these drivers. It is the ultimate test of driver's skill. It's what makes this event so special, Hoost. You've been out in the paddock a lot this morning, back and forth. The general atmosphere, though, is still quite good.
Yeah, still very good. Still, I think, as it most of the times has been here throughout the week, we've seen.
And what I want to point out very quickly is that we did mention this morning the Rotax shop is on site, and also the brand new Grand Finals website. We have the Rotax merchandise, which Hust is modelling here for us. So if you like that, you can go online and order it from the online Rotax shop, along with many, many, many other things. You never thought you'd be a male model, did you?
No, I didn't.
But there we go.
It's not really my career path, I must be honest.
No, driving and commentating is what we're doing. So, Ashcroft, yesterday's race winner. The grid will be with us shortly. As a mechanic, I mean, as a driver, let's take this through this. You've been in this situation. What is the most important thing for a driver to do with the changing conditions? Do you worry about what your mechanic has done, or do you just have faith in your mechanic to do his job so you can just focus on what will be on the circuit?
No, I think working together with your mechanic in this condition is the best thing. So of course these drivers have their experience from home. They may or may have not experienced these type of track conditions. So they work together. They get through their setup. They get through their tire pressures and these sort of things. So I think for the drivers now is the warm-up lap which matters most, to see how the track conditions are, where can I place my kart, where can I put overtaking, where do I need to be careful. So
until you get out there, you can't physically see, oh, okay, there's a damp patch there, there's a slight puddle there, or this is a too wide line going into this corner that you can work with. It is going to be very, very exciting indeed. This is Group B and Group D. On the left-hand side of your screen, you see Harry Bartle. Now, it's important, number 138. First things, we have to say a big hello to Rodney Bartle. So, 1, 2, 3. Hello, Rodney Bartle. Rodney Bartle is Harry's dog. And
is it?
Believe it
is
or
he
not,
watching?
The dog watches.
Oh, wow.
The dog watches. On the back of Harry Bartle's crash helmet, he has got a big picture of Rodney every time Harry is interviewed. And if you interview Harry later on, because I know this afternoon you and Jen are going to be out in the pit lane in the paddock, I bet you he will say hi to Rodney. Rodney is watching. Now, the karts are on circuit. 36 Minimax drivers, Group B and D, here is your starting lineup. Row number 1, Jacob Ashcroft, second of the grid, Harry Bartle on pole and all British row number 1. Vasileios Malamis and Greece and Kai Johnson from Team USA on row 2. Alfonso Ferreira and Alois Girardet on row 3. Then it's Thomas Preda and Travis Teo from Malaysia on row number 4. Row 5, another Thai driver, Toby Gale and Tiger Tezuka. Then it's Zain El Homassani, representing the UAE, but a very proud Egyptian, and Ryusei Sawada on the outside of row 6. Bautista Panetta from Argentina and the fastest lady, Yvonne Stimianova on row 7. Marcel Zivo and Arnas Kaplikas on row number 8. Row number 9, Max Sadursky and Zach Tucker. Then Zedek Babicek and Gage Korn round out your top 20. Row number 11, Adam Kaji and Lucas de Longchamp, Jakub Kubera and Alexis Bayerjon on row number 12. Row 13, Ruben Gutierrez and Corey Carson, Antoine Lemieux and Philippe Reis on row number 14. Row 15, Patricio Gallardo and Jigen Yoshida. Row 16, Caleb Odendahl and Nikita Lubimov. The last 2 rows of the grid, Brando Badoni and Dinia Islamov, Edward Kennedy and Fausto Arnado round out the field. Arnado starting at the back because every single one of his qualifying laps he broke the track limits rule, so the laps were excluded. Watch for the Argentine driver to make a good move forward. Lights are out, we're off and racing, and we're going to get 36 karts through turn number 1 safely. Just about now. They fan out 4, 5 wide, and round the outside, possibly was that Kai Johnson making a good start, or I think Harry Bartle may have held on. No, Bartle's down to 3rd. It is Jacob Ashcroft in the lead, but another generally good clean start as one driver runs very wide, but breathe a sigh of release now, Mini Maxfield.
Yeah, much more even start than we saw the previous heat, with both rows being much more equal together. We have one driver off in turn number 6, I believe.
Exploring the scenery, that driver was. But he does get back online. We'll pick up that. Let's have a look coming up the hill. You can see at the top of your screen somebody very, very fast on the outside line. A little bit of rain. Trying to see who that was, but they do keep it straight. The tyres will be very, very dirty, very, very muddy. And that driver, I think, may have been it was Patricio Gallardo from Chile.
Yeah, so that's the trouble with the track being as it is now. With these damp patches, you're trying to go a couple karts wide into the wide turn number 6, but with the wet patches still being there, you have the chance of getting caught out.
Now, Jacob Ashcroft lead, but under intense pressure from Kai Johnson and Harry Bartle. I think Kai Johnson may have taken the lead. Now Kai is not wearing his Team USA race suit because it got very, very wet. He forgot to put his wetsuit on for practice, so the race suit is damp. We've got a driver in the background going off, but it is still Ashcroft leading, Bartle at the 2nd, Johnson in 3rd. Then it's Vasileios Malamis in 4th for Greece, but he's under pressure from Thomas Preda with Alfonso Ferreira, Portugal, also in this battle. 5-kart breakaway, then a big group for 6. The 5 leaders, Ashcroft, Johnson, Bartle, Malamis and Preda.
Yeah, I think not necessarily in that order still, because they are fighting throughout this lap, as we see the sector times being in a little bit different order coming through, but we'll have the complete order of the top 5 and they will cross the start and finish line in a couple moments time. But it is still Jacob Ashcroft in the lead, narrowly followed by Harry Brittle now and Kai Johnson in 3rd, with Malamis in P number 4 and Thomas Pradier in P5.
Yes, indeed, and the 2 British drivers working together. You saw Harry Bartle just sitting. Is that Harry that's taking the race lead? It is Harry that's now taking the race lead, I believe. Up the hill, Bartle and Ashcroft following, working very, very close together. The 2 British drivers, they will try and push away because, they're going to hope that Kai Johnson and Malamis, the Greek driver, will battle behind. Johnson in 3rd, Malamis 4th. Look at Preda holding on. Alois Girardet is up into P6 for France, but he's a long way back. Then Ferreira, Travis Teo from Malaysia, and Ryusei Sawada from Japan round out the top 9, with Panetta, the Argentine driver, in 10th. Arnas Kaplika sadly has retired the Team Lithuania kart, and I'm looking at see where Fausto Arnado has already gained 10 positions from the back of the grid up to 26th.
Yeah, he's the biggest mover at the moment in this field, with also a couple other guys getting 8 or 6 positions gained already in these first 3 laps of this heat.
And this is a great view. It just gives you an idea of the undulation at start and how fast you're going down towards turn 1. Now the 2 British drivers, Bartle and Ashcroft, trying to work together. But if you look at 3rd, 4th and 5th as they come up the hill through turn number 6, Kai Johnson from Team USA, Vasileios Malamis from Greece and Thomas Pradier from France are closing in. We can have a 5-kart battle before the end.
Yeah, Thomas Pradier now clocking in the fastest lap, being the last driver in that group. He is getting the maximum out of that tow down the long straight for these Minimax drivers, and it is showing what we've heard earlier on in this week. With the tow being such great effect, you see these lap times stumbling if they are able to.
If you get in that slipstream, just the right zone, if you need to come out of this corner about 6 or 7 kart lengths behind, and that will give you the maximum tow. Side by side though, for 4th place, that's between Pradier and Johnson. That's not going to help them. 2 British drivers start the penultimate lap with about a 10 kart length lead. Oh, there's a move for 4th place. I think that was Pradier making a move on Johnson.
Yeah, Malum is there now getting quickest with a 64.7, but he is still a little bit too far away, with a gap now opening up to 4 tenths. And Jacob Ashcroft and Harry Brittle at this stage of this heat working together really well to help each other with that slipstream, pushing one another along the long main straight to stay away from the chasing 3 guys in that group.
So, as Wust says, Vasileios Malamis gets the fastest lap of the race. He is in perfect slipstreaming position as they come up the hill. We'll watch them on the start-finish straight to see as they come out of turn 15. Now, look at the gap between 2nd and 3rd. It's about 10 kart lengths. It's going to be a lot less by the time they get to turn number 3. Malamis has got to get his head down as we start the final lap. Bartle leads, Ashcroft 2nd. Now Bartle begins to defend. Here comes Malamis in 3rd place. He's not closing up as much as I thought. Behind him, Thomas Pradier in 4th place is right there. Down the hill towards turn 5. Bartle still leads, but he is defending from Ashcroft. What can Jacob Ashcroft do?
Well,
trying to make it 2 wins out of 2.
Bartle's been in the same situation here yesterday, leading the last lap and then being overtaken by Alpha Gali in this sector which they're entering now. So we'll see if Harry Bartle has learned from that experience.
And he has. He doesn't even give Jacob Ashcroft the chance to go around the outside, but Ashcroft is going to sit now. He's got maybe one down at the turn 12. This next corner, Hust, can Ashcroft make a gap? The answer is no.
Now he did have a look on the inside, but he saw that the defending move as a crisscross happens into the last couple of corners. We have there Malamis now in prime position, in position number 3, but he gets wide into turn number 15 and 60 now coming onto the main straight. We'll see who gets to the line first when they cross the line. It is Harry Brittle ahead of Jacob Ashcroft, ultimately with Malasis in position number 3. It is Thomas Pradier in position number 4, and the top 5 is completed by Kai Johnson.
Yeah, you can see that Malamis got up the inside into the penultimate corner, but then the momentum just took his wide. Ashcroft could just like ease back going into the corner. A great crossover move. Harry Bartle, the driver that started his career in the Daniel Ricciardo series in the UK, has now won his first race, or the first race of his career in the Rotax Grand Finals. Jacob Ashcroft. So we have Christopher Elfagali, a double winner, Ashcroft with a 1st and 2nd already, and Bartle with a 1st and 2nd already. Now with 1 heat for each of these drivers to go, we're starting to see a real order of sort of superiority begin to develop itself. 2 British drivers, 1 from Lebanon. There's lots of others still in contention, but every time you look up in Minimax, it's those 3 names that are at the head of the field.
Yeah, it sure is, and I think they will be battling throughout the week for the top spot in the final on Saturday afternoon.
Well, Bartle, Ashcroft, Malamis in 3rd, Pradier in 4th, Johnson 5th, Travis Teo, what a great drive from the Malaysian to finish in 6th position, Max Sadursky from 17th on the grid to 7th. Now, the iPad of Doom, the leaders, no problems there. Yes.
Doesn't look like it.
No, it doesn't look. The iPad of Doom has passed them by, and there's Pradier looking around, a bit of a nod to the number 104 of Travis Teo. That young man there on your screen, Travis Teo, Malaysia, they got 4 drivers here, and having a fantastic run in Minimax there with Travis Teo. Probably not one of the drivers that we thought would be strong heading there. There's Praga overlooking this Kashrabel and the rest of the Praga team overseeing the drivers. There's number 166. Yeah, that is Zain El Homassani. I know that Zain is very proud to represent the UAE in this competition, but he's even prouder because he's born in Egypt. And so even though no Egyptian driver got a ticket this year, he is sort of flying two flags. As we look at the provisional results from Group B and D in Minimax, Harry Bartle, Jacob Ashcroft, a 1-2 for Team UK, Vasilios Malamis for Greece third, Thomas Prada fourth for France, and Kai Johnson on Thanksgiving Day, fifth for Team USA. Travis Teo, sixth, and Max Sadursky, Marcel Zibo, Ryusa Sawada, and Lucas de Longchamp. Lucas de Longchamp up how many places, Rust?
Yeah, he went up 12 positions, as he did yesterday. He went up 8 positions, so the Longchamps in this heat really coming forward and getting into his zone.
De Longchamp is not a De Long shot for the win. Thank you very much. Gage Korn in 11th, then Alois Giraudet, Tiger Tezuka, Afonso Ferreira, Zain El Homassani, Zach Tucker, Yvonne Simeonova, and Jakub Kabera, the top 18. Zedek Babicek, Nikita Lubimov up to 20th, then Felipe Reis, Corey Carson, Brando Badoni, Ruben Gutierrez, Fausto Arnado from 36th to 25th, Adam Kaji, Caleb Odendahl, Alexis Bayerjon, Jigen Yoshida, Edward Kennedy, Didier Islamov, Bautisto Panetta, and the rest. Toby Gale, Antoine Lemieux, Patricio Gallardo. Sadly, Arnos Kaplikas failed to finish. So thank you very much to Gust Specken. We will be seeing Gust a lot more later on in the pit lane. The next couple of races are now, it's the turn of the junior Rotax category. This class supported by Sony Kart. And I wonder if my next guest is here and if we're going to go to the dummy grid now. Junior drivers, they will have 2 heats today, so 4 junior races to bring you here on the live stream. Don't forget, if you would like a shout out on the commentary, please send your stories or your messages to Twitter, Facebook and Instagram. The Rotax Karting Facebook page, the Rotax Kart Instagram handle, and the socials. We'll pick those messages up, and later this afternoon, if you want to shout out your support to a certain driver or a certain nation, please send Rotax a message and we will get those calls done for this afternoon. There is a look at the first of 4 junior heat races today. So there is a look at the starting lineup. And this race, I'm joined now by Emilian Denner from Sony Kart. Just settling himself in. A look at the 36 drivers on the grid. Well, Emilian, welcome to the commentary box. And this is not your first Grand Finals, but we're going to see a fantastic set of junior races. The junior race is always spectacular here in the Grand Finals.
Yeah, it is always, especially on this track. I think it's really difficult to get away, so it always makes it exciting races.
Indeed, it is. Now, obviously, you're a driver for Sony Kart. How proud are you of Sony Kart's support of this event? Sony Kart providing the chassis for junior, senior, and the E20 classes. You've got more go-karts here than anyone else.
Yeah, no, I think it's great, especially for the brand. Yeah, really good marketing from Sony Kart, and I think it's really good, really exciting classes and exciting races.
And now we are going to get underway with the first of those exciting races. Strap yourself in, Emilian. Here we go. The grid will be as follows. 36 drivers on a dry track. I think it's safe to say that the track is fully dry. So, pole position will be number 239, yesterday's winner, Vinnie Phillips from the Team UK, Mateo Radenkovic on road outside of row number 1, and all British row 2, Ethan Jeff Hall and Scott Marsh. Row number 3, Charlie Hart and Casey Enzo Smith. Then it's Leon Zelenko and Luis Iglesias. Row 5 and 6, Mateusz Karnajak and Kasper Toroboyski. Then Kasper Shermans and Maxence Bouvier share the 6th row of this grid. Cooper Auclair from Team USA and Austin Lee on row 7. Row 8 is Gustav Usakovs and Thomas Gomez. Row number 9, Emerson Vincent and Ziming Wang. Row 10, the top 20 completed by Javier Suarez and Patrick Lipovics. Row number 11 is Tito Giafone from Brazil and Emanuel Liudakis from Greece. Then it's Eric Enache from Romania and Francisco Altimir from Ecuador. Row 13, Matteo Maruti and Georgios Kafataris. Row 14, Ugo Martinello and Maxim Shurko. The top 30 will be completed by Tonis Tumingas from Estonia and Rayan Menaimne from Lebanon. Outside the top 30, Timothy Vladimirov, Jung Jung Choi from South Korea. And then it is Borunchit Watanathanakun and Katarina Thung from Malaysia. Geronimo Azar and Sebastian Bach round out the 36 kart grid. This will be a very exciting 8-lap race. Are we going to get a start the first time around? Watch the red light. Lights go out. We're off and racing. It's a good start for the pole man. Vinnie Phillips cuts across to push Radenkovic a little bit wide through turn number 1, and it is still Vinnie Phillips leading. And look at the British drivers up the inside. That's Scott Marsh and Ethan Jeff Hall. One driver spinning in the background, but in full team formation, the British drivers there, Emiliano, they did a good job of forcing Radenkovic out a little bit wide.
Yeah, exactly. Great start, no crashes. So yeah, exciting first lap so far. We're going to see how this is going.
Now we'll watch to see if Vinnie Phillips, he's defending a little bit into turn number 1 from Ethan Jeff Hall, Scott Marsh in second. I would imagine the British team would have thought, look, we've got a great chance of working together here, but Mateo Radenkovic, the yellow racing from Belgium, in 4th place looks like Casey Enzo Smith from South Africa. Then we have Leon Zelenko, the international trophy champion in kart number 251, the only driver from Croatia here. Imagine if you're the only driver from your nation, there's only one of you, that must give you a huge boost. Zelenko knows the whole country is following him.
Exactly, yeah.
Now, through the end of at the end of lap number 1, through turn 1, at the start of lap number 2, it is Vinnie Phillips and Ethan Jeff Hall pulling away. Now in the UK, Emilian, they drive for the same team, Strawberry Racing. They know each other very well. If you're Vinnie Phillips, you look behind and think, oh, it's my teammate. This is the best news possible.
Yeah, I think the best strategy now for them three is just to push each other and keep pulling away from the pack, and then towards the end, may the best win.
Charlie Hart in 3rd position there for Team UK as well. Radenkovic in 4th. Then it's Zelenko in 5th. Casey Enzo Smith from South Africa losing a couple of places. All 36 karts still running. Looking down there, Hugo Martinello may have had a bit of a problem, maybe a slight spin. But considering the track conditions, Emilian, a very, very smooth opening couple of laps.
Yeah, track condition really difficult. Starts drying a little bit, so yeah, it's not completely dry. Even for overtaking, it's quite difficult because the inside line is still a little bit wet. So
and the paint and the curves will be wet as well.
Exactly.
Well, I just watched Vinnie Phillips run a little bit wide coming out there. You've got to be very, very wary of that, don't you?
Yeah, you always have to.
Now, Radenkovic getting past for 4th place. Leon Zelenko moves into P4 for Croatia. Radenkovic down to 5th for Belgium. And we've got Scott Marsh down in 9th place there, chasing Casey Enzo Smith. In fact, Marsh now moves past the South African driver. Behind them, Maxence Bouvier runs out the top 10 ahead of Mateusz Karnajak. Toroboyski, Auclair, Shermans, Usakovs, Kapataris, Gomez, Suarez, Lipovic, Vincent, Inache from Romania. But it's a British 1, 2, 3, but Leon Zelenko in 4th place. Alex Goldschmidt was saying that Leon Zelenko qualified for this event at the International Trophy on kart number 251, and he was drawn kart number 251 for this event. Now, as a driver, you must have some superstitions as well.
Of course, you always have superstitions. Even like all the day, you have superstitions. So for sure, this is not a hazard. I think it's meant to be. It's
meant to be for Leon Zelenko. Well, that's what Leon's thinking. He's got his head down, but the 3 British drivers having a great job. Now Zelenko being overtaken, and this speed now in the junior karts, these drivers 13, 14 and 15 years of age, it's still well over 100 kilometers an hour, isn't it?
Yeah, it's easily. I have one of my drivers, he catches 130 kilometers per hour on the junior,
130 kilometers an hour in a junior. These are some of the best young athletes in the world, and we're proving it on your screens now into turns number 8 and 9. This is an area of the track where I think that we could see a lot of action later on. That's the last overtake opportunity. We've got a yellow flag down at post number 8, turn 12. I think this corner here we're looking at is where drivers might be thinking, okay, I'm going to have to go for it.
Yeah, this corner is really easy to overtake. You can just dive down the inside brake really late because everyone's going wide to not kill the speed of the car. So I think the easiest overtaking spot on the track.
Now we look as we complete the first half of this race. Sadly, Maxim Shirko from Lithuania has had to retire. We've got 35 carts still running. It's still a Team UK. 1, 2, 3. Phillips, Jeff Hall and Charlie Hart. This is Charlie Hart's last race in a go-kart. He moves into Giannetta's next year, and imagine that though, you've got an opportunity to win a Grand Finals in your last ever race. That is going to be your ultimate goal.
Yeah, exactly. Really nice to always finish his karting career on a high. I hope for him, and good luck for the next year.
He's got a Belgian driver who would like to stop that statistic. Matej Radenkovic has closed back in, so good work from Radenkovic in 4th, Zelenko in 5th in the white race suit. Then you've got Luis Iglesias in 6th in the French race suit, Scott Marsh with the British race suit in 7th, Austin Lee, a driver from the USA, now living in Germany, in 8th place. Then it's Casey Enzo Smith. We got the lead group is getting bigger and bigger and bigger, even though the two leaders have been working together.
Yeah, as I said before, really difficult to pull away here because even from 2nd to 6th place, they are pushing each other as well to come back to the leaders. So it's going to be an exciting final laps.
And you can see that Radenkovic in 4th place, even though he was trying to pass Charlie Hart a lap ago, he was like, no, we're all going to push. Oh, and that is Zelenko getting sideways. Well caught, though.
Yeah, as I said, inside's still pretty wet, so it's slippery, and you have to be careful about that.
But of course, each of these drivers, you know, they sort of be thinking a little bit about, I must defend a little bit, because, oh, there's a move from Scott Marsh up the inside. Is he going to make that stick? Yes, he does. So Scott Marsh goes past Luis Iglesias. Now we've got Phillips leading, Jeff Hall 2nd. 3rd is Charlie Hart. Radenkovic is 4th. Scott Marsh up into 5th position. And I'm thinking that might be Austin Lee in 6th position for Germany, or is that Zelenko recovering? Well, check it next time, bars. 2 laps to go. Now, the 2 teammates still leading. Do you think Ethan Jeff Paul, put yourself in Ethan Jeff Paul's thing. Your teammates leading, you've got 2 laps to go. Are you going to sit and play nice, or are you going to go for it?
Nah, I'm going to go for it in this lap if I was him, so you can lead the last lap and then close every door and just win the race quite easily.
Again, you want to be leading into the last lap because then you're in control of track position. Yeah. You don't want to be chasing and trying to force your rival into a mistake.
Nah, because if you wait for the last lap, obviously he's going to close everywhere, so you can't pass anymore.
Well, let's find out what's going to happen. 11.5 to go. Phillips leading. Ethan Jeff Hall 2nd. There's someone's bottom. 3rd position is Charlie Hart. One of our photographers there just in a prone position on the circuit. Not quite sure. He thinks that, look, I made it onto TV. Well, one half of me made it onto TV. Now it's actually a British 1, 2, 3, 4 because Scott Marsh has gone past Radenkovic into P4. Radenkovic is down to 5th position. We're going to start the last lap. Now, Vinnie Phillips checks over his shoulder. Here comes Ethan Jeff Hall to the inside, and Phillips doesn't fight it. Will he fight back? Through turn number 2. Down towards turn number 3. Ethan Jeff Hall, this year's European champion in junior Rotax, has the race lead. He won the Euro trophy. Now Vinnie Phillips has got maybe an opportunity to see where Ethan's kart is strong. Up the hill, Hart 3rd, Marsh 4th. Let's have a look at this move.
Yeah, slipstream move into the first corner. Quite easy. I mean,
you need help from your rival, don't you?
Yeah, exactly.
Going to come across.
Exactly. I think if they weren't teammates, it would be a bit tougher. But yeah, playing it smart for the team.
So down towards turn number 12, it's Jeff Hall from Phillips, Hart, Marsh, Radenkovic in 5th position. Can Belgium and Matej Radenkovic stop a British 1, 2, 3, 4? Here comes Vinnie Phillips to the inside. Out the final corner, Ethan Jeff Hall will take the win. Phillips tries, but no. 3rd position, Charlie Hart. 4th position, Scott Marsh. Then it is Radenkovic, Zelenko, Iglesias, Enzo Smith, Shermans, Lee, Kapataris, Karnajak, Toroboyski. You still see the carts come across the line. And that's the thing, with such equal equipment, the fighting is all the way down the field. Even the drivers coming across the line in 30th position, the battling is just as hard.
Yeah, it makes this rule makes it races really close, but I think it's good for the drivers. Make the best driver win. They all have the same equipment, so I think that's good.
Now, you haven't played this game yet, Ian. I haven't played a game called the iPad of Doom. The iPad of Doom is when you go into the weighbridge area, you have the official with their iPad checking your front fairing.
Ah,
See
yeah.
if the bracket, so we call it if you have your photograph taken by the iPad of Doom, then that means a penalty is
Of
coming.
5 seconds.
Yes, indeed. So, what also is strong, I mean, obviously, the French team, I noticed I did the Euro Trophy, I know the NSK, the French Championship is very, very strong, which is why we're seeing Carnajac, Bouvier, Iglesias all finishing in the top 14. The British Championship this year has been incredible. Having a strong national series helps you when you get here, does it not?
Yeah, it does, because you have to fight even harder to get the ticket if there is a lot of competition in your own country. So when you come here and you have a difficult, let's say, field in your country, when you come here, it means you really deserve your ticket, and yeah, that makes the competition even bigger.
Now, the iPad of Doom has passed the leaders. There's Ethan Jeff Hall, just taking his crash helmet off, and Team UK's there's the number 245 cart. That's Charlie Hart going through. Now, the iPad of Doom has passed these drivers, and there's Ethan Jeff Hall. Doesn't look too... Looks quite happy, and moving his cart. Charlie Hart behind in cart number, no, Scott Marsh, sorry, in cart 205. Smart driver there with their wetsuits on. That is the number 247. Is that Gustav Usakovs?
Louis
no,
Iglesias.
it's Iglesias, sorry. Obviously likes his French race suit so much, doesn't want to get it damp.
Exactly.
Casey Ensor Smith from South Africa goes through cart 209. He's been very, very quick all weight, so I think the iPad of Doom has passed this lot. There's the number 269 of Matthias Carnajac. Looking at some of the things, I mean, the Greek champion there, Georgios Kafantaris, we say that's not necessarily the biggest grid national, so to come here on after a small national grid and then to finish in the top 11, 12, it's even more impressive.
Yeah, it's really impressive. I think he also had the fastest lap and came back 15 places, so he made a really good race. But yeah, it doesn't mean that you're not good if you don't have a big field in your country,
yes.
but you can still make great things.
This is the chance to prove yourself. So there's the look at the provisional results. Ethan Jeff Hall, Vinnie Phillips, Charlie Hart, Scott Marsh and Mateo Radenkovic top 5. Leon Zelenko, Louis Iglesias, Clayton Enser Smith, Casper Shermans and Austin Lee, your top 10. Georgios Kafantaris, Matthias Carnajac, Kaspar Toroboyski, Maxence Bouvier and Thomas Gomez, the top 15. Javier Suarez, Gustav Usakovs, Patrick Lipovics are your first 18 finishers. Then Tito Giafone, the son of Felipe Giafone, former IndyCar driver who's going to be joining us later on for commentary. Emerson Vincent is 20th. Ziming Wang, Emmanuel Ducas, Tonis Tubingas, Matteo Baruti and Sebastian Bach, the top 25. Rayan Menamne, Cooper O'Clair, Hugo Bartinello, Timofey Vladimirov, and do you want to say the next one? Varunchit?
Nah,
No?
I don't think I'm capable.
Varunchit, Wanatanathun. Watanathanathun. Then Geronimo Asa, Francesco Altimar from Ecuador, Young-Hoon Choi, Katarina Thung, Eric Inache. Sadly, Inache retired on the last lap, and Maxim Shirko retired on the opening lap. And looking down there at some of the drivers going through. We talk about a few. Ziming Wang, for example, finished 21st in that. This is Ziming's very first year go-karting. He's qualified for this. He started there, so he's working with Blake Choker and the BBR team in Canada, part of Team Canada. He's going to see what he's in kart number 201. Not quite sure if we're going to see him. Can you imagine, if you go back to your first year in karting, Emilian, to come at the end of your first year, how did you do in your very first year of karting all those years ago?
My first year in karting was 2017. Wasn't that long ago. I started with the German Championship, and I did my first KT2 World Championship in Wackersdorf, and yeah, ended up I didn't go to the final, but.
So in your first season of karting, you ended up at a world level event like this.
Yes.
So you just started in gearbox karting.
Yeah,
is that correct?
I started straight away with gearbox because I was already 15 and I didn't have. For me, it was better to go straight up to the king category, in my opinion.
So you've got that experience of like, yeah, that first and, you know, that first year, it's very, very daunting. You didn't make the final, but, you know, to have that in the first year for Zimming, it must be mind-blowing that he has achieved this amount of success in his first year.
Yeah, I think it's already great to be here, and yeah, he fought for his ticket. For the case of the 2 World Championship, I didn't have to fight for any ticket. That you can just register and drive the race, and he deserved his place here. So I think he must be really proud.
Another thing that you bring up a very important point. A lot of people think that if you don't start karting at like 4 years old, then you will never make it. That you can't wait till you're 14 and 15 and start. But you're proof that you can. If there are kids back home now who love karting but they've never raced before, and they're 13, 14, 15 years old, Emilian, you're proof that you can get to the top of the game even if you're a late starter.
Yeah, I think it's never too late. You can go anytime. For sure, it helps if you start with a younger age, because you start with with easier categories. But for sure, with time will help for experience. But it's never too late to start. I started, and with work and dedication, for me, you can achieve great things.
So hard work and dedication, correct, you can achieve great things. But also, there are a lot of drivers here, especially in the Masters categories, but this is a hobby for them. They have businesses, they have work outside. They don't have dreams to be a professional racing driver. They want to work hard during the week, they want to be competitive, they want to have fun and race karts, and they get a chance. So for the parents or people watching back home as well, this event, the Rotax opportunity, the distributor network, that is also a chance for people to, yes, they couldn't race as kids, but now they're adults, you can still come and race and qualify if you're good enough for an event like this.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
just look at the scene.
Yeah, it's perfect. No, the scene is amazing here. The track is amazing. There are a lot of people and full of great drivers. And yeah, it's never too late to start. You can always start, and even if you're a master, you can still qualifying in the end and to come to the grand final. So it's never too late. There are drivers. They are 40 years old. They're still driving. So you can do it anytime.
Indeed. And there is a look at some of the 60 nations, the flags flying over there. The grid, what a beautiful sight there, you know, 36 so many karts ready to go. We've had a very unusual race in that last one in terms of, it's very, very unusual. I cannot remember ever an event in the grand finals where the same nation has taken the top 4 positions, so that's incredible. I don't think we're going to see that again in this race. Let's have a look at some of the drivers. There is the number 206 kart of Matej Konik from Slovakia. There goes Fracassi, the Italian driver, out of the circuit. And there's the drone following the drivers. Here is your starting lineup for qualifying heat Group B and Group D in Junior Rotax. What a great view. Don't like those clouds in the background, but the sun is shining. B, pole position. Let's have a little look at the starting lineup. I'm bringing it up on my screen. Tommy van der Stroys and Mohamed Bali on row number 1. Van der Stroys for Belgium, Mohamed Bali for Team Bahrain representing Kuwait. Then Jan Pinto and Nick Trobeck, Yuzuki Sato and Enzo Ball, Andres Pickle and Gathon Irasu, Uruguayan on row number 4. Matej Konik and Daniel Houseworth, Alberto Fracassi and Noah Wolf on row number 6. Row 7, Santiago Batstaraka and Mikkel Pedersen, Jorge Ortiz and Rio Sakai. Row number 8. Row number 9, Jensen Burnett, Tino Sidler. Row 10, Alan Krepsich and Dion van Verwen. That's your top 20 on this 36 kart grid. Ryan Maxwell, Armand Hamilton, Alvaro Aritman and Igor Stepanov are up next. Row 13, Kamal Murad and Javier Medellin. Then Marty Rittinen and Filippo Parmigiani. Row number 15, Anton Humphreys, Shachiro Shioda, Vian Bischoff and Ben Hernandez. The last 2 rows of the grid, making up this 36 kart field, is Greta Rosen, Bern Copino, Abai Mohan Kumar and Sebastian Orozco. Great view from our kart data drone. We're into the tram lines, 8 laps, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a great start from Tommy van der Stroys and a terrible, well, Mohamed Bali didn't get away very well, the red race suit. Oh, and a crash in the background, 3 drivers getting turned around. I think they've all managed to sort themselves out, but it is Tommy van der Stroys from Belgium who leads. Mohamed Bali on the outside of row number 1, who had our camera cart on yesterday, is in that red race suit. He's representing, he's qualified in the Bahrain Championship. He's got a Kuwaiti license, so the Kuwaiti flag is next to him, even though originally he's from Saudi Arabia, but he's representing the Bahrain International Kart Circuit here as yellow flags waving. Mali down to 3rd or 4th position. Israel's Jan Pinto has made a good start, but what a getaway. Tommy van der Stroys, he has gone off like a scalded cat.
Yeah, great start from our pole sitter, a little bit of contact further back, and no, really great start for him. I think it's a great advantage to start the second lap with a big gap like this, because you don't leave the slipstream to the second, and makes your life a bit easier.
Yes, indeed. Nick Trobech is up into 3rd position. I'm looking down. I think we lost Ben Hernandez on the opening lap. Team USA's Ben Hernandez. And also from Philippines, Bern Copino was being delayed quite badly. So yes, Bern Copino actually not coming around the end of that first lap, so maybe the Filipino driver has retired. Ben Hernandez, you can see at the top of the screen, right at the back, but it is van der Stroys, Pinto, Trobech. Wally is in 4th position. Then it's Enzo Ball, Yuzuki Sato, Gathon Irasu, Noah Wolf, Andres Pickle, and Alberto Fracassi. And there's Noah Wolf making a move at the inside of Mohamed Wali. And oh, somebody running wide there, 2-kart spin. Oh, unfortunate there for the driver in number 206. That was Matej Konek. You saw the driver in front go for a spin, and Konej under braking. That's the worst problem for a driver. You see the kart spin in front of you and you think, oh no, if I don't go off, I'm going to hit him.
Yeah, that's just bad luck. Nothing you can do, just avoid him instead of going into him. So.
But thinking about it like this, if you make contact with the driver and carry on, then you get a nose cone penalty, front fairing. If you just drive off, here we are on board with Mohamed Wali, right behind Noah Wolf. Wolf checks over his shoulder. We've got in front of us, that is Enzo Ball, through turn 3. Great on board. Try and talk us a little bit around this next part of the circuit, Emilia.
Yeah, so here, great overtaking opportunity. You have to have a great exit over here to carry it on the up the hill. And I think Noah Wolf going for the inside on the next corner, so we're gonna see.
Let's have a look. Will Noah Wolf dive to the inside? Yes, he does. Oh, Ball defends. Noah Wolf squeezes him. Noah Wolf makes the gap. Wali picks him a place. That's perfect driving from Mohamed Wali. Let Noah Wolf do the hard work. You take advantage.
Exactly.
Now we go down the hill towards turn 12.
Here also great overtaking opportunity, but I think great overtaking from Noah Wolf, quite aggressive, but that's how you make it stick, and that's how you make yourself some space and put your opponent a bit in the trouble.
When you're at this level of competition, you have to be aggressive. Aggression is the only way. It's so close. The drivers are so talented. Now, watch Wali. This is the slipstream effect in full blow. It looks like Wali's got a more powerful engine, but it's not. Wolf is just cutting the air, and Wali gives him a little love tap there, working with Noah Wolf to try and pull away. We're halfway through. This is the battle for 4th and 5th. Up the hill once again.
Going a bit wide, Noah Wolf, but yeah, it's quite. It's going to be quite difficult. They're going to fight for 4th place until the end, because the rest of the pack is far ahead. So we're going to see.
And what you can't see from the front of Mohamed Wali's kart is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, about 15 karts directly behind him. No wonder Mohamed Wali was tucking in behind Noah Wolf so much to try and push away, as the top 3 breaking clear. It's Van der Stroys, Trobech and Pinto, the top 3.
Yeah, perfect for them. So worst case scenario, they're gonna finish. One of them gonna finish 3rd. I think the rest is too far to fight for top 3. So we're gonna see.
Yes, we're starting lap 5 out of 8, and you can see there's Wali again trying to. Oh, and you can see Noah Wolf there blocking. Now Noah Wolf is starting to defend.
Yeah,
now Noah Wolf is starting to defend, coming out of there, and he's backing the rest of the pack up. This is difficult now for Mohamed Wali, because if Mohamed Wali maybe goes a wide line to try and undercut, he's got Enzo Ball, Gathoniras, Sarkassi, Pickle, Houseworth, Hamilton and Stepanov right behind him for company.
Yeah, you have no room for mistakes when there's such a big train of cars, because if one guy overtakes you, then like 3 or 4 cars gonna go with him. So Yeah, you can't do any mistake, and the best is just to lead the pack and then defend, in my opinion.
And of course, the more that Noah Wolf defends, the bigger the pack behind gets. So
Yeah,
we've got at the moment, this battle is for 4th place, all the way down to 16th. Kamal Murad in 16th position is the last cart in this battle. So here's the leaders coming on to start lap number 6. It's still Van der Stroys, Trobech and Pinto. Again, Israel, great result for Israel at the moment. Jan Pinto just got to be smart.
Yeah. In my opinion, just wait for the penultimate lap or the last lap to start the fight. The others are 3 seconds back, so there's no chance they're gonna catch them. Ooh, and they touch.
Yes, and that was Trobech committing. Trobech dived at the inside, a little bit slippery there on the inside line, turn number 5, understeered wide. Jan Pinto, let's have a look at this again.
Yeah, brake a bit late, and there was no room for overtaking. In my opinion, it was too close. So a little bit of a mistake from him, and cost him the place.
And you can see him on the curb, then slamming on the brakes to avoid the collision, and which was smart driving. But sometimes you've got to go for those moves. Not every move comes off how you plan.
Exactly.
And it does mean that Nick Trobech is now falling back. This battle for 4th place, well, it's still there. Wolf and Mohamed Vali, they've managed to pull away. Noah Wolf needs to turn around and shake Mohamed Vali by the hand, because Mohamed has helped Noah Wolf through this race.
Yeah.
You can see 4th and 5th, they started to pull away, and in 6th position, we're beginning to defend. And that sounds like an exhaust that's come off. Armand Hamilton has stopped. We've also lost Greta Rosen, and so she's gone through in 34th place, but Armand Hamilton, you can see standing at the side of the circuit. So we've lost the Australian driver. But Jan Pinto from Israel, I don't think Israel have ever won a race in the Grand Finals. Certainly never had a medal. They've never won a heat race, in my opinion. Can Jan Pinto set a new record for Israel? Let's see.
It's gonna be difficult. Last couple of corners is a bit too far back. I think the order gonna finish like this.
We got one more lap to go, though. One more lap to go. This is only lap 7 out of 8. You know, don't count your chickens before they hatch. But Pinto and Trobech just caught back up. So Trobech just caught back up. Now the battle's going to begin. Last lap board goes out. You can see Van der Stroys looking over his shoulder. Here comes the slipstream. Pinto and Trobech.
Now he better close the door, and yeah. But he has. It looks like the Belgian guy has quite a good engine. He doesn't get that bad in the straight.
Yeah, Pinto. I think Pinto was more concerned with defending from Trobech. Here comes Noah Wolf in 4th place with the yellow crash helmet. Mohamed Vali with the bright red Bahrain race suit in 5th position. That loud exhaust going past. Not quite sure who that is. It might be Ryan Maxwell, who was also at the stop. Or Daniel Hausworth from Austria. Battle is on for 2nd place. Pinto and Trobech. That's going to give the win to Tommy Van der Stroys. That is what you want as a race leader, to see the 2nd and 3rd place battling.
Yeah, then you have the gap, and you know you're going to win the race quite easily. But see how fast they catch 4th and 5th place, catch the top 3 and 2. As soon as you start the battle, you basically you compromise your entire race.
Yep, now Noah Wolf out of the last corner. So Tommy Van der Stroys from Belgium takes the checkered flag. Who holds on? Jan Pinto holds on for 2nd for Israel. Then Nick Trobech in cart number 246 finishes in 3rd for Slovenia. Noah Wolf 4th for Team UK. Mohamed Vali for Kuwait and Bahrain is 5th, and Enzo Ball in 6th. Alberto Fracassi is 7th. Gathon Irathu is 8th. Tino Siedler 9th. Igor Stepanov rounds out the top 10 for Kyrgyzstan. And then it is Andrej Pickle, Jensen Burnett, Shoshiro Shioda. Great from Shoshiro Shioda from Team Japan, up 17 positions. I think he moves up more than anybody else. Then Jorge Ortiz, Aaron Krepsik, Kamal Murad, Santiago Batstarika, Dion van Verwen, Marty Ritteren, Sebastian Orozco from last on the grid from Colombia's Sebastian Orozco to 20th. That's just proof that even if something goes badly wrong in qualifying, and I think Orozco maybe did not compete in qualifying, to never give up.
No, you have 3 heats to come back, and if you have the speed, it's always possible to come back and enter the final.
Well, we look up there, and you can see the carts coming back now. The leaders coming back into the pit lane. The iPad of Doom is waiting. Let's have a look. There's the iPad of Doom in the center of your screen. Who gets their photos taken? Oh, he's lucky. Let's play, let's play. Do we have a winner? Oh, Noah Wolf, the iPad of Doom. That's bad. Let's have a look. Next back there goes the number 254. He's okay. There's Mohammed Vali. He's okay. There's the number 242. Anyone else going to win the iPad of Doom game? No, they're through. So Mohammed Vali, that is a sign of, that's a great view. The cart's getting out. Oh, the body language of Noah Wolf. I'm sure in your career, Emiliano, you've had that problem before.
Yeah.
What do you do as a driver? You've just done all that hard work and now you know you've got a penalty.
Nah, the problem is always, most of the time when you get the bumper is an unlucky situation that you cannot avoid. So you're just gonna hit the guy in front of you, and but you just, then you push your hardest the whole race just to get back the 5 seconds as most as possible, and then when you arrive to the scale, you just say, hopefully, maybe the guy doesn't see that I have a bumper.
Oh no, our iPad of Doom sees everything. But as a driver, are there times that you know, okay, look, I know my bracket is down, or are there other times where you don't notice it until you see, until you are there?
Yeah, sometimes you look when you're driving. When you hit someone, you look if you have the bumper. Then if you have the bumper, you know you're a bit in the shit.
Yes, there we are. That's a technical term, ladies and gentlemen. You have a problem.
Yeah.
But yes. So here's a provisional result. Tommy van der Stroy, Jan Pinto, Nick Trovec, Noah Wolf, Mohammed Vali, your top 5. Then Enzo Bar, Alberto Fracassi, Gathron Irasu, Tino Sidler, Ergo Stepanov, Andres Pickle, Jensen Burnett, your top 12. Soichiro Shioda, Jorge Ortiz, and Aaron Krepsik, the top 15. Kamal Murad, Santiago Batstarika, and Dion van Verwen, the rest of the top 18. The top 11 separated by just 5 seconds. Marty Rittonen, Sebastian Orozco from last on the grid, less than 10 seconds behind at the end. That's a great drive from the Colombian. Rio Sakai, Mikael Pedersen, Vian Bischoff, Boschoff, Javier Medellin, then Abhai Mohan Kumar, Alvaro Aritman, Anton Humphreys, Matej Konik, Yuzuki Sato, Ben Hernandez completes the top 13. See, going down the order, drivers in problems, we had Greta Rosen, Bernd Copino, sadly, Filippo Parmigiani, Daniel Hausworth, I think, was the driver with the exhaust problem, Ryan Maxwell from Canada, and Armand Hamilton, they failed to finish. Emilian, thank you so much for joining me here in the commentary box. The racing goes on, and we're going to see a lot more of you and Sony Car. I think your colleague Senna van Valstein will be joining me later on. How's Senna's voice today?
Senna's voice, you're going to see on the live stream, the people are going to see. I leave the surprise.
Okay, superb. Okay, there we go. Thank you very much, Emilian Denner.
Thanks to you.
What a great start to today's racing. The grandstand is clearing. And now, you and I aren't allowed in the Rotax club. They don't let us in the VIP area. However, Jenny Wade has managed to find her way in, and she is with a very special guest. Take it away, Jenny. We're going to call you Jenny VIP. Over to you.
Here we are at the Rotax Club, and Ferdinand Habsburg, you've got your pass. See if we can get in and get some nice lunch, or
I am sure I can get us
drinks.
all in. We're going to squeeze in and get some coffee and some cookies or something.
Let's go.
Hello. Thank you.
Thank you. We together. Hey. Rubens. Hi, Eduardo. The people you run into in the club. It's fantastic.
Yes. Formula One stars. You never know who you're going to see here.
No, I'm looking forward to who I'm seeing, but it looks like they're all ready for lunch.
Yes. Well, we are in the lower section right now.
Okay.
And this is where I've been hanging out yesterday with some old friends of mine. It's a nice place to be because also I was able to look out the window, and this is the pre-grid area just before the carts go on track.
Yeah.
And I was seeing my old friend Bradley Liebenberg getting ready, and it was the first time I saw him, so I knocked on the window and I said hi.
He's all focused, and suddenly his mind goes back to years gone by.
Exactly.
In Valencia, when you guys are racing each other at the Grand Finals.
I was ripping him a little bit because I told him since I saw him last he was getting a bit bigger.
I did notice, but I didn't want to say anything. But you're also bigger.
I'm bigger, but yes.
Okay,
anyway,
let's
but
take
the
a
food
look.
is delicious. I had
Really?
some amazing chicken and lasagna
Can we
here.
have a look?
Oh, I don't know. Is it ready?
Let's have a look.
There
I
is
can
some
smell.
soup.
I can smell it.
What have we got? Some meat
Yum.
today. Some more lasagna. But I must say my favorite place of the whole, is over here. It's not really allowed, but
How cool. Oh, the dessert.
I think this is my favorite.
I think we just will sit here. so we're nice and close.
Maybe we can cut it here and we eat
Yes,
some
we'll
of these
cut
cake
it
before
here
it's
and we'll
gone.
come back later.
No, we can continue now.
Because it looks like cheesecake. Fantastic. And you've got the timing screen, so...
Yep. It's a nice place to be when you're coming to the race weekend, especially for me. I'm not actually racing.
No.
I can calm down. It's nice and quiet, actually, even though the track's right there. And I can see my mates go out on the circuit. I get a perfect view of all the main straight and turn 5, 6, 7 here. You get the timing screen, as you said, and you're close to everything, so...
Especially with the weather.
Yeah.
It's been really a bonus.
It's nice to
a
have
bit
an
of
indoor
rain.
area.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe we can take a look upstairs.
Let's do that.
See what's happening upstairs.
Let's do that.
Hey, how are you?
Good, you?
Little stars. Thank you.
A little bit of coffee here.
Yes, we'll come back and get a coffee
I
to
get
have
through
with the
2 or
cheesecake.
3s a day.
Really? Already? Okay, Ferdinand, let's have a look.
Actually, the upstairs area I have not seen yet.
Okay, so
but,
we're going to...
Let me open the door for you, Jenny.
Thank you.
I will go as well. And as you said, you never know who you're going to spot, if it's an old friend or a new one.
Yeah. And maybe tomorrow's Grand Finals champion coming down the stairs.
Getting inspired.
Scotty's Biscuits. Our distributors, Colombia.
Fantastic. Right. Should we move up?
Here we go. Thank you. Oh. Oh, this is cool.
Hello.
Hello. Mandy Weisker, but you just don't know who you're going to run into. And our friends from Heidenau.
Yeah.
Making all the tyres.
So
This
a
is-
bit more cozy, I would
Yeah,
almost say.
this is really
Downstairs,
cool.
more of a dining area, I would
Yeah.
say. Here is more of a chill area with a bunch of couches, bar to get your Coca-Cola or coffee, as we were already discussing, and the balcony.
And the balcony. Let's have a look on
Plus-
the balcony.
Should we have a look?
Yes.
Take a look on the track from there as well.
Oh, there's Henry and Amelia. Gabby. The gorgeous Miss Gabby. Hi, Gabby.
Hi, hi.
Gabby's in the club. It's busy. Lots of people. Even kids. Drawing. What a view.
Want to stand in there?
And who do I run into? Oh, hi Tina.
Good morning.
Good morning. It's our Great Britain, UK distributor. How are you? Enjoying the club?
Yeah, it's beautiful, beautiful event again, so yeah.
And what about the club? Great food here.
Oh, here, the club lounge. Yeah, can't fault it.
No.
Yep, good as well.
I think you got the best view in the house.
It's wonderful. Bit more outdoor space could have been appreciated, but no, it's fine, it's lovely.
Maybe we should go up on the roof.
Good idea. Is there a ladder?
We'll open the roof. I think it's a great idea.
I think that's what the grandstand is
Oh, the
for,
grandstand.
actually.
Okay, that's the grandstand.
That's just right over there.
Yes.
But
okay.
still, it's nice to go one level up. You have
Yeah.
the roof above you, not like the grandstand, and you
No.
can still see a lot of the track.
Yeah.
I can imagine it gets crowded out here when
Yeah.
the races get going, but
It's not been too bad. I'm sure sort of Saturday and Sunday there's going to be a race for space, but yeah, it's not been too bad.
that means that it's exciting here, huh? When it's getting
It is
intense and
exciting.
everybody's getting pulled up, it means everybody wants to see
What
what's
a
going
view,
on.
though. Like you can see the
Yeah.
grid and the whole track.
No, it's brilliant. And you can wave to your favorite driver.
Yes.
Spot it, say his name.
I think that they can actually hear us because I am very loud, so I feel very sorry that for anybody that's got sitting next to me, especially on Saturday.
I did notice there weren't many people out here, Tina, while you're out here.
No, I've scared them all off.
Okay,
Right.
good luck.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Should we
Ferdinand?
take the exit?
We'll take the exit.
Perfect.
Thank
It's been
you.
lovely.
All right, now, but before we go, can we get some of that cheesecake? Maybe
I
a
was
coffee?
not even going to mention it now, but there is no
Okay.
question we have to
No,
take it.
All right. So we'll see you guys later. Thank you, Ferdinand, for the little tour of the Rotax Club. And people that will buy tickets can buy tickets and join the club.
It fits in any pocket.
Yes.
You scan it, you get in, and you have some cake.
Or if you see him, you know where it is, in his pocket. Thank you.
Cheers.
The 2023 lineup is here, and it's epic. More power, more control, more hardcore. Mountain beasts for off-the-hook riding. Virtually unstoppable crossover sleds. A trail legend. But the question is, have you got what it takes? We are Lynx. Are you?
rock and roll. Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
every week.
You guys think you can keep up? Up high, up high.
We gotta go out again.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
Gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
There are 72 drivers. We have 3 hits, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1
it happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well. So let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
The road to the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals has been full of twists and turns, but at long last, a familiar sound is in the air, the Rotax roar. After the silence, out of the darkness come 378 brand new chassis and Rotax engines heading towards a new future. And joining the family as part of the most spectacular sight in karting is our newest member, the Rotax E20. The smiles are hidden, but they are still there, as are the hallmarks of the Grand Finals: parity, fairness, and equality of equipment. Some things never change. Surrounded by this new, intoxicating, mesmerizing kingdom, our hearts begin to beat a little faster. The differences in 2021 are night and day, double the challenge. A new track, one that is beloved by all who tackle it. Scorching desert sun and cool Arabian nights. To be a champion, you must master both. Some will shine brightly, others will fade to black. After nearly 800 days, the Rotax family is back together. Our international bond resumes. Each driver is connected, but their goal is singular: to beat every other champion and become the best in the world. 5 long days and nights of practice, qualifying and racing have passed, and for the finalists, one last check. Every nut, bolt and wire fastened, secured and ready for the final test. Who will stand tallest and conquer the Rotax world? For the winners, the long road to Bahrain was worth it. All the trials, tests and tribulations fade to memory, replaced with the title of Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final Champion. For those who fell short, there's always next year. There will be a next year. Our journey to Bahrain was tough, but BRP Rotax would like to thank everyone who walked it with us.
T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Lift off.
when my dad brought home like an own-built go-kart, and we used it on the driveway. I used to driving back and forth in the neighborhood.
A girlfriend of mine asked me if I want to go karting, and I joined her. I had no idea what it was.
It was at a track in Hong Kong, a rental track in Hong Kong. It was the fastest thing ever, and I absolutely enjoyed it. I really want to go back every day.
And I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was a really great experience.
I was like 4 or 5 years old, just driving that. It was pretty amazing.
It's just amazing for the E20s to be the first-time part of the Grand Finals. I mean, there are 380 cars. That's just a really big event.
I think it's pretty good that we start pretty early with it and can develop it from here. And then we are testing it out and see what the pros and cons are with having the e-cars here.
The support from Rotax really made this first experience for me in the E20 class much easier than I thought it would be. I felt pretty comfortable in this environment. When you step on a gas, it's like, I've never felt torque like that in a racing go-kart before.
It's just immense speed, so the acceleration is just incredible.
When actually I saw the track on the ground for the first time, I said, wow, okay, this looks really good. I have to say that Brain has actually really delivered on both the torque ferme and the track as well, and the grandstand and everything.
Very exciting to drive in the E20, and hopefully I'll be on the podium.
Yeah, I'm here to win it. I'm here to win it all. Absolutely, no question about it.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
When I saw the karts for the first time, you know, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. The power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream. To earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Welcome back to the Grand Finals here in Portimão. Of course, just about to go out. Gust, it's going to be some exciting racing, you think, this afternoon with the seniors?
Yeah, for sure. We've seen juniors this morning, which was a little bit more calm than it was yesterday, but seniors up next with their first heat of the day. So their first race action on this heat Thursday, so we'll see how they got on.
Nice and dry track. As opposed to this morning when it was wet and foggy. But we've got a nice afternoon, I think, planned. The micros are finished. Of course, the e-kart's finished for the day. 2 heats, but these guys still have a little bit more to go. 3 heats.
Yeah, so we've got 72 drivers in juniors and seniors. So we've got seniors up now. So they'll be doing 3 heats for each class. Yeah. So they've done 1 yesterday. Everyone. They will do 1. I think they will do today. They will 2.
Yes, 2 more.
Do 2.
And of course the DD2 as well.
Yeah, and then they will do pre-finals tomorrow and then finals on Saturday. So.
Of course, pre-finals will decide who's going to be on the grid for the Saturday race. But in the meantime, we've got a lot of technical stuff coming up in between. We're going to talk to some of the guys when they come in. Yep. I know you'll be asking more of the technical questions. I might be asking them what actually happened out there.
Yep.
Because we see a lot on the live stream, but we don't see all. So sometimes this is also good. Now tell me, Gust, any tips, anything? I've seen a few people with lots of grass on their tyres. Obviously they went out for a bit of sightseeing.
They'll have the warm-up lap to clean that up, so I'm not too afraid of that. But yeah, we'll see. We have, up until now, we've had completely dry heats, and as we've talked earlier in the studio, we will see these drivers, especially in junior, seniors and DD2s, getting the tires through to the final because they have to run one set. So we'll see how they get on with their tires, if they're able to be gentle with them, to be nice with them, to not scrub too much rubber off these tires, and we'll see how they go.
Because sometimes I guess in that fighting for positions, it's easy to forget about that and the strategy of keeping the tyres good for the end.
Yeah, for sure.
To the end.
So,
Mojo D2 and Mojo D5 this afternoon on the seniors.
Yeah, so exactly. So I think we'll be talking about with some drivers about that issue as well. But
actually, talking about tyres, I might get a couple of the guys in to talk about tyres in the studio then this evening. Maybe we'll see if we can catch the test driver from BRP Rotax. I've also got some kids coming in. We're going to find out about the micros and minis.
So I have a stacked studio again.
We do have a stacked studio and maybe a special guest if I can get Henry to grab him from Formula One former days. So that's going to be exciting.
I think we have something special with him to do as well, right?
We do have something special.
Has some history with him.
He's got a surprise. He's got a surprise. We can't tell you. You've got to be there. But the race director there, Ramiro Bruto, going out on the track. So he's looking if they're ready to go. Anything else from this morning's racing? I guess the Mini was really, really good racing at the end there, so close.
Mini and Micro was mad as always. They were like going going as fast as they could, no strategy, nothing. Whereas Juniors was a little bit more calm than it was yesterday. Yesterday's Junior heats were also crazy, but I think the Junior heats this morning were a little bit more calm, a little bit more sensible. So they're feeling each other out in the front, getting a bit more of a feel for who they're racing against, because most of them haven't raced one another.
No.
Because they're simply not in the same continent.
That's right, 60 countries. So in the meantime, we're ready to go out. Henry will take over. Of course, with the juniors, now one heat to go, and then that will determine, of course, the ranking as to what position they start in the pre-final. So I will see you after the race. We might catch up with a few drivers as they come in, or mechanics, and make sure we try and get to talk to all different people, because if you have any questions or want to see any of your team members, please send a message.
Questions to the drivers, we can talk to them.
Sensible questions, not what are we having for dinner or where are we going to meet tonight, but you can text them about that. Henry Baudet also, if you want to do a shout out, I guess Henry can say hi to everyone at home and make sure you do that. So thank you, Gus Becken, our expert on the ground, and we'll see you after the race.
We'll see you.
Thank
Good
you.
luck.
Well, thank you, Jenny. Thank you, Hust. We are now getting ready for senior Rotax qualifying Group A and C. And joining me in the commentary box, a veteran of 7 Grand Finals from Team Lebanon, Matthias Degem. Matthias, you're here racing in E20. Didn't quite go to plan this morning, but Lebanon have got a great, great chance of a podium, not just with yourself, but also with Christopher Alfagali, which you've seen. But lighting up there on the grid, 36 senior Rotax karts. This is a time as a driver where the nerves, the butterflies are always going, aren't they?
Oh, definitely here. Your heart is beating and just waiting for the green lights to go. But definitely now when they're all going out, warming up, it all settles again.
So, out onto the circuit. We'll give you the starting lineup very shortly. Here we go. Group A and C in senior Rotax. Pole position, Ethan Faramon from France. Rohan Madesh from India on the outside of row number 1. Kai Hunter and Joep Vrieveld. The Joepsters fan club will be cheering on him on. Jan Stiak and Kai Rillarts, who won yesterday from Belgium on row number 3. Fuji Kishi and Guillermo Diaz on row number 4. Row 5, Guiliano Rauchi and Harrison Hoey. Kenta Kumagai and Patrick Donica on row number 6. Row 7, Aidan Fox and Brandon Carr. Row 8, Gabriel Cacciolo and Vilgot Edqvist. Move on to the rest of the top 20. It's Alexander Apkasava and Diego Cantu, Ethan Ho, our camera cart, and Aliska Babichkova round out your top 20. Then it's Owen Mangion from Malta, G. Cow, and then Christos Chatsis, Leon Mandel on row number 12. Row 13, Edwin Knesser from Lebanon and Theo Eriksson, Daniel Kukuruzov and Terry O'Connor on row 14. Row 15 is Gerardo Cuesta and David Lackner. Row 16, Yun Byum Hong and Akash Nandi. The last 2 rows of the grid, William Exton, Toby Spinks, Miguel Quinones and Khalid bin Shalash from Saudi Arabia. 36 karts. Now you're trying to just get yourselves into that racing frame of mind.
Yeah, definitely it's all up to the leader now to set the pace, and everyone else must follow. You definitely want to keep your bumper clean as well. I heard a few people got their bumpers in yesterday before the start. It's a bit unfortunate, but definitely everyone's eager to just get going now.
So here we go. There is Ethan Ho on board with the American driver Abzava from Latvia in front of him. They're into the tram lines. It's a nice, slow, steady start. Ethan Faraman and Rohan Madesh. 10-lap race. Oh, a couple of drivers out of the tram line. Lights are out. We're off and racing down towards turn number 1. It's a good start from Ethan Faramond. It looks like Rohan Madesh might have been dropped a little bit, and Kai Hunter up into P2 for Team UK. Round turn number 3. The leaders are through cleanly, but it is Faramond leading, Kai Hunter in second, and that looks like Madesh down to about 5th or 6th position, but generally a good clean start, Mateus. That's what you want as a driver.
No, definitely much clearer than yesterday. I mean, the seniors wanted too much too soon yesterday, and many carts went off. Just makes it more difficult for them now, but all seems okay now. I think no one's off yet. Right
in the thick of the pack. This is a bird's eye view of what it's like to be running in the middle of the pack here at the start of one of these races. Ethan Ho following Abzava, so those two drivers as they were at the start down towards turn number 12, prime overtaking opportunity. As a driver, you're looking not just at the cart in front, but 3 or 4 carts in front to see if there's going to be a spin or an accident as well. You've got to have eyes everywhere.
Definitely, you also need the eyes to the back because you want to make sure you're not getting overtaken. So you see from practice to the heats that the racing lines just get tighter and tighter because you want to cover your track position as well.
First lead change, Kai Hunter moves into top spot. And I know there's a lot of people up at karting northeast at Warden Law in the north of England watching and supporting Kai, as well as several other drivers. Louis Large in DD2 as well from that region of the country. But Kai Hunter takes the lead. Let's have a look. Talk us through. Oh, it's a Sony kart supported class, as obviously. But Kai Hunter, that was a clean move. Faramond slots into second. Third is Jan Stiak from Germany with the white race suit, and in 4th position looks like Fuja Kishi from Japan. So a nice 4-kart breakaway. Looks like that Breedveld has dropped back a little bit to 6th or 7th. Kai Rillarts, watch for Kai to start coming in, but Rohan Madesh from India is in 5th position. And Mateus, as a driver from 7 Grand Finals, you can relate to what it's like to be a driver from a country without a massive tradition, sort of trying to make your mark in the Grand Finals like Rohan is for India.
Definitely, when you arrive here, you doubt yourself a bit, just going against the world's best. But then when you see you have the pace, when you start fighting with them, you have to learn, and then you can prove it to yourself that you've actually got the chance to fight. And this is the perfect stage to actually learn from the world's best and improve yourself.
So, on board with Ethan Ho through turn number 3, now turn number 4. Great example of how much the slipstream effect can come into play. And Ethan Ho has managed to get himself, well, he's still in 21st position. Here are your leaders, a group of 4. Hunter from Faramond, Stiak and Kishi. Then, next up is Kenta Kamagai from Japan, Rohan Madesh, Giuliano Raucci and Kaius. Here we are looking at down the hill. Top 4 are all clear, but Rohan Madesh in Finn move for 2nd place.
Overtake back into 2nd.
That's Faramond passing Stiak. Easy move to do, but then you've got to be careful that you don't lose too much momentum coming up the hill.
Yeah, definitely. If they keep fighting, I think Hunter's already got it. He's broken clear already.
Yep, we're on lap number 3 out of 10. He waits to see. There is Hunter now. He's just out of range of the slipstream. That's perfect. That is just what Kai Hunter wanted. He hasn't got to worry about what's going on behind. But the second group, oh, and a problem there. And that's 2 carts going for a spin. Can't see who's gone around. That may have been Stiak. Oh, and there's one driver stationary in the middle of the track. They're all going to avoid. It's the number 307. Let's have a look. 37. That's Fuja Kishi. You can see Kishi getting turned round there. The driver with the orange crash helmet, just side-by-side contact. And I think that may have been... Was that Rohan Madesh getting involved in that collision? We'll soon find out as the order...
I think that was, because you can see the position has dropped.
Yes, Madesh down to 19th position, Kishi down to 20th. That's the problem that you have, you know. A little bit of experience getting the better of both the Indian and the Japanese drivers allowed the front pack to really split as we complete lap number. It's Hunter, Faramond, Stiak, then it's Ken Kumagai, Giuliano Raucci, Kai Rillarts, Hoey is 7th, Breedveld 8, Brandon Carr, and Guillermo Diaz, Donica, Fox, Cow, Abkhazava, Ericsson, Ho, Edqvist, and they're rounded out by Gabriel. But not something we're used to seeing. Look how far out the 3 leaders are. You could almost think about saving it.
Yeah, definitely. The thing is, you don't see out normally because the slipstream around this track that makes a must-haver today. It's not too windy, and as you saw, the people would chose to rather fight than follow the leader, and this has allowed the top to really spread out.
Here's the best battle. It is for 8th place on Rietveld. The Dutchman has got a fan club. Oh, and there's a problem behind that. 3-3-1 and the 3-1 car. That is Diego Cantu, the Mexican driver, and in number 3-1 is Wilgot Edquist from Sun. Didn't quite see how that accident started. 2 carts into 1 just doesn't go.
To me, it just looked like a late tight move, and I forgot who was in front, but he just did not want to give enough space.
And of course, down at the turn number 12, you know, the door does open. You have to take a wide line into that corner to get a good run up the hill. But of course, if you go wide, that's just an open invitation, isn't it?
Definitely. You've got to find a fine line over there.
Now, we look at, we're on lap number 6. So the yellow flag still waving down at post number 11. But it's Hunter with a 0.7 of a second advantage over Faramond. Then it's Stiak. At the scene of the accident, the marshals getting back on surface, so they've cleared the track. Riano Rauchi, fastest lap for the Brazilian driver. Riano in 4th position. Let's count them through. There's Hunter, Faramond, Stiak. Rauchi has got Kenta Kumagai right behind him. That's the 3rd, the 4th and 5th place drivers. They've got 6th and 7th, Kai Rillarts and Harrison Hoey for company as well. 7 laps to go into turn number 3. Hunter just controlling things. He made that one move, and then the rest of the drivers have sort of, you know, given the race to Kai a little bit, haven't they?
To me, he looks like he's got it in the pocket already.
You called it at about lap number 3. Further on back, a lot of battling going on. Sadly, Yun Byum Hong and Diego Cantu have retired, so the Korean driver and the Mexican driver, Vilgo Edquist, is down in 33rd. Fuji Kishi, who was up the front earlier on. Now let's have a look at Ethan Ho, trying to close in on the number 327 kart of Aidan Fox. So the 2 American drivers neck and neck, and this is for 13th and 14th position. I think it might be 14th and 15th position. Ethan Ho in 16th actually, so it's 15th and 16th. He's going to try the crossover move on his countryman, but no, that's Cacciolo goes through for Portugal. Great idea. Now can Ethan Ho fight back? Through turn number 16 now. Now, let's try and talk. What are you going to be doing as a driver, trying to get into the slipstream, Mateus?
Wherever the driver in front goes, you have to follow to get into that toe, and then as you cross turn 1, then you can decide where to place your kart again. So
down the start-finish straight, you're just like, you know, hugging the inside line and following him, and then as they break, so you come through turn number 2, we can see a driver off the circuit there at turn number 3. But a battle of a second developing. Stiak has caught Faramond coming out of turn number 8 and 9. So Stiak will be looking there. So I mean the gap is 1.17 seconds. It's going up lap by lap. So Hunter is got the pace to pull away, even though Faramond and Stiak have been in each other's slipstream.
Yeah, but as you can see now, Faramond is defending for a second. He knows that's the best he can get out of this heat, and I think he just wants to hold on to that second position.
Yeah, because it's one thing that we've seen a lot of drivers, normally in a normal race, you don't defend at the start. In these races, sometimes you have to defend right from the beginning because it's so competitive.
Yeah, sometimes you really just have to focus on track position and take the most out of the heat.
Now, across the line, you can see Ethan Ho trying to get the slipstream. He's going to try and cut underneath Cacciolo going into turn number 3, but I don't think he had the track position. Stiak has got second position. We're on lap 9 out of 10. Jan Stiak passes Ethan Faramond for second. Looking down, 34 karts still running. Terry O'Connor has fallen back a little bit. Fujikishi is down there. Rohan Madesh is in 22nd position now after starting on the front row of the grid. But it's going to be not just a 2-kart battle, a 4-kart battle, because the more that Stiak and Faramond defend, then Faramond gets back into P2, I believe. So Stiak, no, it's Stiak in second, Faramond in third. Rauchi and Kumagai are closing in. We're going to start the final lap. This is going to be good for Rauchi and Kumagai. Kai Rillarts is next and Harrison Hoey. Let's see what happens on the final rundown towards turn number 3. Faramond attacking Stiak, but Stiak defends. If you're the next 2 drivers along, Matthias, you're going to be thinking, right, okay, this is my opportunity.
Yeah, Rauchi's looked really quick all heat, so he's just been waiting for this battling to be able to catch up and try and snatch a position or 2. Let's see what happens.
Rauchi in the blue, dark blue race suit. Brazil have got more of it. They've gone more dark blue this year. Here comes Faramond though. Stiak managed to hold him off. That's going to affect Ethan's run down towards turn 12.
Definitely now he has to cover for third instead of thinking about attacking for a second.
So again, Stiak now safe in second. Faramond checking over his shoulder. Round turn 12 the final time. Rillart's behind them, defending from Harrison Hoy. Up the hill we go. It's going to be an easy win for Kai Hunter. Who's at Stiak second? Who's going to take third? Can Rauchi get the slipstream? He's going to have a look. He's going to have a go, but not quite close enough. Kai Hunter takes an easy win in Senior Rotax Group A and Group C. Stiak second, Faramond third, Rauchi fourth. The battling all the way back in the pack. Let's have a look. Team Lebanon's Edwin Knesser, looking at the order, gained 8th place to 17th position. So obviously you know Edwin really well. How's he going to be feeling about that?
I think he's done the job because of he messed up qualifying, so he knows he just has to go into that top 18 to try and make the final. That's his first goal. He had a good heat yesterday, also taking advantage of all the mess that went on yesterday in the first heat. And
yes.
Now he's done the job again, so fingers crossed.
Do you think that the race director, Ramiro Brito, I mean, you've been in these races, and I'm sure you've been in seasons where there's been a one heat race which has been a bit messy, like you say. Does the race director then come back and say, okay, let's have another briefing and talk to you about what we expect as drivers?
We did get an update today saying that the driving behavior wasn't... We had some cases yesterday, but I mean, when two cars go off track, it's enough of a wake-up call for them on their own to realize, okay, we messed up one heat, we can't take any more risks like that if we want to actually make the final and start at the front.
No, exactly. So we think a nice calmer result through now. The iPad of Doom. Let's play the iPad of Doom game. There goes the iPad of Doom.
Fear, to be honest.
Yes, nobody likes the iPad of Doom. It does mean that there is, if you get pinged by the iPad of Doom, that's a front fairing penalty. As we watch the drivers go through, we'll see the results in a minute, and I'm sure Jen and Hust will be down in the paddock as well. Just quickly, the front fairing, the nose cone. I know you hate it when you get a penalty, especially if it's not your fault, but generally, do you think it's improved driving standards?
Definitely people are calmer, drivers are calmer on track because you want to avoid getting it, but to be honest, it catches out some people who actually have done nothing wrong.
Yes.
And we saw that last year in the Grand Finals and Seniors. And there are so many other cases that you don't obviously see where people just get their bumper in for doing nothing wrong, and it's a bit of a harsh penalty. You cannot make up 5 seconds in a go-kart race. You can do it in F1 maybe, but not here.
Yep.
So sometimes it's a large punishment, but generally the driving has calmed down ever since they introduced this stuff.
Well, let's see. And of course, calm being in inverted commas for a Grand Finals,
calmer,
it is intense. Calmer. Right. Kai Hunter, Jan Stiak, Ethan Faramond, your top 3. Guiano Rauchi, Kenta Kumagai, 4th and 5th. Kai Rillarts for Belgium in 6th. Harrison Hoey, another good result for Australia in 7th. Brandon Carr finishes 8th. Guillermo Diaz is 9th. And Aliska Babičková, top 10 for the young Czech lady. Patrick Dodica, Theo Eriksson, Gabriel Cacciolo, our camera card, Ethan Ho, and Aidan Fox. Happy Thanksgiving to those 2 drivers. They finished 14th and 15th. Ji Kao from Chinese Taipei, and then Evan Knesser, Leon Mandel. Toby Spinks and Rohan Madesh round out the top 20. William Exton, Alexander Abkazava, Daniel Kukuruzov, Joop Breedveld dropped back and didn't see what happened to poor old Joop. But the Joopsters, the fan club, they've still got reason to cheer for your man. Then it's Fuji Kishi, Akash Nandi, Christos Chatsis, Owen Mangion from Malta, then Gerardo Cuesta, Miguel Quinones, David Lackner, Khalid bin Shalash, Terry O'Connor, and Vilgot Edquist, the last finishers. Sadly, Yun Byung Hong and Diego Cantu failed to make the finish of that race. Well, that's one half of the senior Rotax grid down, and Jen Wade has caught up with somebody down in the pits. Take it away, Jenny.
So I'm here with Kai Hunter. Kai, the winner, this first heat of the day for you. How was the racing in general?
Yeah, it was good. Obviously, there's a massive toe here, so if you break that, I think you can pull away like I did. It wasn't easy, but I did the best I could, got my head down every single part I could, and yeah, got that little gap and then had a little cushion, so it was great, yeah.
You were flat out all the way through, or were you thinking tyres or preserving something, or were you just flat out?
Well, yesterday I had a little crash in the heat with someone else, maybe my fault or whatever, but yeah, it didn't go to plan. 16th on track, so obviously I needed to get a win in here desperately. So that's why flat out, and I just see if I could get the best win, like the.
All right, mate. Best of luck for the rest of the heats and the finals later this week, and well done.
Well, as you may have noticed, Jen Wade's had a haircut since that, and here we go. But now there's Jen Wade, and she's got Eliska Babičková. See, Eliska's just a bit worried about her hair. Here we go.
Tell us about the racing.
Yeah, it's just really difficult. We had hard time in the quali. I messed up a little bit, so the heats are just super difficult not to get bumper, and yeah, that's pretty much it.
Okay, so how are you feeling now? You've had 2 heats. What's the thinking? Any difference in the strategy? Of course, the weather's always changing.
No, not really. We're just trying to go as forward as possible, as much we can, and just see what happens, really.
Of course, your sister Teresa made a big statement last year, huge statement, almost took the title, and I think a lot of your friends and family are watching on, so I guess they're all cheering you. Say hi.
Yeah. Hi.
Okay, we'll let you go. Well done.
Okay, thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Hust and Jen. Great to hear from not only the winner, but Eliska Babičková finishing in top 10 on the road. And without further ado, the next group of 36 senior Rotax drivers head out onto the circuit. This will be Group B and Group D. Once again, Matthias Lejeune with me in the commentary box. Here is your starting lineup. Sean Butcher and Zsombor Kovacs on row number 1. Miska Kaskinen and Mikael Dauphin on row number 2. Row 3, Alejandro Samaniego from Paraguay and Nolan Lamare. On row 3, Callum Bradshaw and Luke Neeson on row 4. Row number 5, Pietro Pons and Eduardo Barrichello, Lewis Gilbert, the pride of Scotland, and Francesco Grimaldi on row 6. Row 7, Mads Rees and Matteo Richter. Row 7, Christian Pastrian and Axel Gauche. Row number 9, Oscar Christiansen, the nephew of Tom Christiansen, and Arnold Dominko. Andrei Petrovic and Daniel Mwalem from Israel round out your top 20. Then it's Adam Ali, and a big hello to his brother Daniel. Hope you're getting better after your crash yesterday. Gianluca Savaglio, Matthias Parlant, and Kevin Foster on row 11 and 12. Row 13, Tommy Dragan and Ryuheng Ye. Then it's Juan Adia and Najashi Rashtan. That is row number 14. Shirian Naidu and Christian Vince, Igor Kichin and Theo Kakati. Watch for Theo's progress. And then Samuel Ifrid, Carabo Malmiela, Paul Hamburg. The field rounded out by Gustavo Carrera from Argentina. They would have watched that first rate. These drivers may be a little bit of an advantage. They'll know, okay, a driver that I raced against yesterday who didn't do well has done well now, so the pressure is more on me. Or, you know, they think, okay, some of the drivers I'm racing with did badly in that race. Lights are out. We're off and racing. Butcher gets a good start. Kovacs tries to squeeze across side by side, but it looks like Butcher and Zsombor Kovacs has got a problem on his hands because he's got a whole row of karts up his inside, and the Hungarian driver has lost 3 or 4 positions. But Matthias, a textbook start. Oh, and a spinner in the background, 2 karts going off, and a few more colliding coming down the straight towards turn number 5. I think that was Daniel Maulam involved. Juan Ardia also getting involved, but Butcher, textbook start. Comes out of turn number 9. Couldn't really have hoped for more than that, could Sean Butcher. Just a great start. He's got, looks like Miska Kaskinen right behind him. We'll catch up on the drivers that got caught up in this accident. But again, the senior drivers behaving themselves.
Oh, definitely they are. And for the inside row, it's pretty simple what they have to do. It's the outside row that's struggling a bit. You could see Kovacs trying to find a gap to go into, but I noticed pretty big names starting further back in this heat, so I think it's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, you've got the likes of obviously Callum Bradshaw already at the 4th, but let's talk about the driver currently in 4th place. Bradshaw looks to the inside to try and pass Alejandro Samaniego. We had a situation with the driver from India at the front of the last race, the only driver here from Paraguay. I think, the only driver to ever qualify for the Grand Finals from Paraguay. He qualified last year, he's qualified again this year. Alejandro Samaniego in the top 5. It's fair to say that even though he qualified in the South American Championships, he's not going to be used to racing around the likes of European champion, world champion. So it's important for Alejandro to not be overawed and just to calm down and follow.
Obviously, if he's starting that far front, it looks like he's got the pace. He will definitely be enjoying this heat, and then it's his chance to learn from the more experience in front of him.
Because they won't know who he is. They I mean, Butcher, Kaskinen, Kovacs, Bradshaw, Dauphin, Lamore, Pons, Gilbert, and Neeson, the rest of the top 10, all European drivers. So they race in the Euro Trophy, in the International Trophy, at places like that, the BNL, events like that. So they'll know each other, and then there's suddenly this one kid, South America, we've never heard of before. So they're a little bit wary about, can we trust him? Is he going to block? Will he work with us? That's how it works in karting, isn't it?
Yeah, he'll have to introduce himself by overtaking them, I guess, but it's getting really messy there. Let's pay attention.
Yep, indeed. Second position. Look at this battle. Butcher pulling away. Miska Kaskinen defending strong. If you haven't maybe got the pace in the kart, you've got to defend early. It's going to back everybody up. You've got Kovacs, Bradshaw, Samaniego, Lamore and Dauphin right behind. Great battle for second. Sean Butcher, the Anglo Australian driver, just waving goodbye and going at the road, doing what Kai Hunter did in the previous race.
Yeah, that's what it looks like. He's broken the toe, and MP2 just wants to defend to the train in the back, so I think Butcher's got this one done as well.
Yep, lap number 4. So we're not halfway yet, and already Butcher looks like he's got a commanding lead. Going down the main straight, you can see Sean Butcher not even moving to the inside, taking the racing line. I mean, they do get a bit of a slipstream because they're pushing each other along, but Butcher has managed to stay ahead as change for second. Kovacs moves into P2, Callum Bradshaw into P3, and here comes Samaniego now on side by side with Kaskinen. This is risky, up through turn 6 and turn 7, and it looks like Miska Kaskinen is having to defend. I don't think he has the pace, and now they're trying to get him out of the way.
Yeah, he's defending really hard, but now if you look at Kovacs and Bradshaw, they look really quick, so if they work together, they could probably catch back up. All depends if they're battling or defending.
Up the inside there is a button for that. That's Lewis Gilbert making a move, the Scottish driver, in kart number 306. Eduardo Barrichello runs in 10th position, so look for the dark blue Team Brazil race suit. Then it's Francesco Grimaldi, Luke Neeson, Christian Pastrian, Adam Ali, Matthias Parlant, Mats Rees, Kevin Foster. Tommy Jogan is there, Gustavo Coelho from the back of the grid. What's going on? Change for second.
Yeah, Bradshaw into P2 now.
And that move there, it was a classic move on that straight, just get the slipstream, pull out to the inside. Kovacs wasn't fighting, so Kovacs on board will now try and tuck in and push Callum back up to the front.
Yeah, Kovacs didn't fight it. Any finish in the top 3 in the heats is really good. Sometimes you rather finish safe at the front instead of wanting too much and risking too much at the same time.
Now, Zsombor Kovacs, a podium finisher as a junior back in 2016. There's a lot of driver coaching and helping to run KMS Team Europe, and shows that he's still, it's hard though, if you're not in a kart regularly, it is difficult to just suddenly hop back in and be on the pace, but Zsombor is doing that. Lewis Gilbert, Scotland, stand up, your man has just gone fastest of all, 6th position for Lewis, very tall driver at the back of this lead group, getting his head down behind the NASA panel. Tell me, as a driver, everyone does that, they get their head down behind the NASA panel to create maximum aerodynamic efficiency. Does it work?
It does. You heard Hunter say what a big difference the slipstream does over here. You can see they also closed the gap to Sean Butcher, just because he's breaking the toe. He couldn't really break the toe. Lowering your head, it gives you a slipstream, a bit less wind. It's also mental slipstream as well.
It's a mental thing as well.
As well, you want to extract every last bit you can.
Well, now, speaking of extracting bits, Callum Bradshaw would like to extract the race lead out of Sean Butcher's grasp. Now, I know they're teammates. We've got 3 British drivers in the top 6. We've got Team UK 1-2, Hungary 3rd, France 4th, Finland 5th, then Scotland 6th, with Samaniego has dropped back to 12th position. But across the line, here comes Callum Bradshaw, of course. This is where he won the World Championship. He runs Sean Butcher a little bit wide. Bradshaw takes the lead. Down towards turn number 3, we've got a change for third position as well. And looks like Nolan Lamore maybe have moved into third place with the blue race suit. Yes, it is the Team France white and blue of Nolan Lamore, the international trophy winner. Did I see you at the international trophy this year?
No, I haven't been there since 2020.
Ah, no, okay. I've seen you somewhere this year, though. It can't be in a year since we last together. There's another battle up front. That is a little further back. That, I think, is Barrichello and Grimaldi battling with Pietro Pons. Now that Callum Bradshaw has the lead. Sean Butcher, he's had to defend. Now he's got to go on the attack. Up the hill, we've got one car at the side. Theo Kakati sadly is retired, so is Gianluca Savaglio, Matis Parland and Andrei Petrovic. So we've got 4 carts out of the race. But now will Butcher try and get help from behind? Lamare pushing Butcher right at the Bradshaw. Oh, Butcher goes to the outside, and does he make the move wheel to wheel? Oh, Bradshaw holds on. Great stuff though.
Yeah, this is where you see how much of a difference the slipstream does around this track.
I think Bradshaw took the inside, so Sean Butcher had to try and jig round the outside. Couldn't quite get the move done, even with help from behind, but we've got 2, 4, 6 carts. Well, Kai Hunter had it all his own way in the first race we just saw. This is a very, very different proposition. Bradshaw, Butcher, Lamore, Kaskinen, Gilbert and Kovacs. The back of the field, the white race suit there is Zombo Kovacs, the back of this group. The second group of 4 carts is led by Luke Neeson, Midel Dauphin, Grimaldi and Dudo Barrichello. Lamore, fastest lap of the race. Let's have a little look. This, of course, supported by Sodi Kart. And we're getting towards the closing stages now. So we complete 8 laps. We go on to lap 9 out of 10. Can Sean Butcher get the lead back from Bradshaw? Into turn number 3 we go. Not yet, but Sean Butcher's he's got to think about attack and as well as defend, doesn't he? He's in an awkward position.
You could see it right here, how to defend into this corner instead of deciding, or instead of actually setting up for an overtake. And now you see Bradshaw's broken clear and Butcher's defending for second.
And Gilbert there passing Kaskinen and Kovacs. So we had a British 1, 2, 3, 4 at the moment. We've got 3 British drivers at the top 4 in this race. Nolan Lamare from France trying to be a French baguette in the middle of the British roast beef sandwich, as they say. But Lamare has got 1 lap. His focus is Nolan Lamare in 3rd place. His focus is going to be on Butcher more than the race leader. Out of turn number 1, down the main straight. Bradshaw has to defend. Can Sean Butcher tuck up the inside? No, Bradshaw holds the inside line. Very difficult driver to pass, Callum Bradshaw.
Of course.
Now down towards turn number 5. Once again, the order remains Bradshaw, Butcher, Lamore, Gilbert, Kaskinen and Kovacs. All these drivers, you think maybe they want to go for the position, but they don't want to risk. It's last lap. If you make one mistake, all the good work goes away, yeah?
You heard Hunter after last heat. He messed up yesterday already and knew he just had to finish at the front now. And it's a heat. The one who wins today doesn't necessarily win on Saturday.
Yeah, indeed, but of course, if you can't win a Grand Finals. Oh, there's a move from Kovacs on Kaskinen, though, for 5th position, coming through turn number 13. You can never win a Grand Finals on Thursday, but you can lose one as Callum Bradshaw comes out of the final corner. Checkered flag waves. It's Bradshaw from Butcher, Lamore, Gilbert, Kovacs, who made the move stick. Then Kaskinen in 6th position, Grimaldi 7th, Dauphin in 8th, Neeson 9th, and the top 10 rounded out by Eduardo Barrichello from Brazil, Pietro Pons, Mats Rees, Adam Ali, Tommy Dragan, Matteo Richter, Axel Ghost, and Najashi Rashdan in 17th place. A good result from the Team Bahrain driver, Najashi Rashdan, followed by Christian Pastrian, Oscar Christiansen, and Christian Vince. Goes to the rest of the order now, but just to quickly talk about, the karting scene in Lebanon. I remember when I first joined the Grand Finals, it was Christoph and Carl Risk who were the first drivers. Then it was you and your 2 brothers, the Najane brothers. You've had the Knessa family, you've got the El Fagali family, the Ray and Menena. It's a very close karting community in Lebanon, even though the situation is quite tough there.
Yeah, definitely. It's a very small community we've got in Lebanon. We all race at one track, so we're all like a little family when we come across, and that's why it's also no surprise that you see the same names here every year, just because the grids are so small in Lebanon. But many of us have had several chances, and
yeah, but we say that though, even though the grids are quite small, the standard of competition, or the standard of the Lebanese drivers gets better and better and better. I mean, we haven't had a Lebanese driver on the podium yet. You're going to be in E20 senior. You're fighting for it. Talk a little bit though about not about your own chances, but about what I believe is the first real karting superstar from Lebanon, Christopher El Faghali.
You know, year by year, you see we're just getting closer and closer to the top, which is really good. The ones of us who go abroad, we take it as a learning experience, come back home a little stronger, let the rest benefit a bit. And you can see Christopher working his way up. Edwin as well, last year he briefly led in juniors in the pre-final. Yes. We're trying, every year you get this one chance per year and you try to work your way up this ladder, let's say. But Chris has not set a foot wrong this week. Pole position and 2 heat wins. Fingers crossed that he can take it all home on Saturday, to be honest.
Fingers crossed, Najem, Matthias. And first of all, I think before you go, thank you for joining me. I want to say hello to your mum.
Hello, everyone.
There we go. Thank you very much, Matthias Najem from Team Lebanon. Here is a look at the unofficial results. It is Callum Bradshaw, Sean Butcher, Nolan Lamore, Lewis Gilbert, Zombo Kovacs, your top 5. Miska Kaskinen, Francesco Grimaldi, Michel Dauphin, Luke Neeson, and Eduardo Barrichello, your top 10. Pietro Ponce, Mats Rees, Adam Ali, Tommy Dragan, Matteo Richter, Axel Ghost, and Najashi Rashdan. Christian Pastrian finishing in 18th position. Oscar Christiansen, Christian Vinsk, Samuel Ifrid, Karabo Malmiela up to 22nd for South Africa, Gustavo Carrera, Igor Kitchin, Juan Ardia, Paul Hamburg, Alejandro Samaniego, sadly the driver from Paraguay, fading down the order, Kevin Foster, Daniel Mwaulam, Ryu Heng Ye, Arnold Domingo, Shilin Naidu, Gianluca Savaglio failing to finish, as did Matisse Parlant, Andres Petrovic and Theo Kakati. That concludes the first 2 senior Rotax heats of the day. There'll be 2 more later on, but before we get underway with the next round of races, let's go down and hear from some of those drivers in the pits.
So I'm here with Callum Bradshaw, winner of the 2nd heat here today for seniors. Callum, this heat win, you're a OK world champion at this very track. You're also the European champion from last year in seniors. What's it about this track that you love so much?
I don't know what I love. It's just it flows really nice, and it's just been really lucky to me. Obviously, there's that element of luck which you need, and yeah, it's just been really good to me. Like you said, that's brought me a lot of success here.
Yeah. I saw you there working together with Sean a little bit in the 2nd phase of the final. Is there some tactics for Team GB, or?
I think the toe is just so important. So I think it's like almost cadet style. You've got to get away with somebody, and you've got to trust them until the end. Obviously, that they're going to push you, because if not, then it's just going to bring a whole gaggle of people into it and cause a big mess.
All right. Best of luck for the rest of the week. We're going to go to Jen, and she has Sean Butcher with her.
Okay, so here we are. Sean Butcher, we're among the stars. What do you think? What's happening?
Yeah, it's been a pretty solid week so far. We're definitely not lacking speed. I think there's always a bit more to find, but I'm sure we'll get there.
What are you thinking? You guys are wearing the same race suit. It's really strange for me to see that you're in the same team. Is there anything within the team that makes you speak to each other, or is it still the same as when you're not together, even when you're on the track? Like, is it strange?
It's definitely strange, but like I'm good friends with Cal, but off the track, but on the track, anyone's my rival. I'm sure everyone's in the same boat there.
Now, you come into the event as one of the favourites. I guess you're fully focused now on what you're doing. You've had experience here before. How do you approach this event?
You can never stop. You can never afford to fall off. Like, you always have to be looking for something in any department, whether it's in me, in the car, or anything.
Okay, good luck. Really nice racing.
Thank you, John.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jenny. Thank you, Gust. Great to hear from the top 2 in that last race. Now joined for DD2 Masters by Team New Zealand's Tiff Chittenden. Tiff, yesterday, I noticed that we had one race yesterday, just one race at the Masters today. Claudio Pagliarani winning on track, but falling foul not just of a nose cone penalty, but also a tramline penalty. Just going to show that, yeah, it's not always as it seems on the circuit.
Yeah, for sure. You know, you can win, and I think he was taking it a bit chilled at the end as well. So he obviously has the pace, but yeah, you have to get everything right.
He'll regret backing out to the last 5 laps there, just because more drivers got within 5 seconds of him.
Yeah.
The seniors we've just seen on track, they've got 2 heats today. The Masters, yes, they're all going to make the final, but they've got 1 heat race. You only got 1 race in the day. Do you unintentionally put a bit more pressure on themselves, do you think, because, I've got to do well in this race because it's only one of them, forgetting that, yeah, I'm still going to be in the final on Saturday?
I think it's difficult to get yourself probably in the headspace. They've been waiting a long time. They have a warm-up. The warm-up again was in different conditions. I think most of them were on wets. So yeah, they've really got to get into the headspace pretty quickly. There's no kind of warming up to it here, and we've had quite a few of them that have had bad results.
Yes.
That need a good one, even to make your way halfway up for the pre-final.
Yes, because there was a few incidents in yesterday's heat race. Paul Louveau eventually emerged as your winner. There's a look at Javier Campo, another driver that had a problem yesterday. But 36 DD2 Masters set to go out, and look at that, blue skies. That's something we haven't seen much of this week. Get the factor 20 out, I think, but well, maybe not quite.
For you.
Pardon?
Maybe for you.
Maybe for me. I go from naught to lobster in 60 seconds. Here we go then. It's DD2 Masters out on the circuit. The drone following us. Here is your starting lineup. Paul Louveau and Martin Konopka on row number 1, Fernando Guzzi and Kristaps Kasparovic on row number 2. Row number 3, yesterday's winner on track, Claudio Pagliarani and Captain America, Derek Wang. Henrys Gruber and Martinus Tankevicius on row number 3. Then it's Antti Olakainen, he had a problem with the electrics yesterday, and Dennis Thum. Juan Camilo Duque and Vivian Cusack-Pico are on row number 6. Row 7, Matias Rodriguez and Matt Hamilton. Row 8, Horacio Torres and Igor Mukhin. The top 20, rounded up by Brazil's João Cunha and Gil Bronda, Charles Seguin and Michael Hitchcock. This year supporting some lovely flowing gold locks. Put you to shame, Tiff. Javier Campo and Pirit Sai on row 11. Jan Andreasen and yesterday's co-commentator Eugene Britch coming up to row 12 to 10th. Then we got Peter Goitai, our camera car, Troy Bretherton, Nick Izani, Fabio Kjeltka. He is 28th on the grid. The top 30 rounded out by Slawomir Moransky and Jared Freeston. The remaining rows, Anthony Hogg, Daniel Schollenberger, Javier Alcant, Masnori Keto, Alexander Gautier and Edum Cho. All 36 drivers seem to be on track. Let's hope for a good, clean start. The first time of asking into the tram lines. Let's see. Lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good start from both front row drivers. A little bit spread out in the background. And oh, there's someone going high, wide and handsome. And that's an exhaust coming flying off that driver. We heard one cart very loud going past. And that cart has decided to not wagon, not roll. Out of at turn number 4 and turn number 5. Louveau and Konopka. Let's have a little look at the restart, Tiff. What happened here?
It's just everyone going for the same piece of tarmac, I think, and then yeah, always at the back half of this, you can see someone comes across, and he actually does really well to hold that, and but yeah, you're right. This looks like a bumper, maybe.
No, you can see the exhaust not attached to that one cart, and we're trying to find out who that was. I think that may have been Charles Seguin, the French driver, or possibly Igor Mukhin from Kyrgyzstan. Now, on board with Troy Bretherton, he's got Jan Andreasen and Eugene Britz directly in front of him. This is good news for Troy. He's thinking, all right, you're battling in front. Let's try and pick my line as we complete lap number 2. It's Paul Louveau, Fernando Guzzi, sorry, complete lap number 1. Paul Louveau, Fernando Guzzi, Kristaps Kasparovic and Martin Konopka. Great start for Louveau.
Yeah, and he's already got a bit of a gap, so you can see P2's already looking behind him, so if you're P1, you just now try and put a few collie laps in and and stretch as much as you can.
Yeah, but I mean, obviously Paul Louveau, he would have started at the front. He would have not been in the situation that Pagliarani was in yesterday. So he'll be like, okay, I haven't got a nose-cut penalty. I can manage my tyres a little bit. If you were in that sort of, you know, snarling pack at the start, wherever and going for the same bit of tarmac, you can't let off, because again, what Claudio proved yesterday, it's okay, you'll ease back. Oh no, I've got a 5-second penalty. And instead of losing 4 places, you lose 8 or 9.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see it, so he mustn't have had any idea, because it's pretty easy to see, but only in the heat of the race. So
in the heat of the moment, you're just focused.
Yeah.
But
it just shows that these guys are experienced, but they still make mistakes, especially with the start line. You just have to get everything right.
Yeah, at this level, the start line. Oh, we got a battle for 2nd place now, so this is really helping Paul Louveau.
Yeah.
Fernando Guzzi in the dark blue and white race suit of Team Brazil. Pagliarani he's going to be a man on a mission, so he's going to be a little bit more aggressive than he would have normally been because of that penalty yesterday. Behind him, you've got Krzysztof Kasparowicz, Martin Konopka, Henrys Gruber, Derek Wang, Tankevicius, Tum, Antti Ollikainen up into the top 10. Antti really needs a good result, tripping over each other.
Yeah.
And sometimes this happens, you think, oh, the Masters drivers, they're going to be the most experienced. There goes Kasparowicz, or is that Gruber? Sorry, that's Henrys Gruber. Oh, and Pagliarani almost getting caught up there. Not the sort of tactical race that you'd hope for from these more experienced drivers. They're going for it like a bunch of Micromax drivers.
Yeah, and this track, it does bode well. You know, it's just so flowing, and it's with these front brakes, it's really easy to drive defensively. So yeah, it's tough. They're starting to stretch out a little bit now, but I think there's been so many people that had a bad race yesterday.
Yes.
They have to have a good one this time.
Yes, that's why we saw maybe Pagliarani being a little bit more aggressive. The same for the likes of Antti Ollikainen.
Yeah, and Dennis Toom, I think, had a DNF yesterday. So.
Yep, that's right. He was up the side of the circuit, up the hill, out the turn number 5. Sadly, we've lost Igor Mukin with a lack of exhaust on his go-kart, and Javier Alcant as well. Charles Seguin was the driver that was piggybacking over the back of Mukin's kart. Slavomir Moransky is 30th, Daniel Schollenberger up to 28th. Here we're on board with Troy Bretherton following Matisse Rodriguez. Bretherton is in 20th position, or make that 19th position, so Eugene Britz is in front. Up the inside, that's a bold move, but it's going to cost him now.
Yeah, it's a good move, and now he just has to try and get away, and it's uphill for that stretch, so you can't really see it on camera, but those last 3 corners are just completely uphill, so if you make a move, you really have to kind of upset the guy so they can't cross you back.
Yes, which is what we just saw there, because Rodriguez decided to, lick the stamp and send it, as Daniel Ricciardo would say, up the inside into turn 15. It's going to slow them both down, and the problem is they're now not going to be in position to get the slipstream onto the straight because they've lost their momentum.
Exactly, yeah, and you can see now just the second packer just. Yeah, they're just fighting all the way. So.
Yeah. Pagliarani off. It's gone wrong for Claudio Pagliarani. Oh, look at that. That is the emotion of karting there. You can just see, hopefully he'll just get out of the way. I saw him, he went in for a move going into the corner. Maybe the right front wheel got a little bit skewed and knocked the track rod coupling off or something like that. But he was going for a move up the inside. Let's have a little look back. Oh, that's the aftermath of the issue.
Yeah.
Let's have a look.
The wheel's not straight yet.
Yeah, the wheel is not straight. And that is curtains for Claudio Pagliarani. Well, it does mean, Tip, that come the final, we can have at least one strong contender charging up from the rear of the grid. Now, back on circuit, Paul Louveau leads by 1.75 seconds. 2-kart battle for 2nd position. It's Fernando Guzzi from Brazil and Krzysztof Kasparowicz from Latvia. Then a gap back to Henrys Gruber, who just every time I say his name, it's Die Hard. All I think of is a Die Hard villain. Konopka, Toom, Wang, Tankevicius, Ollikainen, Cusack, Pico, Duque, Campo, Hamilton, Cunha, Britz, Bronda, Sai, Andreasen, and our camera car, Troy Bretherton. Marshall Post 15 yellow flags, a brief yellow flag at the exit of the lap. Trying to see, that was Michael Hitchcock, who I think has retired the Swiss car. But look at Paul Louveau leading battle for 2nd.
Yeah, and I think Guzzi might have been, so Guzzi's dropped down to 3rd.
He's now trying to fight back, and yes, Gruber trying to make it Latvia 2, Latvia 3, through turn 3 and 4. It's a good example of just, how steep the hill is, because this is really steep downhill.
Yeah, and you'll see Guzzi's driving behind him, he's looking a lot behind him, and it's hard once you get in that headspace. You're just trying to defend your position rather than attack.
You see it all the time in cadets when it's, and Micromax, when it's like all about the slipstream. You do try and go out of it, but as a driver you can sense out of your sort of peripheral hearing and vision, you can sense the engine note behind you, can't you?
Yeah, and I think you know, qualifying was in wet, and I think Gutsy's maybe not had the dry pace that he had in the wet.
Sorry, there was a sharp intake of breath there. Derek Wang moved up the inside at turn number 12. He sort of manufactured a gap. Dennis Toom also picking up a couple of places. Martin Konopka is there as well. But as they complete lap number 7 and go to number 8, Paul Louveau. This will be the easiest race win that anyone has all Grand Finals. The battle is on for second. Gasparovic, Gutsy playing the defensive role. We saw it in one of the Minimax races yesterday with Sebastian Mins, who obviously decided, I haven't got the pace, so I'm just going to white line fever, and everyone was sort of ganging up behind him.
Yeah,
but,
it's a long, painful race, both for yourself and everyone else behind you too.
It's it's obviously the drivers don't want to do that, but sometimes the situation, or they realise the setup, the air pressure that they've got doesn't work for that particular track condition, and then they're forced into doing that almost.
Yeah, and the conditions have changed. We've said it many times. The conditions have changed so much this week that even the mechanics trying to get the right tyre pressures, it's tough. It's
stressful. Now, here's the battle of second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth. It goes from second all the way back to 15th. Eugene Britz in 15th. You've got Kuna in 14th, Hamilton 13th, Campo, Duque, Olakainen, Wang, Kusak Pico, Tankevicius, Gruber, Konopka, Toom, Gutsy, all chasing Kristaps Gasparovic. Well, Gasparovic is pulling clear. Fernando Gutsy, he's going to make the rear end of that Praga kart very, very wide indeed.
And that's so easy to do around here. You said earlier about manufacturing a gap. You do have to make a gap. You have to put someone off the flow, and and that's why we have seen a few coming together.
Yes, I think the racing yesterday was a little bit robust, a bit too robust. Matthias Lejeune was saying that there was everyone got pinged this morning on the Rotax app saying that driving standards are unacceptable, please do something about it. And I mean, okay, by and large, there have been some incidents, but the racing has been cleaner. But good to see now, George Russell used to do it in a kart a lot. You would just back them up into a hairpin, he'd wait for that little tap from behind and then go, knowing
we call it a love tap.
A love tap, yeah, of course. Just a little peck on the cheek. Down towards turn 3 for the final time. Paul Louveau leads. Kristaps Gasparovic in second, and everybody else, even though they're following each other, back to in single file, I think they realised, okay, rather than risk it, because the next race for the Masters is the pre-final tomorrow. So what they've got, and I'm not sure if we're going to see any sort of last lap hijinks here, Tim.
We saw a few yesterday, remember?
We saw a few yesterday, but
a couple they do have to watch out as well for track limits. So you'll see the green paint on the side of the track. A few of them been going over that, and I know I attended drivers briefing, and they're going to be quite hot on that. So we'll need to be careful of that.
Yep. So out to the final corner, France's Paul Louveau. This is the type of race that every driver dreams of. Just take the green, the lights go out, you cruise around for 10 laps, then you see the checkered flag. It doesn't get much easier than that, especially in the Grand Finals, Tim.
No, definitely, and he'd be hoping for another one of those in the pre-final, I think. And to be fair, a lot of the faster ones are going to be having to make their way through and back up through the mid-pack. So, he'd probably be my pick for the pre-final at least.
Let's have a look. Charles Seguin retiring, Claudio Pagliarani retiring, Michael Hitchcock retiring. Of course, this class brought to you by Praga IPK. It's Louveau by 2 seconds from Gasparovic. Gutsy in third, then it's Toom fourth, Martin Konopka fifth, Henrich Gruber in sixth, Martinez Tankevicius in seventh, Francis Vivian Kusak Pico in 8th. Antti Olakainen picks up a good result. He retired from yesterday in 9th place. Other drivers, Matt Hamilton finishing 13th for New Zealand. He was doing well yesterday, got caught him in a last lap accident, so he recovers to take 13th. Eugene Britz finishes 15th. We just saw briefly the iPad of doom.
Yeah.
Yes.
And I do think there might be a few in this.
I mean, certainly the first lap was very hectic, and of course
see a couple scraping on the ground.
Yes, a couple. That's ground clearance. Let's have a look. Ooh, first winner of the iPad of Doom game. It looks like
That's
Dennis Thum.
So he'll have that as well as his bad result, a DNF yesterday.
And the gloves are thrown. Let's have a look. Any other competitors in this race's iPad of Doom game? No. It's always good. The best result is you have a glove throw as well. We saw that yesterday with
I mean,
Alberto
you'd expect
Procassi.
that with the kids, maybe not the...
Well, I mean, even these are big kids.
As long as it's not a helmet, that's okay.
No, as long as it's not a crash helmet. I mean, there's Matis Tankevicius for Lithuania chatting with Henry Skruber. Yes, you say that you expect the kids, but the trophy and the honour of Grand Finals champion is the same for all of our 8 classes.
Exactly, and it still means a lot. And I think with the Masters especially, they probably don't get as much track time as all the kids nowadays. So,
yes, but they do. But you all make the final.
Exactly,
like,
and you want to make, as in, throughout the year, a lot of the Masters tend to kind of win their ticket and turn up. So that it does mean a lot to them.
Okay, well, Paul Louveau wins. Here is your unofficial results for DD2 Masters. Paul Louveau, Kristaps Kasparovic, Fernando Guzzi, Dennis Thum, Martin Konopki, top 5. Henry Skruber, Martinez Tankevicius, Vivian Cusack-Pico, Antti Olakainen, Derek Wang, the top 10. Juan Duque, Javier Campo, Matt Hamilton, João Cunha, and Eugene Britz, the top 15. Piritzai, Gio Bronda, and Troy Bretherton, the top half of the field. Then it's Fabio Kielka, Jan Andreasen, Peter Gutai, Daniel Schollenberger, Matthias Rodriguez, Slawomir Moransky, and Horacio Torres. Nick Izani, Jared Friesen, Masanori Kato, Anthony Hogg, Javier Alcant, Idum Cho, and Alexander Gautier were the final finishers. Sadly, Michael Hitchcock, Claudio Pagliarani, Charles Seguin, and Igor Mukin are your non-finishers. Thank you very much to Tiff Chittenden. We will see and hear from Tiff again during the Minimax races, but we've got a lot more races still to go, and the first one will be, we've got DD2 to go, but before we get to DD2, Jed Wade is back down in the pit lane.
Fernando, 3rd place.
Yes.
Are you happy?
Very happy. I wasn't first in the dry track, and I'm getting better. And we had some adjusting, and for me better rain. But I maintain in the front, and tomorrow I'm going to start from the 3rd. It's a good place, and I'm happy. I'm very happy.
Yeah. Of course, I know 10 Grand Finals later.
Yeah.
Brazil, we were in Brazil when you guys were standing on the podium, winning the team contest. What does it feel like to be here 10 times?
For me, it's a great honor because it's a very sacrifice to get the ticket, and after that you have to maintain and all the time very attention in everything, and the environment I like because it's Brazil. It's something like the Olympic Games, and I love this and support my friends and drivers, and be a little bit fast in this way. For me, it's like the first one.
Yeah. Like the first one, but there's some younger guys coming through, so you have to keep working.
Yeah, keep working a lot, more than they.
Okay, congratulations. We see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
So I'm here with the winner, Paul. Well done, good race. You were very fast in the beginning, and you managed to get the gap. Is there any tactic on saving tires, or just flat out?
I just want to keep my tires for the finals, and I want to manage a gap because when you are in front, it's I want to manage a gap only.
Okay, well that's fair enough. Team France, they're the winners of the Nations Cup last year. You think you will go for that result once more?
For sure. We are world champions in football, so in karting it's the same.
All right, best of luck for the rest of the week, and we'll see you later.
Thank you. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much once again, Hust and Jen. Great to hear the reactions from the drivers. Speaking of drivers, I've now got one of the world's very best with me in the commentary box. Pedro Hiltbrand here, fresh from a win in Las Vegas, representing Birol ART. First things first, congratulations. Yes, I think it's safe to say, in terms of direct drive, you are one of the currently best drivers in the world.
Well, thank you very much. Nice to be here. Yeah, it's been a good weekend last week in Vegas, having fun.
And I fly straight from Vegas here to Portugal, Algarve. Talk a little bit about your role here helping Birol.
Yeah, well, I'm here to help Birol out. They're supporting DD2, Micro, so nice to be here. Someone needs some advices. I'm here to help them.
And again, what a fantastic, because you've got 72 drivers in DD2, some of them obviously from the best karting nations, but you've got drivers here that race only maybe against 5 or 6 drivers. If you've got one driver, for example, in this class, Talal Binakli from Saudi Arabia. It's his first ever time on the DD2. He got the ticket in senior Rotax, but we already have one qualified for Saudi Arabia in senior. So he's never driven a DD2 before. He's never driven outside Saudi Arabia before. He's never driven in the rain before, and yet he comes here and he can ask you and Ricardo Longhi and the rest of the Birol team for any advice. That is an opportunity that only ever happens at the Rotax Grand Finals.
Yeah, sounds. It's a big challenge also listening that, but yeah, we're here. If someone wants to come, whatever they need, I'm here once to help them. Everyone who is doing DD2, even in other categories, no, but especially in DD2 where Birol is doing there.
If you're driving something that's red and white, then the same with all the chassis partners. You know, we've had Emilian Denner, we've got Senna van Valstein in from Sodi Kart, Tiff Chittenden's here doing it for Prague at IPK. The idea is that you can just walk up and go, help! What do I do? You know, how do I drive it better? And you're on hand to help. It's something that doesn't happen in any other event. But the DD2 race, always a race that excites you, and the standard of drivers is superb. It's a world-class event, and it's a world-class field in DD2.
Yes. I seen one big hits yesterday, big crash. Hopefully.
Daniel Ali, he has got a broken wrist. His brother is still racing, and we're hoping to get Daniel in the commentary box before the end of the week. He's got a bit of cast on. Maybe you go and give him an autograph on his cast.
Yeah, I will for sure.
Okay. Well, here we look at Francisco Palladino in kart number 4, 2, 3. Obviously, Pedro, the Spanish team, hoping that the Spanish team do very well.
Yeah, Daniel is here in this heat. Let's see if he can come into the front, starting I think P12, P13.
Yes, there's
Daniel
Carmona in kart. You can see on your screen in kart number 4, 5, 3. Glenn van Parijs from Belgium. David Maslakevich. Zen Darua. Zen cruised to victory in his heat race yesterday. I don't think he's going to have it quite as easy today, though. I think that Van Parijs, Maslakevich, David Maslakevich, Nicola Pico, Emils Akmans, all very, very strong. Looking further back, Axel Sanyala. He was senior Rotax champion back in 2019. Further back, we've got other drivers that have done very, very, very well. In Clay Osborne, for example, was also a Grand Finals champion. The Portuguese man of war, Guillaume Lemos, as well, starting towards the rear of the grid. Now the engines rise. So, as a driver, you're sitting on the grid, you've been given a plan, then you get the signal to start engines. Now what are you thinking of?
Well, really concentrate in that moment. Starting to warm up the tires, really important here, also in Portimão.
Is it more important to warm up the tyres here in Portimão because of the nature of the circuit than anyone else, or is just that something that you do anyway at any race?
Yeah, any race. It's really important. Obviously, starting this formation lap, warming up the tyres really good, so you can push immediately on first lap.
Okay, here's your full starting lineup. Glenn van Parijs and David Maslakevich, Johnny Bravo to his friends on row number 1, Zen Darua and Nicola Pico on row number 2. Row 3, Emils Akmans and Ragnar Vieros, Rasmus Friedel and Christopher Saxa on row number 4. Row 5, Axel Sanyala and Juan Jose Rodriguez, Francesco Palladino and Ruben Kverkilt round out the top 12. Row number 7, Bertolt Bos and Yannick Jacobs, then Daniel Carmona and Imke Arts. The top 20 rounded out by Patrick Lockmelis, Nikola Tosic, Louis Large and David Cardenas, the Colombian driver. Row 11, Max Jaeger from Chile, Fabian Bock, then Joshua Bethune from New Zealand and Thomas Javorek Row 13 is Mick Knowlton and Christos Oikonomou, then Jonathan Marknesson and former champion Clay Osborne. Row 15, Manuel Ochoa from Peru, Nico Bareza from Austria, Roger Young from Chinese Taipei and the island of Taiwan, BM Lemos from Portugal. The rest of the field, it is Alejandro Gama, Suleiman Alkandari, Talal Binakli and Nikita Lianov. 10 laps, lights are out, we're off and racing. It was a bit of a messy start in the middle, and look at that, the front half of the field have gone away cleanly. Van Parijs leads into turn number 3. And it looks like Masterkiewicz, the black crash helmet, in second. There is the Italian driver, Francesco Palladino, making a move down towards turn number 5. I have to say, the second half of the field, they weren't really concentrating. They allowed the leaders to get away as we've got a yellow flag down at turn 5. But a good start for Van Parijs.
Yeah, clean lap, clean start. No one crashed at the moment, even if we see a yellow flag now.
I think there was somebody running wide at turn number 5, off track, maybe a mechanical issue, but certainly not an accident. Van Parijs, Masterkiewicz, De Rua, and the rest as they head down towards turn number 12. Turn number 12, a key overtaking spot. You've got to be careful because it's all about power and momentum going up the hill.
Yeah, position 1 is getting a gap, but the draft here make a lot, so I think over the first corner they're going to be together.
And now we're in the slipstream. So Masterkiewicz, you think he's going to be together by the end of the first corner. Masterkiewicz getting pushed along by Zendarua, and Zendarua's thinking, don't defend, just let me push you. We're going to close up to the race leader. Nikola Tosic has not come around at the end of lap number 1. I think that he has been the mechanical related retirement. But up the hill we go. Van Parijs again pulls away. De Rua in third position has got Emils Akmens. Now De Rua goes the lead.
Nice one.
Good move there. Is he thinking, okay, Masterkiewicz is not going to work with me, so I've got to pass him and try and concentrate on closing the gap to the leader myself. Do you get a feeling of that as a driver in a race? You think, oh, this person in front, they're not going to work together, so I must go get him out of the way.
Yeah, exactly. We know each other, now the drivers. Mostly of the times, you know what you're thinking, what the other driver is going to think, but it's not easy here in position number 2, for example. Now that number 3.
Oh, hello. That's Nikola Tosic coming out of the circuit, and very sensibly he stops to let the drivers go through. That could have been a big issue. So smart driving there from Nikola Tosic. Oh, Imke Arts has had a problem, and she has dropped down to the back of the field. But yeah, normally, like Pedro, you know the drivers you're racing. Here, not all the drivers do know each other because you qualify from all over the world, and you know, you have, okay, so the European drivers at the front, you know, they are probably quite familiar with each other as we watch Patrick Lockmellis go up the inside of Rasmus Friedel there. But then you throw in a driver from South America or from the Middle East in the middle of that pack. They're unfamiliar, so you've got to learn very quickly. Can I trust this driver? Is this driver going to try and block, or can I work with them?
Yeah, it's not easy, as you say, because here nobody knows everyone. But let's see Chen if he can take the gap.
Yes, Zen closing in. Emils Akmens up the third, Masterkiewicz down the fourth. Nicolas Pico is in fifth for France. There's Nicolas Pico, and he's being chased by Ragnar Vieros and Axel Sanyala down the hill towards turn number 5. The gap between first and second, surprisingly, and you can see, you can see Glenn Van Parijs with his left hand moving. Tell the viewers what he's doing with his left hand. Is there a radiator cover that he can move up and down?
Yes.
What difference does that make? Why is he doing that?
Well, first laps, they're trying to warm up the engine. Now lap 4, sure, he's seen on the micro on the Unipro that the engine is getting hotter, so it's cooling down the temperature.
Okay, so on the steering wheel of each of these carts, the drivers can bring their own data logging systems. They can see the temperature of the engine. So if you see a driver, you can see Zendarua doing it there with their left hand. There's a radiator flap on the car. So not only do these DD2 carts have 2-speed gearboxes, the drivers are actively controlling the temperature of the cart. Obviously, you put the flap down, you get more power, but the engine heats up, so you have to then open up the radiator to let the engine cool. But of course, the less air going into the engine, the faster it goes. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly.
But you can't do it for the whole 10 laps, or else your engine will go pop, and that is bad. So, Van Parijs leads half a second. The gap coming down ever so slightly there, but Zendarua, he's only gaining hundredths of a second. Up the hill we go. The battle really is on between Nicola Pico in 5th and Axel Sanyala in 6th. The lead is very close now. Darua,
I think Darua now is getting closer at the end of the back straight.
So let's have a look. Can Darua finally close in as we enter the second half of this 10-lap heat race? Pico under pressure from Sanyala for 5th position. Turn 3, Darua's there. Now, what does Zen do? He's done the hard work. Do you go or do you sit?
Not easy now, but I think I should go. Let's try to pull away, even if it's difficult because the slipstream. But I think if he stay there, P3 and P4 are going to catch them.
And you're right there. So Zen Darua does make the move up the inside. Oh, and he had to break himself. Van Parijs holds on. And you say Darua was worried that P3 and P4 would catch up. And P3 and P4 have now caught up Akmens and Masterkiewicz because Darua couldn't quite make the move. You saw him go up the inside. Obviously, Van Parijs started coming across. Darua had to slam on the brakes to stop a collision. But we've now got a 4-kart battle behind Van Parijs, Darua, Akmens and Masterkiewicz. Pico, Sanyala, Lokmelis, Friedel, Palladino, Virus and Carmona are next. 3 wide. Now Darua has to go from attack to defence. And he's going to get past. Is he? Oh, Akmens at the inside. That was very, very close.
Yeah, now again, Glenn have a big gap.
Yep.
They're losing time like this.
Yes, of course, the more that Darua defends, the further away that Glenn Van Parijs goes. We're into the closing stage. Oh, and at the top of the screen, you can see 2 drivers have had a collision. That is Louis Large from Team UK and Fabian Bock from Team Germany. We've got all 36 karts still running. Nikola Tosic is a lap down. Glenn Van Parijs, do you think maybe Zen Darua, he had that one opportunity? He's now going to need Emils Akmens in 3rd and David Masterkiewicz in 4th. He's going to need those 2 drivers to help him to get back to the front, because on his own, I think Van Parijs may be too far away.
Yeah, but I think they're going to catch him again if they use the helmet.
Well, there's Masterkiewicz pushing Akmens. They close in on Darua. Van Parijs leads by, well, half a second, but the gap does come down. Fastest lap, David Masterkiewicz with a black crash helmet, number 455, red and white Team Poland race suits. Then you have Sanyala, Pico and Lokmelis behind.
Nice recovery for Patrick's.
Yes, so Patrick Lokmelis up 10 places to 7th from 17th. Mick Knowlton from Belgium has also gained 10 places from 25th to 15th. And Nikita Ilyanov from 36th and last to 26th. So, you know, smart driving. You've got very little opportunities, not much time, 10 laps to make those moves. There's not been many incidents and accidents, so you've had to do all the passing on the track. And now, as we start lap 9 out of 10, Zen Darua is back in the slipstream. What will Zen have learnt from that last time? Will he try for a different passing opportunity, maybe down the hill towards turn 5? Or will he wait to go back at turn 8 and 9 again?
I think he's going to try in another corner now.
Because he knows that if he dives to the inside, Van Parijs will always turn in. As a driver, you remember those things very, very, very clearly, don't you?
Yes.
Well, let's see. Will Zen go for the same position? No, you're right, Pedro. Of course you're right. You're one of the world's best. What am I saying? Masterkiewicz in 3rd place. So now down towards turn 12 is Zen's next opportunity. Into this next corner.
He's going to go. Defending.
Yep, Van Parijs defends again. And it's important that you don't lose momentum. You've got to be on the gas coming up this hill. But Zen Darua, this is the closest to Zen Darua has been. And we're going to start the final lap. 1 lap to go. Would you rather be Van Parijs or Darua?
Van Parijs.
You'd rather be able to control the driver behind.
Yeah.
Here we go. Darua to the inside. Van Parijs cuts across. And you see, Glenn did not block. He did not, but he just eased to the inside. And Darua sort of backed out. But we've still got half a lap to go. Masterkiewicz there in 3rd. Akmens in 4th. Sanyala in 5th is closing in. So Glenn Van Parijs now, it's going to be hug those white lines. Into turn number 7. Now turn 8. Will Darua go again? No. Masterkiewicz is right there. Will Zen, well, See, we'll see what happens in the turn number 12, but that's Zen's next best chance, isn't it? Here we go.
Last opportunity.
Down the hill, into turn 12. No, Van Poppel keeps it very, very tight, very tidy. Now up the hill, really in a DD2. Turn 12 is the last chance.
Yes.
Out of the final corner. Van Poppel, De Rua, Masterkiewicz, Akman, Sanyala. That's the order as they take the checkered flag. Glenn Van Poppel for Belgium crosses the line. De Rua in second, Masterkiewicz in third. The top 5 covered by less than 1 second. So that is obviously very good. We're looking at still carts coming across the line. Some of the drivers that got involved in incidents and accidents a little bit further back. See Louis Large going through there. He got involved in an incident. Fabian Bock. Louis Large finishes 33rd. Suleiman Al-Kandari from Kuwait and Fabian Bock still to cross the line. Nikola Tosic as well. But yeah, Glenn Van Poppel. That's a classic case, Pedro, of I'm not the fastest kart in the race, but because I've got track position, I can manage people behind me.
Yeah. Really nice last lap. Defending really good for Glenn.
But it wasn't like over-defending. He wasn't like blocking or being aggressive. It was just smart use of track position. That's why you want to be leading. It was different. So, you know, a couple of my other commentators, Longhi, Ricardo Longhi said, no, I would rather be in second. You would rather be the leader. The iPad of doom. You know about this. Oh, David Masterkiewicz gets the iPad. Let's check the glove throw. Ooh.
He was really fast.
Don't throw the helmet. Johnny Bravo, sadly. And you look up,
that's not the best moment. Angry.
No, yes. But put yourself in David's shoes. You've got one more race. That you've just worked so hard for third place, and now you realise third place is probably going to be, well, let's have a look.
Yeah, top 10.
It's probably going to be, down there in 11th, 10th or 11th. You've got to shake that off very quickly as a driver. So a lot of these drivers will be going through the same thing. What's your advice to these drivers if they've just had a no-scope penalty?
Yeah, it's in the moment I'm a driver also, so you are really disappointed, but it's nothing you can do, so keep pushing for the next one.
Yep, shake it off and keep pushing. So let's run through the provisional results from Group A and C in DD2. Glenn Van Poppel for Belgium takes the win from Zen de Rua from Slovenia. David Masterkiewicz from Poland, then Emils Akmans and Axel Sanyala. France's Nicola Pico is 6th, followed by Patrick Lokmelis. 2 Latvians in the top 7. Rasmus Fredell from Sweden is 8th, and your countryman Pedro Daniel Carmona coming home in the top 10 in 9th position, ahead of Francesco Palladino, Bertel Bors, Ragnar Vieros McNulton, Juan Rodriguez, Joshua Bethune, Christopher Saxa, Yannick Jacobs, and Max Jaeger. That's your top half. The second half of the field, Jonathan Markussen, Ruben Kverkilt, David Cadenas, Clay Osborne, Christos Oikonomou, Thomas Javorek, Nico Bereza, Nikita Ilyanov, then Alejandro Gama, Guillaume Lemos, the Portuguese man of war, Imke Arts, and Roger Young rounds out the top 30. Manuel Ochoa, Talal Binakli. So Talal finishes, within 5 seconds of the rest of the pack. That's it. Maybe Talal, come and see Pedro. We'll give you a couple of pointers before your last race this afternoon. Louis Large, Fabian Bock, Suleiman Al-Kandari, and Nikola Tosic. That's your finishing order provisionally. You race around the world, Pedro. We're going to have an interview, I'm sure, very shortly. You race around the world. Just quickly, how does this event compare to some of the other events, the World Championships that I've seen you drive in, and the other events like Vegas and what have you? How does this compare?
Well, I really like many people compared to the Worlds and Europeans, let's say. I should say there's more people, more public. Really nice event. I've been sometimes in the Grand Finals, been in Valencia helping Sergi in the past. Really nice event, Rotax. Glad to be here.
Well, good. And the international flavour, it makes it different when you've got your national race suit on as well. But we'll come back to that in a minute. We'll hand over to Jen and Gust. Somebody has got one of our drivers down in the paddock.
Standing here, of course, 2 native Belgians. But, of course, on the track, big rivals. But obviously no lost friendships between you guys. But 2 of the best drivers in the field. Glenn, it's not going to be easy.
No, it's not going to be easy for sure. This was just a heat, so we tried to take it easy. But anyway, once you're racing, you're pushing. So I know Zen was close behind me, so I tried to get the win anyway. But I think the racing will get hard on Friday and Saturday.
Yeah, I think the racing, but it's so good. So many drivers. Even Zen, you know, he mentioned this. We did a track presentation, and he said the level is really, really high.
Yeah, of course it is. It's all the champions, all the Rotax champions. So I think everybody knows what they're doing. A lot of the guys know the track as well. So yeah, the level is getting higher every year, I think. So it's nice to be here again.
Nice to have you.
So I saw you make the move there on the infield, like halfway through the race. You think if you waited a little bit longer, you might have had him for the win?
Maybe, yeah. I mean, I was catching lap by lap, and you know, in higher level races like this, if you don't make the move, somebody will make the move on you. I saw a little gap, and the gap was a little too little. So anyway, we both made it through the corner. I think from both sides, no hard feelings. And yeah, it's racing, and let's move on. I mean, P2 is a good finish, so now we need to have as little points as possible.
So in qualifying, you were not as fast as he does, but now in the heats, you look like you have a little bit more pace than him. Is that track? Is that go-kart setup?
I mean, in qualifying, it's one lap, and I think also we spoke about it yesterday. I think he did the best lap of anybody of us. He timed it perfect, got a good slipstream, and you know, he's experienced driver, so he knows how to do it. I did it by myself. I couldn't get that time, but yeah, it's in a race, it's all about consistency, and I think we have good, constant pace, and let's see. I mean, it's still a long way to go. Tire degradation also plays a role, so it's still a long way.
All right, best of luck to both of you, and I'm sure we'll see them later.
Yes, we will. Good luck. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you to Glenn and to Zen. That's a great way of describing it. I saw a little gap, but it was a little too little. Okay, on to qualifying heat B and D. Mark Kimber and Jakob Bazell on row 1. Peter Bazell and Philippe Moitzi on row number 2. Row number 3, Chris Hannon and Rasmus Vendelbo, Bradley Liebenberg and Antoine Barbaroux on row number 4. The top 10 rounded up by Jason Leung and Sebastian Boyd. Then we've got Nicholas Sabo, Jackson Rooney, that's row 6, Brian Quevedo, Kyle Kumara, the Indian Express, Matis Marinovskis and Victor Frost Bay. That's your top 16. The top 20 rounded by Ugo Quixon, Matthew Taskinen, Joseph Ilse and Kacper Semientowski. Outside the top 20, Olivier Bedard, Philippe Loaca, Nathan Glenn, Gustavo Suarez. Then we have Jose Pedro Pasadore, Lucas Perno, Kane Cherian, Jordi Vesterleken in 28th position on the grid. Daniel Ali will not be racing, he's broken his wrist. Andre Nicastro, Ojalo Coutinho, Gregorio Bertoccio, that's Bas Lamas' driver. And then at the back of the field we have Hung Jui Chang, Devin Sagadi, Rubens Barrichello, and our camera cart, Paolo Besonsone, the 2018 champion, starting shotgun on the field. 35 drivers come into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's a good start from Kimber. Kimber leads Bazell, Peter Bazell, a former champion, through turn number 1, down towards turn 3 we go. It's Kimber in the lead. We look at the back of the pack, all the leaders through safely, and Pedro, again, a good clean start, but at the back of the field, our camera cart, Paolo Besonsone, he has all the hard work to do.
Yeah, we're going to enjoy with Paolo for sure. He had the speed to recover a lot.
Many Grand Finals champions in this race, and everybody keeping it nice and calm through turn number 8 and 9, down the hill towards turn 12. There is one of the UAE drivers. I think that may have been Kane Cherian or Kyle Kumara, the Indian Express, making a move. Here we go, on board with Besonsone. You've got 35 drivers in front of you. How are you going to pick your way through?
It's not going to be easy because everyone is defending now because the package is really close.
You've got Gregorio Bertoccio in front of you as they come across the line. Besonsone still in 35th position, so it's not been a great start. Now, start lap 2, things are going to start moving on for Besonsone, but it's Kimber, Peter Bazell, Chris Hannon, Jakob Bazell, Moitzi, Vendelbo, Liebenberg, Barbaroux, and the rest.
Rubens have a better start than Paolo.
Yep, Rubens Barrichello up 5 places to 30th. I know the team be working really hard. Rubens obviously wants to win. He finished 4th when the Grand Finals were here in 2015, but obviously his son Eduardo, he's here for fun and to support and try and get Eduardo to finish. And you know, just obviously the racing driver, you want to win every single race, but I think when you're a dad, your priorities change ever so slightly. Up to turn number 15 on lap number 2. It's still Mark Kimber in the race lead, but look, here comes Peter Vazel. So Kimber, a champion in Sarno as a junior and in Bahrain as a senior. Vazel, a champion in Sarno in this class, in senior, it was DD2 in Sarno in 2019. So 3 titles. Chris Hannon as well, a former winner. Now we're on board with Sonsonate. Barrichello in front of us. Here we go. Take us through this battle, Pedro.
That's a nice battle. It's not going to be easy to overtake Rubens for Paulo.
But
really close.
Really close. He's got to be the last thing you want to do. Up the inside.
Clean overtake, no losing time.
And now you've got to set your sight on the next car, straight away, number 448. At this point, are you worried about Rubens coming back at you, or are you just focusing on the kart in front?
No, especially Rubens knows Paulo very well. He shouldn't be there, Paulo, what happens in quali. So he's going to try to follow him to overtake the other drivers with him.
So this is where Rubens Barrichello will now be thinking, okay, the go-kart racer can help me because he'll open the doors. You've got to change the lead. Peter Vazel up the inside of Mark Kimber. And we have a new leader, the Czech Republic driver. Peter Vazel passes Mark Kimber. But it's incredible how Rubens will be thinking, okay, Paulo, I'll follow you. You know, I need to work with you. And it's not a case of the go-kart racer going, oh, I need to work with the Formula 1 driver. No, the Sonsonate is the stronger at this particular week.
Exactly.
Now,
I didn't expect Peter to overtake Mark. I thought they were trying to pull away. Not the case.
Kimber is very, very smart driver. He will wait. Now, we still haven't caught. Besonsone is 30th. Hung Yung Chang is in front of him. And we go through turn number 12 up the hill. You've got a big, there's a battle in front, so that's going to be one driver.
Yes.
You've got to be so aware.
Another one.
But even back in the pack, you think, oh, okay, they're driving 30. They're not. Hyung Young Chuk, he's a champion. He may be a champion of a country where the competition isn't as strong, but he's a champion nonetheless. So every position is so hard. And the top 5 karts are battling. Philip Mwatsi in 5th position sets the fastest lap of the race. That shows that he has got the slipstream and is pushing along as we get to the halfway point of this DD2 battle. Into turn number 8, Vazel, Kimber, Chris Hanna, Jakob Vazel, Mwatsi. Then a gap to Antoine Barbaru, Rasmus Vendelbo, Kyle Kumaran, the Indian Express in the top 10. Jason Leung, Brian Quevedo, Matis Marinovskis, Sabo, Frost Bay, Rooney, Eltz, Crixon. Have we got a new leader?
Yeah, Kimber goes in P1.
I didn't miss that. Was that down at turn 12?
Yes.
Up the inside?
They're pulling away now.
Yeah, so this will be good. Now, will Peter Vazel work with Kimber, or will he go straight back in? Let's see what happens. Down the main straight, Kimber has to defend.
So it's gonna be a pack again. Tough race.
So Kimber having to defend. So Vazel obviously wants to be aggressive, but Jakob. Okay, so here's an interesting situation. Peter Vazel now has his younger brother Jakob behind him. How would you imagine? You have your brother behind you. That is going to change the way you approach the attack, isn't it?
I think so. I think they're gonna try to help each other.
Well, Peter's thinking, you better help me.
Yeah.
If he doesn't, then the Vazel household will be quite quiet tonight. Now, behind the top 3, you have, looks like Antoine Barbaru, the French driver, has moved up into 4th position. Hannon is 5th, Vendelbo 6th, Philip Watsi from Austria has dropped back to 7th. Kumaran is 8th. Last year, Carl Kumaran took India's first ever podium. But look here, Besonsone Rubens Barrichello has had a problem, has dropped back to 34th position. Bradley Liebenberg, South Africa's Bradley Liebenberg has also had a problem, and Besonsone up to 21st. So Paulo has made some very, very good progress. I think there may have been an incident. Passadore has fallen back a little bit, so has Olivier Bedard. Here we go, back with the Besonsone return number 5.
Nice comeback considering the first lap wasn't really good.
The first lap, when you've had a bad qualifying session, you know that lap 1 is your best opportunity to gain lots of places. Now the field is spread out. It's going to get harder and harder for Paolo to pick up places. Quite see what happens to Rubens Barrichello. Obviously an incident fighting at the back of the pack.
Yes, he ran like 30 seconds slower.
And there's a move there. That is the number 4 2-2 kart of Hugo Kruijsand tried to pass Joseph Ilse from South Africa. Battle for the race lead. We're on lap number 8. It's Kimber and Peter Mazel. Jakob Mazel's not been able to close in, so he's not being able to help his older brother at the moment.
You can see how Paolo is fast. He just made the fastest lap of the race.
Yes, and Paolo's at 59.245. He's broken into the top 20, which is remarkable because we've had no incidents and accidents really to speak of. It's not as though 4 or 5 drivers have gone out of the race. I think Rubens Barrichello may be about to, well, no, he's still out there, but he's obviously been off the track. He will not be very happy about that. Kimber, Mazel, Barbaru, Hannan, Vendelbo, Kumaran, Watsi and Leung, the top 9. And talk about the quad. So we've got a double Grand Finals champion, leads 1 Grand Final win. Jakob Mazel, Antoine Barbaru, Chris Hannan have all been on the podium, as have Carl Kumaran and Jason Leung. That's how strong it, this particular class is. We've got a lap and 3/4 to go. Mark Kimber still holding on to the lead. So Peter Mazel's had 1 go at the lead. You don't think he's going to just sit and wait now? He's had 1 try, maybe waiting to the last lap.
I think it's going to be not easy at all for Peter to overtake, because Mark is really fast. Almost at the fastest lap. See the last lap.
This is the Rotax race, but these drivers, they race in other types of racing as well, so you would know some of these drivers maybe from other events that you've done, or at least you from watching a lot of karting. You'll be familiar with some of these drivers, as you watch Chris Hannan.
Chris Hannan, I know him from KZ2, very fast driver.
So the shifter karts, again, you've got 6 gears to deal with, not just the 2, but as we cross the line to start the last lap, the official on the right hand side there, last lap board goes out. This is Peter Mazel's last chance. Can he close in on Mark Kimber? Bessonsene, meanwhile, is up to 18th. He's passed half the field within 10 laps. Here he goes around the outside of Lucas Perno, now up the inside.
Nice
Great
move.
stuff.
Really nice move.
Let's see, he's got 3 drivers in front of him. I'll keep my eyes on the timing screen, and you have a look at the actual pictures there. Can Kimber hold on? Mazel's got maybe 1 opportunity left, Pedro.
Difficult to overtake now. Mark is going to defend good, so that's the last opportunity.
And you can see Kimber just check over his shoulder. Fastest lap for Mark Kimber. That's a really good psychological blow as well to give. We went fast on lap 9. Just popping the fastest lap of the race. Mazel.
I think Paolo overtake another driver.
Yep. So out of the final corner, it is Mark Kimber takes the checker flag. Another victory. Peter Mazel is 2nd. 3rd for Jakob Mazel. 4th for Antoine Barbaru. Hannan is 5th. Rasmus Vendelbo, Philippe Moitzi, Carl Kumar and Jason Leung. Let's have a little look. Going back with Bessonsene.
He go wide, so carry on much more speed. Really nice move for Paolo.
And that's picking up 3 places in one. I saw Sebastian Boyd with some damage to his rear wheel. Paolo Bessonsene on that last lap picks up, it was not Sebastian Boyd, yes it was. He picks up 3 places, finishes 14th. Great moves from Bessonsene.
Really nice race for Paolo, considered in the first lap again, as I said before.
Yep.
Really fast, so 1 more hit to go. How he finished yesterday?
About 15th or 16th again yesterday, so he's passing more drivers than anybody else. Well, Pedro Hiltbrand, it's been an absolute pleasure having you in the commentary box. Again, like you said, you're here with the Birrell ART team, yourself, Ricardo Longhi, are all here to help give driver advice. The Birrell team, like Sony Kart and Praga, are on hand to support all these drivers. Maybe go and give Paolo a pat on the back. Some of the drivers down the bottom, this is your chance to go and give a Formula 1 driver some advice. Here, Rubens, 300 Grand Prix. Let me show you how to drive this go-kart quickest. Maybe not. You're smiling. Thank you very much, Pedro. We'll see you later in the week.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure.
Now, let's take you through the results of the drivers. We've got this Antoine Barbaroux, Chris Hannon getting up there. Chris Hannon was here as a Micromax driver back in 2016. And yeah, here we are, fast forward, and he is in the big boys class, the DD2 class. There goes the number 414 kart of Denmark's Rasmus Vendelbo. A very strong result for Rasmus. And he goes through the weighbridge, and there you could see in the red and white the rest of the Birrell team. Ricardo Longhi was with me earlier on. Just shows that literally, you know, the chassis partners are here every single step of the way. They're watching the karts on circuit before the drivers enter the dummy grid. They're there watching, measuring, supporting, making sure everything is correct. As soon as the racing finishes, they're there making sure everything correct. And of course, they've got their factory drivers on hand to offer advice to drivers that are new to the chassis and new to the event. As it's dry at the moment, as you can see, the clouds are never too far away. Here are your provisional results. Mark Kimber for Team UK, then the Bazell brothers, Petter and Jakob from the Czech Republic, second and third. Antoine Barbaroux is fourth, Chris Hannon is fifth. Rasmus Vendelbo in sixth, Philip Watsi seventh. The first non-European driver is the Indian Express, Kyle Kumaran in eighth position. Jason Leung is ninth, and Matis Malinovskis from Latvia rounds out the top 10. Brian Quevedo from Argentina is 11th, followed by Jackson Rooney, Victor Frostbay, Paolo Besonsone, that is a top gear from the rear, to finish 14th. Lucas Pernaut, Hugo Creixon, Joseph Iltz and Nicholas Sabo, the top 18 finishers. Now we look further back. Philippe Luaka, Ireland's Nathan Glenn, the top 20 finish for Nathan, and Canada's Matthew Taskinen, Kasper Simiantowski, Andre Nicastro, Gustavo Suarez, Jordi Vesterlaken, Hung Jung Chang, Devin Sagadi, Olivier Bedard, Kane Cherian and Jose Pasadore round at the top 30, ahead of Sebastian Boyd, Gonzalo Coutinho, Gregorio Bertoccio, Rubens Barrichello. The failures to finish were Bradley Liebenberg and Daniel Ali failed to start. But before we get underway with the next lot of races, let's go back down to the pit lane.
So I'm here with the heat winner Mark Kimber. Mark, that was a very good drive, but we had the pressure from the Betzel brothers all the way through. How was that?
Yeah, it's difficult because of the slipstream down the straight, so it's really hard to get away here. But it's also about managing the tyres and making sure you have enough tyres left for the final. So yeah, there's a lot of things to consider, but I think we managed both quite well, and then hopefully we have another heat later, and if all that goes okay, then we're ready for the finals.
Yeah, of course, we've discussed this week. You've won juniors, you've won seniors, now you're up for DD2s. You're confident in your chances this weekend?
Yeah, I think we have a good chance. The speed's definitely good. The grid is really strong this year in the DD2 class, so it's definitely not going to be easy, but so far it's going well, so I think we'll be okay so far.
All right, so best of luck for the rest of the week. I'm sure we'll see you more often, but for now, good luck.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Horst Specken. And, well, from one superstar co-commentator to another, Pedro Hildebrand exit stage left. Tiffany Chittenden back in the hot seat for the next two Minimax races. Tiffany, obviously DD2 Masters has just come in, and now we're underway with Minimax. Again, on the Praga IPK chassis. You've got a driver in this race, so tell us a little bit about your driver. Give your driver a little bit of props, how he is coping with this event.
Yeah, so I'm looking after Zach Tucker. So he's the only driver we have for New Zealand in the Minimax class, and he's going well. He's the speed's there. He topped the timesheets and warm-up yesterday. It's just the racing. Yeah, he did hit his head pretty hard, but he's tough, and he's learning every single time he goes out. He's learning, and it's even frustrating for me. I just want him to have another day. I know for sure.
Yes.
Saturday or Friday he'll get the hang of it, but it will probably be a little bit too late for a top result. But yeah, he's getting there.
Well, you never know. With the weather the way it is, the drivers are having every single thing thrown at them. Here is your starting lineup for the last round of Minimax Heats. This is Group A and Group D. Christopher Elfagali and Jacob Ashcroft on row number 1. Sebastian Mins and Kai Johnson on row number 2. Row 3, Vicente Garcia and Alwa Girardet. Then Juan Pinson and Travis Teo. The top 10, rounded up by Fion Shi and Tiger Tezuka. Nikhilesh Raju and Ryusai Sawada on row number 6. Luis Basire and Yvonne Simeonova on row number 7. Min Jae Lee and Arnas Kaplikas on row number 8. Row 9, Yuso Soranki and Zach Tucker. Then it's Alexander Rogovsky and Gage Korn. That's your top 20. Followed by Jakub Gasparovich, Lucas de Longchamp, Khaled Najjar, Alexis Bayergian. That's your top 12. Then it is Yargo Lempen, Corey Carson, Mate Kopakidze and Felipe Reis. Top 30 completed by Marlon DeSalvo and Yigen Yoshida. The rest of the field, Paul Schern, Nikita Lubimov, Adam Anderson, Dina Islamov, Nicholas Casarino and Fausto Arnaudo. Now, earlier on, we watched Christopher Elfagali take his second win out of 2 heat races. Oh, and a problem in the middle of the pack there. Somebody's cart has stopped, and you can see the yellow flags now at the top of the screen. It's a false start. That's because you've
2
got
on top of each other, yeah.
A bit of piggybacking going on, and oh dear, well, it's the driver that was underneath that has the problem. And who is that? That is number 138, and that would be Harry. Harry Bartle? I wonder. It was at the front of the grid, or was it 136? Bautista Panetta. I'm going to have to double check on that. I wonder if we can get a real. But Panetta's not in this race. That could have been absolutely disastrous. But as they came around the final corner, you could see the problem. We're trying to catch up on the timing screens. Well, let's have a little look. Not sure if we can see that again, but as they came around turn 16, there was definitely 2 drivers, or one driver, you know, had been, how should we say this? One driver had been mounted by the other one.
Yeah, it looked like one of the carts died maybe in the other. And
yes,
yeah.
But then it got going again. I think it was Nikhilesh Raju in cart number 155, and possibly Luis Basire. Basire and Rashu, I saw it was the orange sleeves in the race suit. That looks like a Team India race suit. Yeah, he's down at the back now. So it was Nicholas Raju and Luis Basire. Let's go, 6 laps now, we're up and racing. Elfagali has the lead into turn number 1 as the rest of the field follow on closely behind. It's 3 wide and around the outside. Oh, and there was a little bit of contact there. Was that Kai Johnson running very wide? And oh, into the barriers. That is Marco, I think that might have been white race suit Min Jae Lee. We'll have to have a look. We can't see the number just yet. It was the Japanese driver Ryusuke Sawada, and he's got back in the car and he's gone. Incredible.
It's amazing. These kids
they
bounce. They
yes.
bounce. Yeah, not so much the older ones we saw a couple yesterday, but yeah, these ones get straight back in it.
Ryusuke says, okay, get head down. Let's try and pick up a couple of places. Down towards turn number 12 we go. It is Jacob Ashcroft, I think, with the race lead. Sebastian Mins is there in second place. It looks like a British one too. Christopher Elfagali has dropped back a little bit. He's in 3rd position. It is Ashcroft, Mins and Fagali, but we've seen Christopher Elfagali. He won't be fazed by this. He's got 2 wins out of 2. Now, he's not going to take any risks, but he's got the confidence. And look at the slipstream.
Yeah, you'll see that the leader had probably a 2 cart length gap coming onto the grid, but it's already gone by the time they get around the first turn.
And of course, then you've got to defend, and that is Sebastian Mins now into the race lead with the orange crash helmet. So you're looking there, you're thinking on the screen, well, that driver in front, he's got a very strange driving style. Well, there's a reason behind it. When he was younger, he broke his neck on a trampoline, and it's healed, and that's the way it's healed. So he just has to use it with that neck lead. I thought it was because he'd grown up watching Mark Kimbler race, because that's Mark Kimbler's style, but no, that is the thing. So he's from an Anglo-Belgian driver, Sebastian Mins, but it shows that, again, you know,
Karting's safer than trampolining.
Exactly. You know, yeah, go karting for your birthday. Kids don't go to a trampoline park. That's up the hill, that 2 out of 6. All 36 drivers, Sawada still in there. He only lost 10 seconds on that lap, and 5 of those seconds were spent while he was sitting in the dirt. Incredible.
Yeah, and I think, you know, some of the older kids or the adults even can learn from that, get back in, you know.
Yep.
Sometimes a bit of drama with crashes, but yeah, big kudos to him to get back straight into it.
I know why he did the stretches on the stage this morning.
Oh, okay,
he was the Team Japan member on the stage doing the Deb workout with me. I noticed you walked past him, I'll get involved, but yeah, he flew out of his car because he's limbered up. He's back in and racing again, that's why you should all do it. Kai Johnson sets the fastest lap of the race for Team USA. He's there in 4th position.
He's on the lead pack now as well, so you'll see the 4 have pulled away from the others.
And Fagali with the red race suit has moved into P2. It's now Mins back to 3rd. So it's Jacob Ashcroft leading, Fagali 2nd, Mins 3rd, Johnson 4th. Then a gap back to Alwa Girardet, Travis Teo and Chenzi Garcia, 5th, 6th and 7th. Gasparovic is 8th. Then it's Pinzon 9th, Saranki 10th, Basire 11th. Then followed by Tezuka, Rogovski, Shi, the long shot, Tucker, Korn, Komakidze, Carson, Kaplikas, Nishida, Najar, Bayerjon, Simeonova, and Paul Schern. We're on that 4 out of 6 as a move for the lead. So Sebastian Mins back into the lead. So Mins had a problem pretty much of his own making, but in the last heat he went from 2nd to 17th in the last lap. So he has a greater reason than Ashcroft and Fagali to win. He also has more of a reason not to make the same mistake. How do you balance that between being aggressive but not being over-aggressive? Because at this point, you've had one bad race, a second one could eliminate you from contention.
It's tough. You have to juggle that, but also sometimes when you try and be careful, that's when you get in more trouble. So they're probably just full push, and you'll see now it's actually the front pack is now 6 or 7 of them. So this will happen, and that's because they're all battling.
Yep, Ashcroft checks over his shoulder. Mins in 2nd. I think Fagali is back to 4th position, so that is Kai Johnson, I believe. Up into Travis Teo, Malaysia's Travis Teo, one of the surprise packages, and this is a perfect example of the beauty of this event, as we got a new race leader. Mins, mirror, signal, maneuver, new race leader. I think that might be Travis Teo. In 2nd place. We'll soon see as they come past. Oh, no, Jacob Ashcroft fighting back. It's Mins, it's Kai Johnson in 3rd position. And Johnson with the Team USA race suit. It's dried out. It was a bit wet this morning, so Kai wasn't using it. Now he is. Oh, and there's
they've both gone through. Oh, I think the leader's been a bit freight trained here. Oh.
And Ashcroft over the grass. He comes back on. Well, he comes back on, he's lost ground, but he hasn't, he's missed the corner, but he certainly hasn't gained a position, and I suppose that could have been worse. Let's have a little look.
Oh, there's a bit of a curb. Yes, just gone over the curb, and then there's been contact.
Yeah, you get on the inside curve there at turn number 9, and it bounces the cart.
Yeah, especially these small carts, they don't run the curbs as well as the larger ones.
This is the 900mm chassis, which is the smaller of the carts, and we've got Fagali in 2nd, Mins leading, Kai Johnson 3rd, Travis Teo 4th, and again that incident, the driver didn't deliberately try and offset, he just bounced over the curb into Ashcroft's path. Jacob Ashcroft is there in 7th place. We're on the last lap, and look at that, the top 7 are still together. Christopher El Fagali, wow, once again he finds a way to the front of the field at the expense of Sebastian Mins, Kai Johnson, Travis Teo, Girardet, Garcia and Ashcroft, the lead group. Here comes Fagali through turn number 8. Oh, and that looked like Kai Johnson up over the back, and Kai Johnson now loses ground. Christopher El Fagali, though, when you're in a sweet spot, you're in a sweet spot. He's been 1st, 2nd, 3rd. He always finds somehow a way back to the race leader. Kai Johnson, I think, has got a problem.
Yeah, I think he went quite high on there then, so might have got some damage from that.
Yes, dislodged something. But Christopher El Fagali, it's going to be a perfect score. 3 out of 3. Lebanon's Christopher Fagali wins. Sebastian Mins 2nd. Malaysia, Travis Teo in 3rd place. Take a bow, Travis Teo. Alois Girardet is 4th. Ashcroft is 5th. I suppose after taking a little trip over the scenery, Ashcroft will be happy with P5. followed by Garcia, Johnson, Gasparovic, Basire, Rogowski, Tezuka, Saranki, Pinzon, Gage, Korn. Your driver, Tim, had a problem there. Zach Tucker didn't see what happened.
Yeah, he made his way up to just outside the top 10, and then something must have happened on the last couple of laps. So yeah, he's got a bit of work to do tomorrow.
Yes, I mean, so for those the drivers, those 36 Minimax drivers, that's their last heat done. They've now got their grid points. They will all be sitting nervously watching, waiting for this heat race to be finalised, and then the next one. One thing we talked about, we have Yvonne Simeonova. Let's have a look. This is obviously supported by the Praga chart. Very quickly, because I know we're going to have probably a couple of interviews. There's only 8 girls racing this year. Last year we had 14. Obviously, this isn't an event that you can just register to enter. You have to earn your tickets.
Yeah.
But 8 out of 394. Last year we got behind us in the commentary box. You've got the big looming figure of Matilda Olsen, who was on all the publicity of the event because she was, raced in the E20 last year, double European champion. As probably one of the 21st century's top female kart racers, in the world, Tiff. What are we going to do about not getting more girls into the sport? Once they're in the sport, getting them to the front.
Well, I actually think it's just a numbers thing, and we do need more girls in the sport in order to get more up the top. The kart doesn't know whether it's being driven by female or male, and I'm a great believer in keeping them together. I don't believe in kind of segregation and having any kind of separate racing or anything like that. So I just think that it's just a numbers game, and we need to encourage more females, maybe just let them know that this is a sport they can do, and there's absolutely no reason why they can't win. And so to me it's just get the quantity in, and then the quality will come up.
Yeah, so we talk about inclusivity. I would probably we might have a winner, but the results up on your screens now. Instead of reading the results, the viewers back home, you can look at the results there. I'll tell you that inclusivity. Driver in the next race, Patricio Gallardo from Chile, has one hand.
Oh wow.
He has a fist, no fingers on his left hand. That is remarkable in terms, but it also proves motorsport as a whole. You've seen Alex Zanardi competing, paraplegic. We have steering wheel systems in karting as well, where if you have no use of your legs, if you're a paraplegic, then you can, race as well. Even at this event, he has earned his ticket here. He's beaten drivers, even though he has, one hand as opposed, and 5 digits instead of 10. Yeah. It's a proof that motorsport is inclusive.
Yeah, it's amazing.
Open to all.
Yeah, it's amazing to see, and obviously I don't like to push the female side of things, so I just believe that a racer's a racer, and I had a bad injury with my leg when I raced DD2 in Genk one year, and actually getting back in a kart, I literally think that helped me walk again.
Yes. Okay.
So I used a hand control and didn't like it, and then just made my leg work basically. So yeah, I think it's great, and I just can't say enough for the sport in terms of just socially, the kids, the way they were interacting in the tent is amazing. Okay,
well, we'll come back to that. That's a discussion that we can continue to have. But meanwhile, very quickly, Jen and Gust are down at the pits with a couple of interviewees.
So I'm here with Christopher Elfagali. Christoph, you won 3 out of 3 here this week for the Minimax heats. How are you feeling?
It's amazing to win all 3 heats. I mean, thanks to my team, to my mechanic, to my dad, to all my family and my team. And it's amazing to win 3 heats. It's because of their support. This is why.
Okay, so were you confident halfway through that last heat you will be able to win that one because you were in the heat of the battle?
Yes, of course.
Well, very good then. So you have the pre-final and the final left. You see the battles there going with Jacob, with all these other guys. You think they have anything more to throw at you?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I have more to throw at them, but I don't think they have to throw at me.
So, confident young man. We'll see you later in the week, and best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Thank you, Hust, and thank you to Christopher Elfagali. And here we go then, the last mini-max heat of the week. Harry Bartle and Rasmus Koskinen on row number 1. Vasilios Malamis and Kasper Nissen on row number 2. Alfonso Ferreira and Tom Strella, row 3. Thomas Preda and Jack McLaughlin on row number 4. The top 10 will be rounded out by Toby Gale from Thailand and Gustavo Bonk from Brazil. Zain El Hamasani, Egyptian driver representing the United Arab Emirates, and Luis Sanchez are next up, followed by Bautista Panetta and Joao Pereira, Marcel Zibo and Dmitry Matrenin. Top 20 completed by Max Sidursky, Jakub Assam, Zdenek Babicek and Franisek Maluziak. Then we have Adam Kaji, Gabriel Nader, Jakub Kubera, Alexander Van Meeuwen. And when we go down the rest of the order, we'll flick through them very quickly. Ruben Gutierrez, Cheng Kang Tseng, Antoine Lemieux, Patrick Mikalik. Top 30, Patricio Gallardo, Boaz Maximov, Caleb Odendahl, Uros Bogdanic. The final 2 rows, Tiffany Chittenden. We have Brando Badoni, Mats Van Rooyen, Edward Kennedy, and watch for Lucas Skeles from France after an exclusion from qualifying. Lights are out. We're off and racing. The poleman, Harry Bartle, cuts across, moves out a little bit wide to get a good racing line. And it's Vasilos Malamis, the Greek driver, right up his rear bumper. And on the outside row, Rasmus Koskinen looks like he's going to lose a couple of places. All drivers running very wide. They're going to come back across the circuit. And we're probably going to see a couple of drivers on the grass. No, we don't. What a start from Harry Bartle.
Yeah, and he's already got a gap, which is good. I'm sure once they come to the straight, it's going to close.
I mean, it's short-lived, but
unless the pack behind starts to battle, which looks like they're going to.
Well, yeah, that is the key. So I mean, we says formation. No, we got green flag. It's not the formation lap. It's we got green flags there. But well, Harry Bartle's racing.
Yeah,
everyone else can have a formation lap.
formation.
But yeah, this is the key. What you're saying now. This race is a short race, 6 laps. Harry Bartle's chances of winning automatically rest in the hands of Vasilos, Nissen, Ferreira and Koskinen, that group battling over second position. Because what they do now, Tip, is going to depend on... I mean, look at Bartle's lead.
Yeah, he's done purples.
What a first lap.
Yeah.
A 105.8 for Harry Bartle. Everyone else in 107s. He leads by 1.5 seconds at the end of lap number 1. Absolutely remarkable. He didn't jump the start. He just got a great run, and then as everyone else went side by side, he's now looking over his shoulder saying bye-bye.
Yeah, and the others, in order to catch him, would have to start working together, but...
Straight away.
Yeah,
no
whether that's going to happen or not is... Oh, these two might work together.
Yeah, please ignore the graphic screen. It's not the formation lap. But we're looking at the times there. Bartle, Alfonso Ferreira from Portugal was second. I think he may have dropped down to third. So it's Vasilios Malamis into P2, or is that the French race suit of Thomas Preda? Possibly the Greek suit and the French suit, very similar this year. Side by side, 3 wide going up the hill. That's going to cost a bunch of drivers momentum. But we'll have a little look. So Bartle, the lead was 1.3 seconds. Now, purple sector for Malamis in 4th place. Let's see if that gap has grown. The gap has grown, 1.4 seconds now. But Malamis in 2nd place just sets a new fastest lap for this side-by-side tip.
And they're still overtaken, so I don't think the working together message has got through quite yet.
Yeah, no. It's every man, woman and child for themselves in this race, apart from Harry Bartle. This is music for his ears. And there's one driver up over the back of another one, a bit more piggybacking down at turn number 5. And with 3 wide coming up the hill, that would have been lucky not to knock the exhaust off. We've seen that a couple of times today, Tip, with exhaust being knocked off. And backwards goes one of the midfield runners.
He's back on, yeah.
He's back on. That looks like it's a red and white race suit, possibly number 145, Franisek Maluziak from Poland. Now down at turn number 5. The sun's out. Fortunately, it does create a bit of a glare going up the hill. Let's have a little look. What happened? This is Maluziak going off, and I
just lost the back end, I think.
Yes.
Whether he had help or not.
Yeah, there was a driver up his inside. Yeah. Whether, that was it. Sometimes it takes 2 to tango. Here we go. Bartle now onto lap number 4. The gap 1.5 seconds. Finally, Prida in 2nd and Malamis in 3rd working together. Is it too late? We've had 3 laps of battling. Now we're working together. What's turn number 5? Sorry, Tiff.
Yeah, no, it's super hard in this to keep the gap in the mini maxes, but I mean, Harry Bartle couldn't have done any more than he's done.
Yeah, I mean, he just made a good start. He moved across. He didn't sort of dive to the inside. He was able to get across, so he wasn't squeezed. So he had the optimum line through turn number 1, and the rest just took care of itself.
Yeah, exactly, and that's you know, he's done his job, but it's going to be super interesting to see when you pair all the two fields together tomorrow in the pre-finals.
Oh yes, Harry Bartle meet Christopher Elfagali.
Yeah.
Carry on. Pryda, Malamis working together. Then it's a gap back to Toby Gale from Thailand. Again, great job from Team Thailand. Toby Gale having a storming run. Alfonso Ferreira, Casper Nissen. Tom Strella had a strong run this morning. He's up the P5, side by side for second. Here comes Vasilios Malamis from Greece. Can he get to the inside, take second place? Yes, he can. And there was 3 or 4 wide. Strella making a move as well. I think that's Tom Strella now past Toby Gale up into 4th place. Yes, you can see the red, or the deep wine-coloured red and white race of Team Latvia. Behind them, you've got Jack McLaughlin, Bautista Panetta, Alfonso Ferreira, Gustav Bonk is 10th. But this could scrap between 5th, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Turn 7, down the hill we go towards turn 11. Strella, very, very strong indeed. I think he may be one to watch. Fast lap the race, poor qualifying, but now working his way forward. Up the hill, Strella, and I think that is behind, signaling there, that's Casper Nissen. So Casper Nissen had an accident earlier on, so he's desperate for a good result. We start lap number 6. We start the final lap.
Yeah, the gap's coming down, but last lap, so...
A day late and $1 short, as it were. Now, the battle is on the middle of the pack there. That's a huge scrap for 10th place on back. Gustavo Bonk defending from Zdenek Babicek, Mikalik, Matrenin, Zibo, Assam, Koskinen, El Hamasani, Pereira, Sadursky, Skeles. Lucas Skeles in 6 laps from 36th to 20th. He did that in the previous heat, and it all went wrong at the final corner. But Harry Bartle comes round now. I bet you, Tim, that Harry Bartle always, he'll thank Big Stu, his mechanic, and he'll thank Rodney the dog. His dog watches. Serious? Rodney Bartle, woof.
It's working for him right now, so.
It is, yes. And now, Battle on for second position. Pryda up the inside, trying to get second place from Malamis, but again, now the momentum. 2 corners to go. Harry Bartle, Team UK are having a storming day here in the Grand Finals. Checkered flag comes out. That is as easy as you like. Thomas Pryda, fastest lap on the last lap. And now there was one engine right here that was a little bit louder than the others. Maybe someone's got an exhaust off. The rest of the field comes across the line. But yeah, as races go, well, we said that Paul Louveau, that was the easiest win you're going to see. And Harry Bartle's managed to equal that, I think.
Yeah, and I think obviously in the it just doesn't happen in Minimax. You don't see that, and so you'd be really happy with that if you're Harry. But I think they'll all be aware that that's probably not going to happen once you'll join the fastest pack together. And you know, also all the kids fighting in the back, in the mid pack, they're literally fighting for whether they're going to be staying in and making the final, which to some of them is just as big as a win.
There are 72 drivers in this. Oh, hang on, somebody's decided to go off and get all agricultural on the slowing down. You see the marshal just running to their aid. Now that could be a problem because each cart has got to go back to Parc Ferme in the correct condition. Let's have a look. So this, once again, Praga supporting the Minimax class. There is Cash Van Bell. I don't know who's that with the Viking hat. That's me with the Viking hat. I don't know who he is. There he is. Say hello. iPad of Doom, the lead contenders. So Casper Nissen, I'm sure that crash helmet is a bit like his dad, Chris Nissen's. Shake the hands. That's what you want to see. Tom Strella finishing well there. Bartle, Malamis, Pryda, Strella, Nissan. Jack McLaughlin, Ireland's Jack McLaughlin. There he is. Ireland didn't produce race suits this year. That's what you want to see.
It's pretty cool. You know, they're young kids and they're fighting, but again, I think they can teach a lot of us.
Yeah.
Really what it's all about.
Yes, I'm sure that there have been times, Tiff, in your career where you've got out of the cart and grabbed your rival warmly by the throat, as it's, yeah. But again, it's pure sportsmanship. Every one of these drivers wants to win. But yeah, Team Ireland, Murray Motorsport, back the Irish distributor. We need Irish race suits next year, please. Request over. So here is your result, your provisional result in Minimax Group B and Group C. Harry Bartle, Vasilos Malamis, Thomas Preda, Tom Strella, Casper Nissen, Jack McLaughlin, your top 6. Bautista Panetta, Afonso Pereira, Toby Gale, and Zarek Babicek, the top 10. Zenek's got to deal with 3 racing sisters. Teresa.
I only had to deal with one, and that was tricky enough.
Yes. Patrick Mikalik, Marcel Zibo, Rasmus Koskinen, and Gustavo Bonk, Jakob Assam, and Max Sadursky, your top 16. Dimitri Matrenin and Lucas Scalez from 36th to 18th. Good result for the Frenchman. Zayn El Hobassani, João Pereira, Jakub Kubera, Antoine Lemieux, Boaz Maximov, Max Van Rooyen, Ruben Gutierrez, and Alexander Van Meeuwen were next. Brando Bedoni, Luis Sanchez, Uros Bogdanic, Chen Kang Tseng, Caleb Odendahl, Edward Kennedy, Adam Kaji. Good to see that Franisek Paluziak, Patricio Gallardo, and Gabriel Nader, all 36 starters, finished the race. Tiff Chittenden, thank you very much for joining me here in the commentary box once again. We will see you tomorrow, same place tomorrow, for the GD2 Masters and the pre-finals for Minimax. Thank you very much, Tiff. Have a great day. Good luck to Team New Zealand. But as we look now, the 6 races to go today. We have Junior, Senior, DD2. But first of all, we're back to pit lane to speak to our winner.
Well, Tom's P4, you happy with that?
Yeah, I'm really happy with P4 because on the start I lost so many positions and I thought I'm not even going to come back, but I came back, and so I'm very, very happy with that.
You like racing here in Portimão?
Yeah, it's really fun. The straight is crazy because if you have a big gap, it's not going to stay for long if you're leading here. So yeah, but it's very fun here.
And you're racing against all the champions from all over the world, so it must be exciting.
It's really fun. I'm very happy that I'm quick here.
We're going to say good luck for tomorrow, and we'll see you on the grid.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Jed. That wasn't the winner, obviously. That was Tom Estrella from Latvia. 6 races to go. Junior, Senior, and DD2. 2 races in each. So all these next drivers, we've got 72 juniors, 72 seniors, 72 DD2 drivers. They've got 1 race to go. I think we've got 1 more interview before we get started. Let's see, do we now have our winner?
So I have a word with Harry. Harry, you just won that heat. You just came back from refuel. Is that all sorted?
Yeah, so all done.
Hey, you were pretty dominant there. How did you do that?
I think I got a good start, and I got a gap on the start, and then I just kept going, putting in good laps, and they didn't catch me.
All right. So you're confident in your chances tomorrow and Saturday?
Yeah, really confident because we've been really fast today, so it should be good.
All right. You think you can win?
Definitely.
Yeah? I'd like to see that, mate. Best of luck for the next week. We'll speak to you.
Thank you.
Wow, disappointed with Harry Bartle. Didn't even thank his dog. Every interview I've done with him in the UK, always thanks Rodney the dog. Rodney's going to be upset back home. So, we are now joined in the commentary box by Senna van Vosteen. Senna from Sodi Karts. You've got 36 Sodi Karts sitting down on the dummy grid. A driver with a huge record in this class. I'm just trying to think back. Your victory, was it 2018?
2017.
2017 here. Yeah. Yes. So now working with Sodi Kart. What an event this is. You know, you did some work in Bahrain with me last year. This year the competition is very, very intense. The weather has made it just so much harder, hasn't it?
Yeah, definitely. It's been tricky out here. I think, yeah, it changed a lot and quick. Mm-hmm. So to be here on the grid, it must be a little bit difficult because you don't really know what's coming. But yeah, you see some drivers that struggle a little bit than the others, but in the end it makes it racing.
this is now the third heat, the final chance for the drivers. You'll have some drivers that we're about to see on circuit. Our camera cart, Mohammed Vali, starting at the front. You have some drivers, you've had 2 good heats. So we'll put you in a position. You've had 2 good races, and you're starting the front 2 or 3 rows. How are you going to approach this one?
Yeah, for sure. If you have 1 or 2 good races, so your position is quite safe for the final. You just want to keep this position for the moment, so you're not going to take the biggest risks. But either way, for the other drivers that some are not in the final yet or can be in the final, they need to give everything on this moment because it's their last chance.
Because obviously you've got the drivers starting the back of the grid. If you're starting the back of the grid, all 3 races you have to have maximum attack. There are going to be some drivers we're going to see that are starting up at the front now that have had bad results, that they've got to fight for every single corner. Let's take you through the starting lineup as we ride on board with Mohammed Vali. This is how the drivers warm their tyres up. Vinnie Phillips and Mohammed Vali on the front row. Ethan Jeff Hall and Nick Trobech on row number 2. Charlie Hart and Enzo Ball on row 3. Leon Zelenko and Gathari Rathu on row number 4. Row 5, Matthias Karnajak and Daniel Hausworth. Casper Shermans and Noah Wolf on row number 6. Row 7, we have Cooper O'Clair and Mikael Pedersen. Row 8, Gustav Uzakovs and Rio Sakai. The top 20 rounded out by Emerson Vincent, Tino Sidler, Xavier Suarez and Dion van Verven. Now, 8 more rows to go. Tito Giafode, Armand Hamilton, Christian Inache and Igor Stepanov on rows 11 and 12. Rows 13 and 14 will be Matteo Baruti, Javier Medellin, Hugo Martinello and Filippo Parmigiani. The top 30 completed by Tonis Johannes Chubingas and Soichiro Shioda. Timothy Vladimirov, Ben Hernandez are on row number 16. Row 17 is Varunchit, Watanatanakun and Bern Copino. Geronimo Azar and Sebastian Orozco complete your 36-car starting lineup. 8 laps, Senna, 8 laps to try and race your way into a pre-final position that gives you half a chance of making the finals.
Yes, 8 laps to do it, and 8 laps to stay safe for the other drivers.
So, we haven't seen an onboard start. Mohammed Vali, his first 2 starts haven't been great. He's not on the optimum side of the grid. This is what the drivers have to do. Into those tram lines. They wait, they wait, they wait. They're looking at the screen. Lights go out. We're off and racing. Mohammed Vali tries to get across, but the Team UK drivers are there to the inside. Vali now has to settle into position in about 4th or 5th position. But the whole inside row freight trains him back. We go through there. Oh, Vali running a little bit wide. He's got to be very, very careful. But it's Vinnie Phillips, Ethan Jeff Hall and Charlie Hart. 1, 2, 3 at the moment as we head down towards turn number 5. That's the worst time, isn't it, when you've got the front 3 drivers on the inside row get such a good start. There was nothing Mohammed Vali could do. He tried to get across, but he just couldn't.
No, definitely. There was a big train coming down the inside and he was alone. So yeah, he couldn't come on the inside.
But, you know, he qualified so well. But, of course, the British team have been really, really well organised, I have to say. And Phillips, Ethan Jeff Hall and Hart just made the perfect getaway. Now we're on board with Vali once again. There's yellow flags waving at post number 10, but Mohammed has passed that lot. We'll try and catch up on who he is behind, coming out of turn number 16 now to complete lap number 1 at about 120 kilometres an hour. He's having to defend. You can tell he's got the defensive line, and that was Mohammed Vali following Austria's Daniel Hausworth. He's down in 10th place, and a big change up at the front. Nick Trobech, no, sorry, that's Leon Zelenko in the number 251 cart, trying to make a move to break that British train. It's really important to do that, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. It is. I've seen them working quite well together. So it's coming from another team, you really have to squeeze yourself in there.
And of course, Leon Zelenko's got no teammates because he's the only driver from Croatia here.
Yes.
So he's got lots of friends in the paddock, but on the track, no friends.
No, when your helmet is closed, you have no friends really.
Exactly. Now the front 2, 4, 6, 8 drivers are all clear. Phillips, Jeff Hall, Zelenko, Hart, Ball, Karnajak, Shermans and Trobech. We have 3 British drivers, 2 Dutchmen, 1 Croatian and 1 Slovenian. Again, the Dutch very strong as well. You've got the Enzo Ball in cart number 254, and you can see the 2 Dutch drivers working together. They look to the inside. Oh, it's a problem, and that is one of them over there. Oh, dearie me. And both Dutch drivers it can go so well, go so wrong. The good news is everyone is continuing, but that looked like they were really pushing really strongly, weren't they? A bit too fast.
Yeah. They were coming in hot, and I think the wheels touched each other a little bit.
So you can see the first Dutch driver there spins into Zelenko, up over the back of Leon Zelenko, and of course the second Dutch driver, Shermans, was right there behind, and he then dives to the inside because Zelenko's been pushed wide, and behind, it wasn't the second Dutch driver. Oh, who was that going up? I think that may have been Carnajac, the Frenchman, that got involved. Hopefully everyone is okay. It may have been Carnajac, it may have been Charlie Hart. Let's have a little look. But the lead group has definitely been separated. Looking over his shoulder, who is that? That is Eric Inache, who has obviously missed part of the track and gone off. He gets out of the way. Smart driving there from Inache. Here come the lead group. We've got Shermans in the lead. Now Mohamed Vali coming up behind Cooper Auclair to the inside. Oh, Auclair comes across and Inache getting out of the way. Try and talk us through a couple of these corners on board with Mohamed Vali from a driver's perspective.
Yeah, coming out of this corner you go a little bit uphill, so you want to make sure you have a good exit down the straight. This one is quite tricky. It's not really easy to overtake, but you see obviously some drivers are doing it. And then coming down here you're going to the tight part of track, which is the most technical part of the track. So you basically want to have a little bit of a free air behind you here. It's easy to overtake.
Well, somehow Leon Zelenko is still there, but he's going to come wide and he's going to try and cut underneath. But we've got, sadly, this Leon Zelenko. I've got Leon Zelenko down as retirement. It's Nick Trobech there now in that lead group. So Zelenko's tried. Noah Wolf also didn't take the start. So we've got 33 drivers running. Not quite sure what happened to the 36th member of the grid. We'll try and catch up with them a little bit later. But it's Hart, Phillips, Shermans, Trobech, Ethan Jeff Hall back to 6th position. So I didn't quite see what happened to Ethan Jeff Hall as well. Maybe that was an incident. So off screen, Charlie Hart has the lead going up the hill. You can see a huge gaggle of carts behind. Varunchit Manatathakun. Here comes our camera car, Mohamed Vali, still behind Team USA's Cooper Auclair into turn number 8 and 9. No room there. Down the hill is where Mohamed's going to try and find something. He's got Wally and Hugo Martinello in front of him.
I think his radiator is hanging off there.
His
radiator was hanging loose. I think maybe he got in some kind of accident as well.
Is that, Cooper Auclair, it's in the midfield section, very, very, very tricky indeed. 2, 4, 5 drivers lead the pack. Yellow flags at Marshall Post 4. We have, I think Inache is down in 30th, but through turn number 3, this is where the yellow flags were at Marshall Post 4, or that's down the bottom of the hill. Let's try and see. We got a driver pulled off to the side of the circuit there. Up the inside, they passed the incident. Up the inside, Vinnie Phillips takes the race lead. Charlie Hart, that's the problem. Charlie Hart's been squeezed wide, and you get freight trained.
Yes. You saw Casper Sherman as well. He goes down the inside as well.
So Sherman's taking advantage, and he just runs a bit wide, and it's now Nick Trobech who has the lead. So Trobech has gone from 4th to 1st, and really he's just, as the other people have done the hard work, opened the door, he's just gone through. That's the best type of maneuver.
He's just waiting on when he got his opportunity, and then he passes him.
Smart driving, and again, if you cast your mind back to winning the Grand Finals at this track, obviously the kart was good, the engine was good, everything was that, but as a driver, what did you do? How did you get that with that? How did you plan your race? Because it was you and another Dutch driver, wasn't it?
Yeah, in the end I didn't win the race, but when you were driving here, you know it's going to come down to one of the last laps, because it's really difficult to clear the track.
The Trobech's up over the curb there, that almost got there. So Shermans takes the lead. They're slowing to the down, and look at the chasing pack. So you've got Trobech, Shermans, Phillips, Hart, Carnajac. Ethan Jeff Hall is now back with them. Gathor Irasu, Daniel Houseworth, Everson Vincent and Hugo Martinello are also joined there. Cooper Auclair, Mohamed Vali, Gustav Usakovs, Javier Suarez and Tito Giafone. We've got 2, 4, I think we've got 9 drivers now on lap 7, 8, 2, 4, 6, 8, 9. The first 9 are together. Shermans, we've had a British dominance so far in juniors, so Shermans, the Dutch driver, will be desperate to make sure that he breaks that and stops Britain winning everything.
Yeah, and I think his heat before, he wasn't in the best position, so he wants to make up ground now as well in the last heat.
So you know that he is going to be defending hard as we begin the last lap. There he is, defending through turn number 1. Hart second, Trobech third. Now, the freighter around the outside. That was a good move, and Sherman's got to be careful now as he cuts across. He's been pushed wide there by Karnijak, I think, in kart 269. But the new race leader is Charlie Hart up the hill. Trobech in second place. Sherman's in third. That was great. Round the outside.
Around the outside. You see these guys, they were working together. They were pushing each other up. Then it's for sure it's possible to go around the outside.
And it's almost impossible for Casper to do anything. If he stick to the racing line, they would have just got up the inside.
Yeah.
And that's the power of the city. In the UK, we call that the M&M move.
The M&M
round the outside, round the outside.
Yeah. No, but that's this track. Once you're in the lead, you're basically a sitting duck on the straight.
Well, the final corner, it's going to be a win for Charlie Hart. For Team UK, Nick Trobech is second, Casper Shermans is third. Huge pack of karts coming across the line. That's great racing all the way back through the field. It's Hart, Trobech, Shermans, Vinnie Phillips and Ethan Jeff Hall. I have to say, Gaston Irasu from Uruguay up into the top 6. Great result for him. Matthias Karnijak, Daniel Houseworth, then Emerson Vincent and Ugo Martinello round out the top 10. Cooper O'Clair for Team USA, and there's a driver sitting in their cart at the end of that one. Now, I didn't see who didn't take the start. We have Noah Wolf, Leon Zelenko. Wolf failed to start. Zelenko, Watana Thankun, and Geronimo Asa failed to finish. So did Enzo Bol after his incident, and Timofey Vladimirov from Ukraine. Only 20. Javier Suarez on the last lap failed to finish as well. So a really tough race there. We saw a few incidents. Sadly, Enzo Bol getting taken up, but he looks okay. That was a hard-hitting race.
Yeah, that was a hard-hitting race, definitely. You see them. They were fighting, and I think it was just a race accident. The one didn't expect him to go down the inside, and he thought it was a clip.
Yeah. And sometimes when you get, you could hardly blame Sherman's the driver pushing, but of course everyone's pushing. They went up the inside, and there's a shake of the hands there. So that's Charlie Hart, and good to see Team UK, Slovenia, and the Netherlands all shaking hands. The iPad of Doom might be busy for this one. Do you know about the iPad of Doom?
No, I don't know.
It's the iPad that goes and takes the photos of the front
yeah, he might be busy this race for sure, I think.
Yes,
so, yeah.
You do not want to be clicked by the iPad of Doom.
No, I think for sure this weekend he is quite busy.
Yes,
I see some racing going on.
There is Enzo Bol. Well, the good news is Enzo Bol, and you can see Timothy Vladimirov, the Team Ukraine race suit. Here's a look at the result, but the drivers are okay. Charlie Hart, Nick Trobech, Casper Sherman's the top 3. Vinnie Phillips, Ethan Jeff Hall, Gaston Irasu, Matthias Karnijak, and Daniel Houseworth the top 8. Then Emerson Vincent from in the number 219 kart from New Zealand, and Ugo Martinello round out the top 10. Cooper O'Clair, Mohamed Vali next. Now there's another driver being guided to his kart, trying to see who that is. That's Leon Zelenko. Really tough. He was a sort of an innocent victim there. You've been in that situation, it's his last race. The problem he has now is that there is no other race for you to. It's now the pre-final or nothing.
Yes, it is up to the pre-final or nothing. I think he's still for sure in the final, but maybe not on the place he wants to be in.
Yes, he's got to get through the pre-final. He's get through the pre-final. But let's see. Before we get to the last junior race of the day, let's go over to Jen Wade and Gustbecken down in pit lane.
With the winner of this junior heat, Charlie Hart. Charlie, that was very close between the top 5 of you. When did you know you had it?
Well, coming round the middle sector of the last lap, I looked behind my shoulder and saw a little bit of a gap, so that was a sigh of relief, so I didn't know if I had to defend going into turn 12, but luckily I didn't, so managed to keep the win, but it all kicked off in the last few laps and managed to come out on top.
How's the kart? How's the tyres? How's the track? How's the combination? You have good confidence in tomorrow?
Yeah, got very good confidence for tomorrow. Got the pace in both the dry and the wet. So the track's very fun. Obviously, tow is absolutely mental. Getting past Casper on the last lap around the outside, and yeah, just looking forward to it. Very confident.
All right. So good luck for the rest of the week, and we'll see you more.
Hey, you still McGuire?
Casper Sherman's now, we're not going to let Gus Brecken talk to you because, yes, they'll do. You speak in Dutch. A little bit of action out there. What's happening?
Yeah, it was like we were with the top 15 like a whole time pushing each other on the straight, and then there were like 3 guys who flew over each other. I was pushing I think 1 cart length behind, and then somebody just flew over someone, and then I was lucky I could avoid and then could back in P3 from starting P11. And I was in P1 going into the last lap, but then I needed to defend, but they had like a tow. It's absolutely crazy. So I couldn't hold it together to finish first, but top 3 is also really good here.
Top 3 is fantastic here. You know, all the drivers are good. Different level, of course. You're used to racing international level. But tell me, when all this is happening, I mean, this track is so fast. What are you thinking out there?
Yeah, you think like I need to stay on the track. I need to like get my points, and then it's yeah, really tricky to know what corner you need to overtake, when can they overtake you back, when do you need to defend, when you don't, and that's like all the kinds of stuff that you need to be knowing what's happening then.
I actually thought the mechanics had to think about a lot of things, but as a driver, you have so much going on, but the racing is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's really good here. I like racing here so much, and not like at a track that's like really small and you can't overtake. It's not that fun as at here. But I hope every driver who was in that incident in front of me is okay, and we'll see.
I saw them on the trailer, so hopefully they're all okay.
Yeah.
Well done.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Well, Senna van Valstein, what can you say about that? That means Charlie Hart describing the tow as mental, and Casper Sherman's talking about carts flying over each other and a crazy race. Obviously, not the race you want to see all the time. You want to see nice, clean racing, but it just shows you the third heats is when people do get desperate, and this is the very last junior heat of the entire week. Pre-finals
definitely.
only.
I think for this last junior heat, some of the drivers, they could already see what the competition did. Maybe some of them, they went out in this race, so they can say, okay, maybe I should do a little bit more careful for this race.
It's an advantage being in the last seat, is it?
It
because
is, you can see
each driver
more.
will have a calculation in their head about where they are and which drivers they're trying to be around on the grid. They will have seen, okay, well, driver X, Y, and Z, they didn't finish that race. That puts the pressure off me a little bit. But then, like otherwise, I'm thinking, okay, the drivers I'm fighting with, they're the ones that have just done really well, so I have to now maybe attack.
Yes. So yeah, definitely it can go either your good way or the other way. But I think we're gonna have more or less the same race because there are so much drivers in here that wants to finish this one on a high.
Well, here we go with the starting lineup, and I'm very sorry to say I got a proud Dutchman next to me. We got an all Belgian front row, but you just look away, Senna. Tommy van der Stroys and Mateo Radenkovic on row number 1. Jan Pinto from Israel and Scott Marsh on row number 2. Yuzuki Sato and Casey Enzo Smith on row 3. Andres Pickle and Luis Iglesias on row number 4. Row 5, Matej Konik and Kaspar Toroboyski, then Alberto Fracassi and Maxence Bouvier. Row number 7 is Santiago Bastarica and Austin Lee, Jorge Ortiz and Thomas Gomez. They come next. Row 9, Jensen Burnett and Ziming Wang, and all Canadian row 9, Aaron Krepsic and Patrick Lipovic, and all Hungarian row 10. It's like Noah's Ark, 2 by 2 by 2. Brian Maxwell, Emmanuel Leodakis are next, followed by Alvaro Aritmen, then Francisco Altamir from Ecuador. Then it's Kamal Murad and Georgios Kafantaris, Marty Rittonen and Maxim Shirko, who failed to finish his opening heat race. Row number 15, Anton Humphreys and Rayan Menaimner, Vian Bischoff and Jungchung Choi from South Korea, Jung-Hung Choi, sorry. Greta Rosen, Katarina Thung, and all-female 17th row, Abai Mohankuba and Sebastian Bach rounds out the 36-cart starting lineup. The track is dry, the skies are cool, but the action is red hot, and it's already a false start. You can see that, well, the poor man, Tommy van der Stroys, was way ahead of Mateo Radenkovic. Tommy would be saying, well, you know, I was being pushed from behind. It wasn't me being too keen. I was just being pushed along. Mateo Radenkovic will be thinking, okay, he'll be now more conscious. Is that tactical? You've never done anything like this, have you, Senna?
No, of course not.
He says with a smile on his face. But no, but drivers, this is something that drivers do because the pole sitter is now under a little bit more pressure.
Yeah, for sure, because I think if you have 2 or 3 false starts, you need to go back to the grid.
Exactly.
So there's a little bit more of a pressure on, so he will be more keen on this one, more safe.
Yes, well, we've only had 1 false start so far in the race. Of course, here we go. This class presented to you by Sony Kart. And Sony Kart celebrating, as Alex Goldschmidt said earlier, their 40th anniversary.
Yes. We had some nice celebrations a couple of weeks ago.
And of course, Sony Kart, the factory team, you know, traveling around there. You racing this year now in KZ, is that correct?
Yes, I'm racing in KZ1 in the factory team, and yeah, they're doing okay this year as well, coming year.
Yes.
And OKJ, so yeah, it's been a good year.
Nathan Ty, you're the champion for the Sony Kart team, is that right?
Yeah, Nathan Ty, he's moved up to OK now, but
Yes.
he has been really good this year. It's been a nice year.
Okay, well, here we go. Once again, the Belgian Red Devils have an annex on the front row. I always wondered why they call themselves the Red Devils and yet their race suits are yellow. There we go. But the Belgian Red Devils, Tommy van der Stroys, Mateo Radenkovic, come to the line, 8 laps, lights are out, we're off and racing, it's a great start, there we go. Radenkovic on the outside of the front row gets maybe, hopefully not too much of a good start, but he takes the race lead, the pole sitter, all the way back to 3rd, and I think that might be Scott Marsh into 2nd place. But certainly the pole sitter did not get away very well there. The rest of the field coming out of turn number 4, turn number 5, a spinner right at the back, but everyone else cleanly away. It is Radenkovic, Marsh and van der Stroys, the top 3. Jan Pinto for Israel in 4th position. Now hard on the brakes for turn number 8 and turn number 9. I don't know if that was a jump start or not, but certainly Radenkovic and Marsh got the drop on van der Stroys. Maybe a legacy of that jump start, that first false start, and Radenkovic, van der Stroys being a little bit too cautious perhaps.
Yeah, maybe he is, but I think if I look back at the driver behind Tommy van Stroys, I think he had in the best start as well.
Yeah, no, he had a bad start. So Jan Pinto will cross the line. He started behind van der Stroys. Pinto comes across the line in 5th position. Luis Iglesias is up there, side by side, Senna. Marsh takes the race lead. Now, the Belgian drivers 2nd and 3rd. In 4th position is Luis Iglesias of France. Then it's Jan Pinto in 5th in the bright blue Team Israel race suit. Behind Jan Pinto is Yazuki Sato, then Kasper Torobojski from Poland, Casey Entersmith, a very distinctive green South African race suit, then Andres Pinkel, Maxes Bouvier, Austin Lee, Alberto Procassi, Alan Krepsic, Matej Konik, and Santiago Bastarica, the top 15. All 36 carts successfully completed the first lap, but time ticks past very, very quickly as we head down the hill towards turn 12 on lap number 2. Now, Radenkovic, let's have a look. Marsh did Radenkovic retake the lead? No, Marsh, has the lead. Radenkovic 2nd. The 2 Belgian drivers, they got to work together, and Scott Marsh is like a sitting duck now, isn't he?
Yeah, he is now. They're coming right behind him in a tow. Let's see if they maybe go around the outside as well. No, he kept it.
Wheel to wheel up the inside. And that would be Luis Iglesias there, just overcooking it slightly. I mean, mistake from Luis Iglesias. Somehow he managed to stay on the track.
Yeah, I don't think if Van Strijs will come out with this one. I think his radiator is broken.
Let's have a look. You can see, yes, well spotted there, Senna. Again, that was a rear wheel of a French go-kart up on the radiator of a Belgian go-kart. Well, it's a French go-kart, but it's driven by a Belgian.
Yeah.
There we go. And side by side there, that is Jan Pinto in the blue and white race suit there, just clattering over the curbs. Luckily, everyone managed to avoid, and now we head down towards turn number 12. And again, that desperation we talked about, Senna, is kicking in a little bit. We're seeing people make the moves. Luis Iglesias now, well, the radiator is still attached. It's loose, but it hasn't fallen off. And I haven't seen on our screens the meatball flag, the technical flag. So he lives to fight another day. Iglesias, he's made one mistake, but he's still there, right in 4th position. He's going to be a little bit more circumspect. There's the battle behind. Great battle of 5th. Sato, Bouvier, Pinto, and the rest.
Yeah, I think that you see the group in the back, they're really fighting hard now. I think for them it's the biggest biggest places to gain at the moment. So yeah, I think we can have some.
We'll see as we head down towards turn number 8 and 9 for lap 4. We're halfway through, and yeah, this is all playing into Scott Marsh's hands. Although the top 4 are still clear, Marsh hasn't been under pressure. He hasn't sort of, he had the one move down the main straight where the two drivers, but that was spoilt because Iglesias and Van der Stroys came together.
Yeah,
Now's a chance.
I think if they're going to work together now, they can catch up on the straight using 3 toes together.
Yeah, so
if they're smart, they're going to do it.
Let's see. This if is a big word, especially when it's a take.
Because I think they're going to overtake each other here.
Well, oh, there's Van der Stroys, and of course Van der Stroys almost having to back out early because, there's behind them, there's a move for 5th. That is Maxence Bouvier passing Yasuki Sato, and he was quite forceful down at the bottom. You're wincing, Senna.
Yes.
Now that is Radenkovic still in 2nd place, Van der Stroys in 3rd. At the top of the screen, you're coming through the back of the pack. This kart's going all over the place. Certainly the battle now for 6th position. Bouvier was quite forceful, and lots of pushing and shoving going on, everything on track. But yeah, the front straight is a great place to slipstream.
Yeah.
Going into turn number 8 and 9, maybe not the best place to slipstream.
That was definitely more difficult there than it is on the straight.
And all this means that Scott Marsh is pulling away. The green crash helmet, the shorter, in stature of the 2 Belgian drivers is Matej Radenkovic. Tommy van der Stroys, the taller driver. Maxence Bouvier is up in the 5th position. So we've got 2 Belgians and 2 Frenchmen chasing an Englishman. And the Belgians are side by side. Oh, they're going to run each other wide. This is going to open the door for Louis Iglesias coming down the hill towards turn number 5. Who comes out in front? They're still together, and it's still Radenkovic. But now look at the lead they've given Scott Marsh. Well, game over for the race lead. It's the battle is on for 2nd place, back to about 20 seconds. Sarah.
Yeah, you see the big group in the back. They are catching up now, and they're going on top.
That is Iglesias up over the back of Van der Stroys. Van der Stroys comes back on, and I think Iglesias out of the race. But let's have a look at that again. I think that, again, you've got Iglesias has got help from behind, and that is like a train of 4 or 5 karts. I mean, it doesn't help poor Tommy van der Stroys or Louis Iglesias, but you have a situation where that is desperation, everyone just pushing on. Marsh is now clear, Radenkovic clear in 2nd. The battle is on for 3rd place, Maxence Bouvier and Casey Enso Smith from South Africa. So Casey Enso Smith, or Clayton Enso Smith is his full name. He's just been smart. We haven't really mentioned him. He's just picking up places. Oh, Jan Pinto having to defend. Penultimate lap, yellow flags. Somebody's gone off down at the bottom. Jan Pinto was certainly there. Casey Enso Smith, this is a great drive. He's in the 4th place, and he hasn't really done anything apart from avoid other people's accidents.
Yeah, but that's what you see some races before as well. I think some drivers stay calm, which is really good, and there's a lot of things happening around. So out of nowhere, you can be ended up being in 1st place or 5th place, coming from the back.
Yes, indeed, and of course, then as well, you've got the nose cone penalties. So 10th place on the road could easily turn into 7th or 8th or even 6th, depending on type of race. Now we start the final lap. Marsh is clear. The youngster from Devon in the south of England. I know it's Sam, his brother Sam, who's watching at home. He raced in this event in 2015. Scott Marsh raced last year and got a podium in Minimax. Now he's looking for a bit higher in Junior Max this year. But 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th is where the battle is with Radenkovic, Bouvier, Enso Smith and Toroboyski. Toroboyski, the white and red Polish race suit. There's a gap behind Toroboyski. So Jorge Ortiz from Team USA is having a storming drive up into 6th position. Then Alberto Fracassi from Italy, Alan Krepsix, Georgios Kafatalis, Yuichi Sato, Konic, Pickle, Gomez, Lee, Burnett, Sherko, Maxwell, and the rest. We've got 35 drivers running sadly to beat Iglesias out of the race. But talk us through the last couple of laps, Senna van Valstein.
Yeah, obviously Matej is in the lead. I think he's quite safe. Just last 2 corners are coming up. It's not the biggest threat, these corners. And yeah, coming on the straight, obviously Scott Marsh, he wins the heat. Matej, and it was quite close on the finish line. But in the end, they finish in the same place.
3 wide further back. Yes, Marsh, Dankovic, Bouvier, Enso Smith, Toroboyski, Kapataris, Ortiz, Krepsik, Kodik and Gomez, the top 10. The rest of the field come across the line. Senna, in some ways, a very typical last set of heats.
Yes.
You can see, you know, even though there's the pre-finals, no one's been eliminated yet, really, but now there are 50 drivers that have got a chance, a reasonable chance of getting to the final. 22 drivers who are now real outsiders. Some of them just haven't been quick enough all week. Others, though, have been quick enough they've just beaten themselves.
Yeah. What you see now, what we talked about earlier on, you see there's a really hard fight going on in track. For some, it's now they know a bit more about the standings. For the others, it's a bit harsh because they finished maybe their final already. But yeah, I think the racing overall was really good, just a bit hard.
Yep, it was indeed. Senna, hopefully we'll have you back, you know, as the rest of the week progresses. I know that you've got a lot of work to do with Sony Kart, especially when it comes to finals. But yes, during the course of the week we'll have a look. Oh, iPad of Doom. The leaders are okay. Body language. There's some Bouvier and Toroboyski.
I think the front is clear for. I didn't see really much going on in there.
There's KC, Enzo, Smith. We can't see the rest of the field going through there, but certainly a busy couple of races. Senna van Vosteen, thank you very much indeed. We will catch up with you later, and good luck to all the Sony Kart team for the rest of the week on their 40th anniversary. Let's have a look there. This is what we see between Karnijak and Toroboyski. Oh, that's Maxence Bouvier and Toroboyski, sorry. The shaking of the hands, the sporting, we'll have a chat. We speak the same language in racing, and the rest of the field going through. So we got 4 races to go today. 4 races to go. And the next 2 will be senior. Here is your unofficial results. Scott Marsh, Mateo Ledenkovic 1-2. Maxence Bouvier and KC Smith 3rd and 4th. Toroboyski and Kapataris are next, then Ortiz, Krepsik, Kodic, Gomez, Bacassi, Pickle, Sato, Burnett and Austin Lee, the top 15. Maxim Shirko, Brian Maxwell and Santiago Bastarica from Argentina up next. Kamal Murad and Tommy van der Struijs, commiserations to Tommy van der Struijs, did so well, finishing 20th. Marty Rittinen and Ziming Wang, 21st and 22nd. Leon Boshoff and Emmanuel Liudakis are next, and followed by Patrick Lipovic, Alvaro Aritmen, Anton Humphreys, Rayan Manamner and Jung Hyung Choi. Katarina Thung is 30th, followed by Jan Pinto, who had a problem at the end of the race. Sebastian Bach, Abai, Mohan Kumar, Greta Rosen, Francesco Altamira from Ecuador. Sadly, Luis Iglesias failed to finish. That's the junior portion of the day over, but before we move on to the next lot of races, we have got some of the drivers from that race down in the pits with Hoost and Jenny.
So Scott, that's another win. That's 2 for 3 in the heats. How does that feel?
Yeah, really good to be fair. Cart's been great. Yeah, we nailed the setup and we've been really fast.
But I heard you talk to Jen. I mean, the heats are nice, but it's not what you're here for.
Yeah, of course. I mean, I've got to win the final. That's all we come here to do. Let's try to be the world champions, so there we go.
All right. How do you think the track's evolved throughout the week? Has it been the same, or do you have different conditions every time?
Of course, in the mornings it's been quite wet, but I think, of course, on the start weekend we had the newer tyre. Now the tyre's starting to get older, so of course lap times slow down a little bit. So yeah, the track's been wet in the morning and then drying out through the day, so quite good for my driver style.
You think tyre degradation will be effective for you throughout the coming days, or you think you will be fine?
I think I'll be fine. I'm quite good on the old tyre and new tyre, so I'll be fine.
All right, best of luck for the rest of the week. Well done, and see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Okay, Caspar, Turbo, tell me, you're having fun?
Yeah, pretty much.
It was a good race for you, of course, coming off the 5th row, finishing P5. So tell us how it was.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. Actually, I wanted to be in top 3, but it went pretty good.
Yeah. What about racing here the last couple of days? How has it been? I mean, some of the best drivers really in the world are on the grid with you.
I mean, it's amazing. Yeah, it's just amazing, yeah.
And what about the circuit? You like the circuit here in Portimão?
Yeah, circuit is pretty fun. It's pretty fun to drive. Overtaking is amazing. Like the slipstream is just giving you a lot.
So important to get that slipstream. But what about in the corners? You know, everyone's really just fighting for that last position, those points for the pre-final.
Yeah, I think the slipstream is the most important thing on this track. Just the slipstream.
Anyone at home watching?
Yeah, I think every Polish driver, people from Poland. Dziękuję wam bardzo za wsparcie.
Thank you and good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Hust, and to Jenny. It was great to hear from Scott Marsh and Kasper Torowoyski there. Thanks to Senna van Valstein in the commentary box. Now, we've got a new co-commentator from Brazil, Felipe Giafone. Felipe, your son Tito's been racing in juniors, but again, a driver yourself, you know, an IndyCar driver who has raced in the Indianapolis 500, the greatest spectacle in all of racing. But your focus is obviously on Tito, but this is your second Grand Finals as a racing dad. How are you finding this, the biggest spectacle in go-kart racing?
It's nice to be here, Hendrik. It's a pleasure to be here with you. Yeah, that's the second time. Actually, I have an older son. He's 3 years old. He's now in the Brazilian Formula Ford, but he raced
in 2018. I thought there was a different
in Brazil. Yes, that's Tito's brother, the older one. So I'm completely with the two kids running.
You're not used to being a racing parent.
Yeah,
you find anyone says it's far more stressful, even no matter how high you raced in your own career, and you raced at the very, very highest level. It's far more stressful just watching your child do it.
It's much harder. I think once you are dead, and then you know what your dad's been through in the past, you know.
Yes.
And I found that when on my times I did the World Championship, I think it was 92, 93, I did Laval, and as a driver...
Laval in France.
Laval
Formula
in France.
Was that,
and yes,
ICA?
and Le Mans as well, I did
Okay.
it. Yeah, and then Ugento. And I remember was the most stressful part of my career. The whole thing, you know, was because you have so many people, and the qualifying is so important.
Yes.
That they stress that all these drivers are getting in here now. I think it's not gonna get any worse as you go up, you know.
And it's why you see. I mean, okay, we've had Antonio Pizzonia qualify for this event. He's raced for. Rubens is here, but it's why Formula One drivers continue to go back to karting to keep themselves sharp. I mean, the Supernats in Vegas, Will Power, just finished second there, and it's that reaction because there's no other form of racing. Even if you have the Indy 500, which you've competed in, there's 33 cars. The speeds are much higher, but you very rarely got a situation where you've got 8 or 9 drivers around you all the time. This is the way your reactions are sharpened and they stay the sharpest, is it not?
Exactly. I don't think they're ever gonna go something like this, you know, as they move forward. Once you go to the cars, everything happens faster, but at the same time much slower as the reaction time, you know. So it's but it's such a nice event. It's a pleasure to be here. All the Brazilians, you know, there are many Brazilians coming here, so we're...
Well, this is what my next question is, like, what is the atmosphere like in the tents for Team Brazil? Because, of course, for those of you watching at home and aren't aware, all 360 drivers in the regular classes are together. The 34 drivers in E20 are in their separate tents, but 360 drivers all with their single workstation. They're in rows with their nations, so everybody for every nation is together. So what is the atmosphere like for the Brazilian team? You're on the far wall at the back there, but you've still got plenty of Brazilian flags on the side of the tent.
Yeah, we're far back, but I think everybody's having fun. Of course, every time you get one driver that do well, just like Fernando Guzzi just did really well, and also Giuliano Raucci. Everybody's asking, okay, tire pressure, how can you help me? So they're exchanging tips, you know, which is very nice. But racing, you're having fun once you're doing well. When you're not doing well, it's not that fun, but it's part of it.
No, and the other thing is that I found that, you know, you have the rest of the Brazilian team, because there's a long time between races, you know, it's a lot of waiting around. Okay, the senior drivers get 2 races each today. the Masters get 1. You do find yourself, once you've prepared your carts and it's finished, and after your race, you find yourself just going with the rest of the team to watch, you know, because it's nation against nation. So you'll find that, yeah, the Dutch drivers, the Dutch fans will be out watching, not just their drivers, but the whole Dutch team. If there's a Dutch driver out there, you'll watch.
Yeah.
If there's a Brazilian driver out there, you'll watch. But here we go with the last set of heats for senior Rotax. And of course, after this race, like talking about, we went that fantastic, the memories of João Pessoa in Brazil, that fantastic circuit at Paraíba, the Grand Finals. Do you think that maybe helped the progress of Brazilian karting, having that event in Brazil? Or, you know, Brazil's always had a proud history of karting, but yeah, do you think that the Grand Finals helped boost maybe Rotax a little bit?
I think it did a little bit, but the Paraíba is very far away from Brazil.
North,
I mean, it's north, so it's not a huge.
Because Sao Paulo is the hotbed.
It's from São Paulo to the bottom, you know, to the south of Brazil.
Yes.
It's stronger. But it's always help. We have 2 Brazilians there,
yes,
Hauchi and
we're going to
Eduardo.
get to that now. Here's your full starting lineup for this race. Ethan Ho, our camera cart, will be starting from about 2/3 the way down the grid. This is Group A and Group D. It's Ethan Faramond and Zsombor Kovacs on row 1. Kai Hunter and Michael Dauphin on row number 2. 2 Frenchmen on the front rows of the grid. Jan Stiak and Nolan Lamori on row 3. Fuja Kishi and Luke Neeson on row number 4. Then we have our 2 Brazilians on row number 5, Guilherme Rauchi and Eduardo Barrichello. Kenta Kumagai and Francesco Grimaldi are next. Aidan Fox, Matteo Richter, followed by Gabriel Cacciolo and Axel Gose. That's row number 6. Row 9 is Alexander Abkazava and Arnold Domingo. Ethan Ho, our camera cart, starts 19th, and of Israel's Daniel Mwaulam. The rest of the field, Owen Manjon from Malta, then Gianluca Savaglio, Christos Chatsis and Kevin Foster, rows 11 and 12. Then it's Edwin Knessa, Ryu Heng Ye, followed by Daniel Kukuruzov, Najaji Rashdan from Bahrain. And the final couple of rows, the top 30 rounded out by Ecuador's Gerardo Cuesta and Christian Vince. Then it's Yunbom Hyong, Theo Kakati, William Exton, Carabo Malmela, Miguel Quinones and Gustavo Carrera. 36 drivers, 10 laps. Again, 2 Brazilians in the top 10, Guilherme Rauchi and Eduardo Barrichello. They'll be just looking for a safe passage. Another top 10 finish for both those drivers. They will have guaranteed them a good position for the pre-finals.
Exactly, that's what they're looking for. They've been racing. Giuliano had a crash yesterday, had a really good run today. We'll see, and Eduardo is doing really well.
Eduardo's been very, very consistent as well. Now into the tram lines, lights are out, we're off and racing. It's quite a slow start. At the back of the field, a couple of cars slow away, but they do go. This is going to be very, very, very busy down towards turn number 1. Faramond has the lead. Hold your breath. Into turn number 3 we go. It's still Faramond. The rest of the lead pack through relatively cleanly, and couple of drivers on the grass here, but down towards turn number 5 and up the hill towards turn 6 it is Faramond, Kovacs, Kai Hunter, who won a race this morning, looks like in 3rd place. The main majority of the field there, and Felipe Giovanni can breathe a sigh of release. The 2 Brazilian drivers safely to the first couple of laps. At the front half of the field, that's normally ahead of the chaos. Although there's 2 Teams USA drivers. I think it was Aidan Fox going up over possibly one of the French drivers. That's going to help Rauchi and Barrichello. But as we come out of lap number 1, out of the final corner, at the end of lap number 1, it is Ethan Faramond, Kai Hunter, Jan Stiak, Zsombor Kovacs, Luke Neeson, Fujikishi, Eduardo Barrichello is 7th, and Gianlo Rauchi is 8th. Change the lead. Kai Hunter moves into top spot. But again, the Brazilian drivers, this is where they can breathe a sigh of relief. They're 7th and 8th. Eduardo Dudo and Giuliano, they can get their head down and maybe work together.
Yeah, I think they can. I think Eduardo just went by Giuliano. Their exchange position just now. Would be nice. Would be nice to let's see.
Work together. You see, you can't relax. You can never relax. Oh, Theo Kakati has sadly retired. So has Christos Chatsis on the opening lap there. But yeah, relaxing is not a term you would use for the Grand Finals. But if you can get into a rhythm, you can see there that I think Dudo is now up into P6 ahead of Fujikishi. So Griliano's got to try and get past Fujikishi to sort of get onto the back of his countryman, Dudu Barrichello. But at the front, Kai Hunter, a great start. And the front pack are now they'll work together. So hopefully you'd like to think that they'll now slipstream and maybe not fight just yet.
Exactly. Slipstream is huge here, and they have to, once they stop protecting, you know, when they go forward, then it looks everything more clear. And that's what Eduardo is trying to do it now.
On board with Ethan Ho. This is 22nd position. We're behind China's Liu Hengye. Up the hill, out of turn 6. And again, you raced in the World Championship in karting yourself, but having that on-board look there, it reminds you just how close, just how intense and how quick you've got to be reaction as a driver. But we've got Hunter, Stiak, Farman, Kovacs, Nissan, Barrichello, Kiji, Raushi and Kumagai, but positions changing almost every single corner. And yes, I keep to say that, you know, obviously you had a great career, but when you're watching this up on close, the juices come back. I found that when I started commentating, I would hate the rolling lap, because the rolling lap was when I wanted to be back out there. You're happy just watching now?
Yeah, I think I am. You know, this is as I run also the go-kart track in Granja Viana, and I have my sons racing. I think sometimes I still drive. I'm still racing the trucks in Brazil.
Yes, yes, and they are
But
crazy.
as far as karting, I do it more just for fun, not in this level anymore.
Yellow flags waving at turn number 4 there. Saw one driver going down the hill with the NASA panel hanging off. That could have been Mikhail Dauphin, but up at the front, Kai Hunter and Ethan Faramond are clear. Then it's Kovacs, Stiak, Nissan, Kishi, Rauchi and Barrichello. 7th and 8th. 9th is Grimaldi, so Argentina as well. So again, you know, South American team, and it's important, obviously you're here supporting, but it's important for the entire South American continent to be strong. So you've got drivers from Ecuador, Colombia, Argentina, as well as Brazil. It's always good to have a strong representation from every continent.
It is, and it's also nice to see that Brazilian people trying to get their place in the Grand Finals, going to racing somewhere else, like Chile and South America, to get, if they don't get the place
in the national championship.
Exactly, they'll try to go outside, which is very nice as well.
Yes, the South American Championship, we'll get to the South American Rotax Challenge in a little bit, but that's a very, very strong event. I think it was held in Chile this year. But up the front at the moment, Hunter under pressure. The slipstream effect is so good. There's a move further back in the pack, and of course now it's the driver's last heat races, so desperation is kicking in. I think that was Aidan Fox or Matteo Richter passing Nolan Lamare a little bit further back in the pack. But it is our camera car. Ethan Ho is still down in 21st position, but it's Hunter Faramond, Zombo Kovacs. Let's have a little look there. This is, of course, a class supported by Sodi Kart. The complete lap number 5. On to lap number 6 now. Hunter under pressure. This is where, as a driver, he's going to be a sitting duck because they got the slipstream.
Exactly, and as you see, at this point, whoever is more kind of guarantee to the finals, they're not as aggressive as they were in the first 2 races. I feel they're a little bit more smooth, at least on the top 10 or top 14.
Yes.
In the back, it's a mess. It's the opposite, right? It's people trying to go completely crazy to go forward. You see Eduardo going a little bit first to the back, and Juliano Rauchi is doing really well.
Grimaldi passing Dudu Barrichello. Kai Hunter had a problem yesterday. He actually had a crash with Jan Stiak, who's in 4th position. He had to say, I had to come back, I have to win today. So you know that he said that quite clearly. I must win my 2 races today because of the problem yesterday. Now, Ethan Faramond, he'll have heard this, he'll know that. So that comes, okay, if I attack Kai Hunter, I know that Kai will defend because he's already said he must win. And you can see Hunter sort of defending the inside. New 2nd place, Zombo Kovacs from Hungary. He was a junior runner-up, or 3rd place in juniors back in 2016. Rauchi is still 6th. Let's have a look. This is Ethan Ho down at turn number 12 in front of Ethan. And there's the problem. That is from China, was Mikhail Dauphin and Ryuheng Ye, coming to grief. So unfortunately, the Chinese driver and the French driver out of the race to help Ethan Ho like you said, Felipe, it's crazy back in the pack. Sometimes you've just got to react to the accidents or the incidents and pick up places as other drivers beat themselves.
Exactly. If you see on the top 10, the fastest guy at this point is the 8th, which is Francesco, right?
Yes, Grimaldi. He's done a 60.279 personal best. That's 0.4 of a second faster than Kai Hunter, but that's because he's got all these karts in front to get the slipstream on.
Exactly.
And slipstream is something that, as an IndyCar driver, you know all about, but it is still so powerful in karting.
Yeah, at least 4/10 would say on the main straight. We'll get 3/10 at least, and then another 10th. So we're talking about 4/10 easily, just with the slipstream.
Yep, and now Kai Hunter's got a problem because he's got them all lining up behind them into turn number 7. Turns 8 and 9. We're on lap 8 out of 10. Hunter now has to begin to defend. Once you start defending, the whole train gets a lot bigger, and Kai Hunter knows it. For Zsombor Kovacs, if Zsombor moves offline to try maybe the crossover move, that is going to allow Ethan Falamond and Jan Stiak to get up the inside. So it's not as easy for Zsombor as you might think. So Kai Hunter can control the track position. We've got Rauchi from Brazil in 6th, and Dudo Barrichello is in 9th. They're all in this lead group as we start the penultimate lap. But here comes Zsombor Kovacs. Hunter staying in the middle of the track. Kovacs, smart driver. So Zombor's had 2 good results, so he doesn't want to make a mistake and undo all the good work, because it's very easy. As you know, in karting, it can happen so quickly. All your hard work comes undone in one move.
Yeah, on the Brazilian side, Juliano Rauchi, which is in 5th now.
Yes.
He needs a good run. I think if he's there, he's going to be okay, because yesterday he crashed, and Dudu Barrichello as well. If he finishes where he is, he should be just fine for the finals to start in the middle of the pack.
Yeah, Rauchi has just gone past the Dutch driver Luke Niesen in kart number 372. Niesen, you can see with the orange and blue race suit on. So Luke Niesen is in a South American sandwich at the moment. He's got Rauchi in front of him and Grimaldi and Barrichello right behind him. And Kai Hunter will see the last lap board go up. They crest the rise, they plunge downhill, and now Zsombor Kovacs, he's backed off a little bit, so he's going to look. Hunter looks over his shoulder, he's got to defend, they all defend, they swing out wide, and now it's going to be last the late breakers into turn number 3. They're being aggressive, but not overly aggressive. Down the hill, it's Hunter, Kovacs, Faramon, Stiak, Rauchi in 5th position. At the back of that lead group, Duda Barrichello gets forced a little bit wide, and that's going to cost him a couple of positions. That was Nolan Limare, the French driver, trying to gain position. So it's important to know that Duda doesn't lose his head. Out of turn number 9, down the hill. Hunter has this one. Rauchi still in 5th, behind Stiak, Faramond and Kovacs. And into turn 12, this is really the last overtaking opportunity. Once you come out of there, the driver can sort of breathe a bit of a sigh of relief. Up the hill, we follow the race leader, Kai Hunter, followed by Zsombor Kovacs. Out of the final corner, the checkered flag waves. Kai Hunter takes the win, Zsombor Kovacs in 2nd, Faramond in 3rd, Stiak is 4th, Giuliano Rauchi in 5th place, Dudo Barrichello eventually comes over in 11th, lost a couple of places, but it could have been disastrous, but it wasn't. You can breathe a sigh of relief.
Exactly. I think it was a very, very clean race. Everybody taking care with the nose, not to get the bumper. Yeah, so I think they're very, as is the last one, the group in the front, to try to just guarantee to go to the finals. They're very careful, which makes sense.
And this is something that, I mean, I'm not going to, this is not an age-related thing, but you mentioned that obviously I just spoke to Senna van Valstein. Senna obviously raced before the drop-down nose cone came in, and he said that, the nose cone, there's still, sometimes you get a penalty for not doing anything, but generally the racing is cleaner. Back when you started karting, we didn't have nose cones at bodywork, so there was a lot more respect, do you not think, because there wasn't the plastic to protect you.
Exactly. I think there is the good way, the good side and the bad side as always. You know, my son was crying a little bit when he came up because the nose was on.
Yes. So there we go. Speaking of crying, that's Luke Niesen gets the iPad of doom. But that's going to put maybe Giuliano Rauchi up into 4th place. They'll put Grimaldi up a position, Limare, Kishi, Kumagai, Duda Barrichello and Matteo Richter.
Yeah.
But yes, as you were saying, sorry to interrupt, Felipe.
Yeah, the only thing that I don't like is that people, as they know how they you have to race a little bit different. You have to be aggressive with the side of the go-kart, not with the front. And the people in front sometimes try to brake earlier just to to damage the people. But I mean, it's just a different way. I mean, sometimes it's good for you, sometimes it's bad. You have to deal with it.
Yes, indeed. Now, as we watch the scenery, we'll have a look. We'll run down briefly the provisional results of that race. Kai Hunter, Zombo Kovacs, Ethan Faramon, Jan Stiak, the top four. Guiano Rauchi, fifth. Luke Neeson in sixth. Then it's Francesco Grimaldi, Lamore, Kishi, Kumagai, Barrichello, the top 11. Richter, Cacciolo, Savalio, Gois, Fox, Foster and Domingo. So from South America's point of view, Brazil, Argentina and Chile represented in the top 15. As we look at the rest of the results there, you mentioned the Guyana Viana. You have your own kart circuit there. There's that wonderful kart race. Please explain about your circuit and what happens in karting in Brazil.
Yeah, when I was a kid, was only Interlagos. Interlagos, the most famous one.
That's next to the Formula One circuit.
Yes, it's just on the side. Yes, and then nowadays we have at least 3 to 4 tracks close by. Granja Viana is one of them. We're 26 years old at this point, so we've been very, very busy. Nice and big championship, so we're happy there to deal with it. We have a famous race usually.
Yes, this is the race
final.
Like
the 500 miles, where usually Barrichello we start with Christian Fittipaldi and 25 or 26 years ago, as just to have some fun in the end of the year, and the race became huge. We had different numbers of F1 and IndyCar drivers coming in, and also go-karts, people from all over the place. So it's
and the karts are very different. They've got bodywork, which is good for the sponsors and what have you, things like that. There are rumours that Helio Castro Neves is going to do a NASCAR race.
Yeah,
next
I heard
year.
that.
You're still racing in trucks. You obviously have Pitsonia is racing with his son. Rubens is still racing, and a lot of the Brazilian drivers come together in karting. There's a real sense of community in Brazilian racing, is there not?
Yes, I think as maybe most of the places, right? It goes from family. You see Rubens with the 2 kids. I'm doing the same thing, and Pitsonia, and I think once you're racing, it's really rare to see the kids not enjoying what you do, right?
Of course, yeah. If you grew up around it, it's like, instead of Dad can I have a football, even in Brazil, Dad can have a go-kart. We've got one more senior race to go. The Rotax series, the Rotax South American Challenge. We've got drivers here from Peru, from Ecuador, Colombia, Chile, Uruguay, Paraguay, Argentina, and Brazil. I think we've got 8 South American nations represented, but there's always room for more. There's always room for more. The South American Championships is a huge event, and again, it's not just open to South American drivers. There are big teams out in Brazil and Argentina, the distributor network, that can, if a driver from Europe wants to go and sample racing in South America, the South American Champions is definitely when they can.
Yes, just like the Brazilians, Dudu Barrichello got his in Orlando, in Florida.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's the fun about it, right? I think you see people following all the big championships to try to be in the Grand Finals, and this became that's why I think it became such a huge event like we're having now.
Okay, thank you, Felipe. Here we go then, the last senior race of the week, of the day. Sean Butcher and Rohan Madesh. Great Britain and India on row number 1. Finland and the Netherlands on row number 2 with Miska Kaskinen and Joop Friedveld. Row number 3, Alejandro Tamaniego, the only driver from Paraguay. Here, Kai Rillarts from Belgium. Callum Bradshaw, world champion in 2020 at this circuit, starts alongside Guillermo Diaz from Spain. Then it's Pietro Pons and Harrison Hoey, Lewis Gilbert and Patrick Donica. Rows 5 and row 6. Row 7 will be Mats Rees and Brandon Carr. Row 8, Christian Pastrian from Chile and Wilgot Edqvist from Sweden. We have Oscar Christiansen and Diego Cantu from Mexico and Denmark. Then it's Andrei Petrovic, Aliska Babichkova, one of just 8 female racers here this season. Adam Ali and Ji Kao next, followed by Matisse Parlant and Leon Mandel. That's row 11 and row 12. Row number 13, Toby Dragan and Theo Eriksson, then Juan Ardia, Terry O'Connor, the top 30, rounded out by Shirya Naidu and David Lachner. Igor Kishin and Akash Nandi are on row number 16, and then row 17, it'll be Samuel Ifrid, Toby Spinks, final row, Paul Hamburg and Khaled bin Shalash from Saudi Arabia. 10 more laps of senior Rotax racing today. It's the 2 races to go up this. The lights are out. We're off and racing. It's a good even start this time through turn number 1, down the main straight, and it is pole sitter Sean Butcher sweeping across to the outside just to make sure that Madesh and Miska Kaskinen can't think about diving up the inside. It's Kaskinen in second place and 3 or 4 wide. Now, again, we haven't got any Brazilian drivers in this race, Felipe, but you can see this is the last race. All these drivers will know what they have to do. They'll have seen their rivals in the previous race, and there'll be, again, a combination of drivers being super aggressive and drivers trying to be cautious.
Exactly, just like before, you see the top 10 guys trying to be less aggressive, and far behind you see people all over the place, and it should be like this to the end.
Yep, up the hill, out of turn number 12. Sean Butcher, he's had 2 very, very strong results so far. So again, he'll be looking to control things. And of course, he won't want to lose the lead, but he'll be aware that Miska Kaskinen, I think, has had 1 good result and 1 not so good result. So Sean will be thinking, well, if I'm not going to give the lead away, but if somebody shoves their nose up the inside, give them the space. And again, very, very close. That's Harrison Hui was looking at the inside there for Team Australia. Joep Breedveld there from the outside in the Dutch race suit. But Alejandro Samaniego, last year Paraguay qualified their first ever driver. Samaniego qualified. He went to the South American Championships this year, qualified again. And because of the nature of this competition with equal equipment, what have you, he finds himself starting in front of 2020 World Karting Champion Callum Bradshaw. This is the only event where that type of thing can happen.
Which this is what it makes really nice. Once you go to FIA World Championship, it's very competitive, very nice, but you must have your own equipment, and you have to tune it throughout the season. You have to make sure you have the proper engine, proper chassis, and here now everybody has the same chance.
Yeah, you've got Samaniego in 4th place, Rohan Madesh from India in 5th. This is Rohan's first ever race outside India. So you got the Indian race suit with the orange sleeves going through there with the white and orange there, and you've got Samaniego in 4th place. Again, it's such a great learning experience. Just be calm, learn. Kaskinen has taken the race lead. Then you've got Sean Butcher and former CIK FIA World Champion Callum Bradshaw. Then you've got Paraguay and India in this lead group. It's what makes this event so, so special.
It is very nice, and you see it is Sean, he has to block, because if he doesn't block, he goes all the way to 6. So at the same time, you don't want to block to run faster, but if you don't, people goes by. So it's a very hard situation for the driver what to do. And usually in the main straight, if he closes the door, they're going to go in the outside and go by.
That's before. We saw it in one of the junior races where the driver said, here we go. Now Butcher and Bradshaw up the inside. Kaskinen gets shoved out of the way. Madesh has lost a place, and here comes Samaniego and Madesh up the inside into 2nd place. Is that Rohan Madesh? No, down to 4th. It's Alejandro Samaniego up into P2 by the looks of it. Butcher leads, Samaniego 2nd, 3rd for Bradshaw, 4th for Madesh, 5th Kaskinen, Breedveld is 6th, 7th is Diaz for Spain, Lewis Gilbert is 8th, the only Scottish driver we have here. Kaskinen runs wide in the white and blue finish race suit. This is half distance. So, Alejandro Samaniego, you are sandwiched between European and British champion Sean Butcher, British and world champion Callum Bradshaw. You're the only driver here from Paraguay. Get your notepad out and start taking notes, because they're going to absolutely, this is the best lesson you could hope to buy. Will the occasion get him? That's what we worry now. It's hard, the excitement is there. He never thought he would be this far up, little bit of contact there. Madesh is in 4th position. Look at this train of karts. You just got to hold your breath, Felipe.
Yeah, you see people far behind, turning laps faster than the group in the front. So that's why you see one big pack like this.
Into turn number 7 we go. Now 8 and 9, halfway through. And just to show how competitive this is, the top 14 drivers separated by 2.5 seconds. It's Butcher, Samaniego, Bradshaw, Madesh, Kaskinen, Breedveld, Diaz, Gilbert, Rillarts, Kai Rillarts from Belgium in 9th, then Harrison Hoy, Pietro Pons, Brandon Carr, Christian Pastrian from Chile, Patrick Donica and Andrei Petrovic from Serbia in the top 15. You said earlier you were quite happy. You sure you don't want to get back into a car, Felipe? Looking at this type of action? Leave it to Tito, yes?
Yeah, leave it to Tito. But it's very, very competitive. I was looking the times. You get 3/10. You basically, we're talking about 20 drivers within 2.5 tenths. It's very competitive.
Aliska Babitskova in 18th position has just set the fastest lap of the race, and she is in 18th position, a grand total of 4.6 seconds behind the race leader. She's in the lead group. You think, oh, you finish a race 4.6 seconds behind the leader? That's not bad. That's normally a top 5 finish. No, you're lucky to get into the top 20 in the Grand Finals.
And that's why it's so important to take care of the front bumper, because if it goes in, you're done.
Exactly. A 5-second penalty is not 1st to 5th, it's 1st to 25th. Up the hill, it's Butcher from Bradshaw. Samaniego is in 3rd. Madesh is in 4th. It's the UK 1 and 2, Paraguay 3rd, India 4th, Finland in 5th position. On to lap number 7. And now Samaniego pushing Callum Bradshaw down the straight up towards his teammates into turn number 3. We get them slowed down. Always marvel, this is at 120 kilometers an hour and more, and yet inches apart. And you can see Rohan Madesh there with the orange sleeves under pressure from Kaskin, and here comes Lewis Gilbert in the number 306 card. Padilla Diaz and Kai Rillarts there as well. This is, you're just waiting, you're just hoping that they all come home safely. After a race like this, you just want them all to get home cleanly.
Exactly, and it's amazing how there's still, I mean, even back on the back of the pack, they see they're going fairly smooth, you know, not many crashes.
No, exactly.
Which is
We've
very
got
good.
36 drivers starting this race. Mads Rees from Denmark. I heard one kart going past that was very loud, so maybe an exhaust problem, but 35 karts still running. And look at this train. You've joined us for a couple of really good races, Felipe, side by side. Callum Bradshaw goes around the outside, and Alejandro Samaniego for Paraguay into P2. This would be, well, let's not talk just yet. And yes, the 35th place kart, well pointed out, Felipe. G Cow in 35th position has just set a lap time within 100th of a second of race leader Callum Bradshaw on this last lap. The idea of this event was parity for one and all, and they have got it. We got one driver without a nose cone, so that's going to be a mechanical flag. Callum Bradshaw leads. Alejandro Samaniego is 2nd. Sean Butcher is 3rd. Rohan Madesh is 4th. Up the inside, that's Harrison Hoey in the Australian race suit there, losing a little bit of ground there, but he backs out of it. We're going to start lap 9 out of 10. Here come the field. Half the field together, still on the main straight. Bradshaw and Samaniego.
We're talking about 10 seconds. Within the 10 seconds, we have 26 drivers. So competitive.
It's so good indeed. Down the hill, still through turn number 5. The lead group 2, 4, 6, 7 karts. You could, you know, throw a postage stamp over them. They're that close. But still, everyone, you know, no one's sort of done anything silly. We're trying to be aggressive. They're all looking for a pass, but they're not overstepping the mark.
No, they're more calm, I would say, in this last race. A couple of first races, they're a bit more aggressive. Now they have to bring the points home. Maybe that's why they're taking care.
Well, it's a British 1-2 at the moment, but let's not underestimate the fact that, and of course, this event is always about bringing new nations. We've got 60 nations here. The last lap board goes up. Oh, Butcher and Bradshaw collide. Oh my word, and Samaniego off as well. The two British drivers collide, and Samaniego, oh poor Samaniego, out of the race. Who is going to, I think it's Bradshaw. No, it's Lewis Gilbert who leads. Rohan Madesh is second, and we were just saying, is that Bradshaw? Well, we'll have a little look there. It's Bradshaw, Madesh, Gilbert, Kaskinen, Sean Butcher, and Alejandro Samaniego out of the race. I do hope that Alejandro is okay.
Yeah.
It can happen in a flash, Felipe, can't it?
It did. We will have to really see the replay to see exactly what happened, but they just protect the inside there, and then they touch. Was
yeah, I think in the last race, Butcher, Bradshaw passed Butcher on the last lap into turn number 1. I think Butcher tried to do the same thing. They clashed wheels, and poor Alejandro Samaniego is the driver that is lost out. The last lap, the checkered flag waves. It will be Callum Bradshaw. There's no celebration. Rohan Madesh from India, however. Let's not underestimate, that is India taking their best ever result. Okay, Samaniego is up and out of his cart. That is the main thing. In third place, Lewis Gilbert for Scotland. Then it's Miska Kaskinen, Guillermo Diaz, Christian Pastrian. Up 9 places for Chile. Into 6th position, Hugh Breedveld, Harrison Hoey, Brandon Carr, and Kai Rillart's the top 10. Sean Butcher and Alejandro Samaniego failed to finish. Well, Felipe, well, firstly, we're going to see, I think, walking past us in the commentary box, that will be the Marshals team very, very quickly there. The medics are there as well. Samaniego did everything right there. He was in the wrong place at the wrong time. So Paraguay will not be sorry. But again, he's had 2 good results. That will, and you've got all night now to repair the kart for tomorrow. But for India, what a great result for a new nation in karting, finishing in 2nd position.
This is really nice to see it as well. India doing so well. Was a shame. You could see it wasn't anything on purpose. It was just they clashed.
You said earlier that because the fairing, the front fairing,
exactly.
drivers have to be more aggressive with the sides of their karts. You can see Lewis Gilbert and Bradshaw talking there, and that was a classic case of a driver going to the inside, and it was rear wheel to rear wheel contact. And again, teammates, the last thing countrymen want to do, but that is just, it just happened so quickly. And poor Alejandro Samaniego on the outside, nowhere to go. And we hope that he's okay. We'll obviously bring an update there. But Felipe Giafone, again, the Granja Viana circuit, I know that it's a fantastic place in Brazil. The Brazilian team always, every year, adds so much colour and emotion and passion. We're very glad that you're able to join us. And Tito, on course for, well, we touch wood in the UK. Tito has a good result. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure to be here with you. Pleasure to see another great event like this, and hopefully we'll be back on the future as well. Even without Tito or without my kids, it's always fun to watch.
It's good. You never know when the Grand Finals may head back towards South America. One day, very soon we hope. Thank you very much, Felipe Giafone. And here we now have the unofficial results from the last senior Rotax heat of the week. Callum Bradshaw, Rohan Madesh, 1st and 2nd. Lewis Gilbert and Miska Kaskinen in 3rd and 4th. Guillermo Diaz, Christian Pastrian 5th and 6th. Hugh Breedveld, Harrison Hoey, Brandon Carr, and Kai Rillart's the rest of the top 10. Then we have Pietro Ponce, Patrick Donica, Edquist. Here the applause going up as Alejandro Samaniego walks back. And yes, let's give that young man a round of applause, because he came within a lap of giving Paraguay their best ever result. So a round of applause for Alejandro Samaniego as he walks back to the ambulance. What a performance for that young man. We have not heard the last of him in the Grand Finals just yet. The rest of the top 15, Donica, Edquist, Christiansen, Babichkova, Parla, Naidu, and Leon Mandel. Tommy Dragan, Spinks, Ali, Eriksson, Lackner, O'Connor, Cantu, Ifrid, Kitchkin, Hamburg, Adia, Nandi, Ikao, Shalash, and then sadly the drivers that failed to finish: Sean Butcher, Samaniego, Petrovic, and Mads Rees. That concludes the senior racing, the senior Rotax heats for today. Pre-finals tomorrow. We have 2 races to go. That will be, here's a look at the replay, and you can see Butcher to the inside. Bradshaw defends, and Samaniego nowhere to go. Bounced in the air. At this point, he is a passenger, and the driver is absolutely okay. He's walked away, ladies and gentlemen. I've seen him walk across the front of the commentary box. You can see it on screen, but he's A-okay. And now we head down for an interview.
Things happened there in that final lap. Talk us through it.
Yeah, coming into the final lap, there was a crash at the first corner. I think it was Butcher. I tried to get up the inside, but I'm not sure if there was room. And then they claimed it with Bradshaw, and a few cars went out the way, but it helped me to get up to third. But yeah, the last lap was pretty chaos.
You think it will be the same for tomorrow in the pre-finals and the finals on Saturday, or will it cool down a little bit?
I think it's going to get worse. From the pre-finals going to be worse than the heats, and then the finals going to be way worse. Because you can't get away here. Everybody's so close in pace, and it's going to be a real fight.
You comfortable with this style of fighting, or are you a bit out of your depth?
No, I feel fine fighting with these boys. I've raced these boys for the past 2 to 3 years, so I'm pretty comfortable. Just need to try and get a good start and hope for the best, and just do my best, really.
All right, best of luck for the next couple of days, and we'll see you.
Thank you.
You're playing with the big boys here. Callum Bradshaw on one side of you, and on the other side, Lewis Gilbert.
Yeah.
It's fun.
Yeah, it was a pretty good race. They're really good drivers. It's really difficult to stay with them, but yeah, I think I did a good job.
I think you did a great job. You must be happy. I mean, it's not easy. Great drivers here. I mean, when I look around, all the champions from all the different Max Challenge races, how is it compared to racing in India?
Yeah, it's very different because the grid's much bigger here and the competition's much more difficult. So it's much better and it's a much better field, and I think I did a good race.
You're looking forward to tomorrow now?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to tomorrow and hopefully getting a good result.
Would you like to say hi to anyone at home in India?
Just to my mum and maybe my brother.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, see you tomorrow and wish you luck.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much, Gust and Jen. Obviously, Rohan Madesh there, what a fantastic result. India had a podium last year, and the gentleman that joined me in the commentary box as we watched Carl Kumaran get the podium for India last year, Filippo Laghi, once again back with us this year for the last 2 races. Filippo, I know that your drivers for Italy have had a tough day, but they're battling on. Baruti and Ponce, they're fighting on, and we've got 2 races to go. DD2, some of the best racing we ever have.
Yeah, of course. Thank you, Harry, for this invitation at first. And now I'm so excited to comment with you this DD2 because I was watching the results of the heat, some laps, and all the top drivers this time are fast, and so we will see a lot of good races together this time.
Exactly. And Paolo Besonsone, our camera card, you can see going through your screen there, starts the back. Here is your full starting lineup for DD2, Group A and D. Glenn Van Parijs and Jacob Azel, row 1. Zenderua and Philippe Moitzi, row number 2. Row number 3, Emils Akmens and Rasmus Vendelbo, Rasmus Predel and Antoine Barbarou on row number 4. Axel Sanyala and Sebastian Boyd, row 5. Francesco Palladino and Jackson Rooney on row number 6. Row 7, Bertolt Bors and Carl Kumaran, the Indian Express. Then it is Daniel Carmona and Victor Frost Bay. The next row is Patrick Slotmelis and Matthew Taskinen, Louis Large and Kasper Sibiantowski on row number 10. Max Jaeger and Philippe Luaka, Joshua Bethune and Gustavo Suarez on row number 12. Row 13, Mick Knowlton, Lucas Pernod, Jonathan Markuson and Jordi Vesterlaken on row number 14. Row 15 will be Manbo Ochoa from Peru and Andre Nicastro, Roger Young and Gregorio Bertoccio starting 32nd. Then it is Alejandro Gama, Devin Sagadi, Talal Binakli and our camera car 2018 champion Paolo Besonsone. 36 drivers coming into the tram lines. Filippo, I think you've had a tough week. How about we ease the pressure and you call the start?
Yeah, of course. Let's see, the drivers are arriving in the start-finish line. Red light is on. Now let's go.
It's a good start from Van Parijs, who comes across the line to take it to turn number 1. And now the drivers split 3 and 4 wide down towards turn number 2. But it's Van Parijs and De Rua who've made a good start. Bazell running a little bit wide.
Moizzi is in the outside. I think Moizzi's got the P3. Van Parijs and Bazell first and second. Good race. We have 2 expert drivers of this category in top 2 places. And I think, yes, Moizzi is in P3.
At the back of the pack there, a couple of drivers running up over the back of each other, but the leaders are through clearly now. Casting my mind back to Bahrain last year in GD2, Van Parijs and De Rua had a bit of a discussion over one of the corners, but they have worked it out this year, working well together, down the hill towards turn number 12, the lead pack altogether.
De Rua is in second place, I'm sorry, I was watching the timing monitor, but Xen De Rua is in second place. Now let's see, because Xen was I told with him during this week, and he's so happy. The car works really good, and I think he has the speed to take a very good result.
Because this is his 10th Grand Finals, and he looks to the inside. Paolo Besonsone already up to 27th at the end of lap number 1. It's Van Parijs, De Rua, then Moizzi in the red and white Team Austria race suit. Bazell is 4th, and in 5th position is Antoine Barbaroux, who was so quick in the last year's final, but had a front fairing penalty. But like you said, Filippo, all the main players are gathering themselves together up in the front, with one of them, Besonsone, trying to do everything he can to get there.
Yeah, of course. Look, Bezel in the straight is unbelievable. His move, he goes totally down.
Yes.
Yeah, with the legs to try the best possible aerodynamic position is unbelievable. This move.
And so we'll watch that. We got the Finnish driver Rasmus Friedel, Emil Akmans, Jackson Rooney, Axel Sanyala. Axel Sanyala in what is now 10th position. Here comes Van Parijs, De Rua, and watch Bazell.
Also Moizzi. Same position in the seat during the straight.
So just eases back a little bit. We saw some of the Japanese drivers do that years ago. Most drivers hunch down behind the NASA panel, but Jakob Bazell sort of gets down, knees up. There's a move. That is Axel Sanyala picking up a position. Now, Xen De Rua, will he try and work with Moizzi and Bazell to try and catch Van Parijs, do you think?
Yeah, I think this first lap are just to study what happens during the race, and let's see. I think Xen has the speed to try to close the gap on Van Parijs and try to make an overtake in 2-3 laps. But let's see. Here in Portimão, the power of the slipstream is unbelievable.
Yes.
If you see all the drivers after the first corner goes totally to
inside.
Yeah, totally inside. Let's see. Now they are in the start-finish line, first corner, and then, okay, Van Parijs now has a little bit gap, but if you look the group, they goes totally on the left side of our screen, just to protect the inside, because the power of the slipstream is unbelievable.
And again, Van Parijs, the second group aren't battling. As long as De Rua, Moizzi, Bazell, Barbaroux, Rasmus Vendelbo, Akman, Sanyala and Friedel, as long as they stay in single file, they will always catch that slipstream, and Van Parijs will not be able to get away.
Yeah, I think Jakob Bazell can be ready to make a move on Moizzi. He tried the inside of the hairpin, but Moizzi closed the door. Now another time he tries to put the front of his go-kart inside, but Moizzi is defending very well.
But I think what maybe Jakob will be thinking of, if I get involved in too much of a battle, then De Rua and Van Parijs will go. So maybe I try and push just to keep myself in contention. But here now Xen is in the slipstream.
Yeah, of course. I think Jakob made a mistake, maybe, because he has lost a lot of ground on Moizzi during the straight. Maybe he made a mistake in shifting the gear. Maybe.
He seemed to pull to the inside.
It's a strange move. But Xenex closed the gap on Van Parijs. Now he can try to make his move. Now, no, not enough close this time.
In the first race of the day, De Rua tried to make a move at that corner on Van Parijs.
Yeah, but Henry,
Van Parijs went, no.
I've never driven here, but just watching the races is so hard in this track to make an overtake clean.
Yes.
Because the track is not so wide, and at the same time there is one fast line. And when you have to try to make an overtake, you have to force the other driver to go wide, and you lost a lot of time.
And again, so you're a veteran, and you see Mazel once again. I think
the Roux inside. The Roux takes the inside at the second corner. The Roux takes the lead of this heat of the DD2. Nice move, Henry. Nice move.
Yes, indeed. Again, you're a veteran of 6 Grand Finals, I think, Filippo, but never here. You seem to qualify every year that they weren't here. But Zed de Roux takes the race lead. He tried into turn 8 and 9. Now Will van Parijs. Let's have a look. Talk us through it, Filippo.
Yeah, so he has been so close in the slipstream, and now he did a very good move in the inside. He was not very close. I think Van Parijs did not expect an overtake in that place.
He left the door wide open.
Yeah.
And if you leave the door open, somebody will always step through it. Moitzi in 3rd, Mazel in 4th. Keep watching Jakob Mazel. I think there may be a problem coming out of that first corner.
Yeah, it's strange because he arrives very close in the start-finish line, but during the first corner he loses a lot of ground. Let's see this time. Yes, again, he loses a lot of ground during the straight. It's
he's not even trying to slipstream. He's not even trying. Is that maybe gearing? He has chosen.
It can be. I'm not a super expert of the gearing of the DD2 because
but there are 2 different settings for the gearing.
Yeah.
And I think Jakob has chosen.
Yeah, sometimes you can go neutral between first and second. So the problem maybe there can be a problem. Yeah.
Which at 135 kilometers an hour is not fun. So we're on lap 7. It is. I'll look at this. If anything happens, you jump in, Filippo. It's de Roux, Van Parijs, Moitzi, Mazel, Barbaru, Vendelbo, Akmen, Sanyala, Rooney, and Bertolt Boers, the top 10. Then Kumaran, Taskinen, Frostbay, Large, Fridel, Luaka, Batoon, Jaeger, Knowlton, Pernod. That's your top 20. Sebastian Boyd, Daniel Carmona, and Jordi Vesterlaken have retired, and we've got 33 carts still running. Battle for the lead, Filippo.
Yeah, I think Xen is. Let's see what happens in turn number 2. De Roux closes the door. Van Parijs has tried to make his move, but De Roux has closed the door. So good.
You couldn't fit your toenail between them. They were that close going into them. But again, just so skilled, the drivers, together. But Van Parijs looking aggressive, but de Roux, he's not blocking, but he is just making sure that his car
at this moment, Xen, I think, is trying to pushing as much as he can in the hairpins and in the slowest part of the corner. Bezel went into the inside of Moitzi in a very difficult move in a very difficult corner.
I know, coming through turn number 11 there, that was a great move.
It's really difficult to pass in that point.
But Moitzi wasn't expecting that, so Bezel, he took a risk and went for it.
Let's see, it's so important to see this lap time of Bezel because I think, in my opinion, Moitzi was a little bit slower and blocking a little bit him. Let's see the next lap of Bezel. Oh, Van Parijs takes the first place outside, outside.
Just again, he had the grip there. Zed de Roux having to defend the inside line. We're on lap number 9 out of 10. 2, 4, 6, 7 drivers in a lead train. Van Parijs, de Roux, Bezel, Moitzi, Barbaru, Vendelbo, and Sanyala. Emils Akmans in 8th place is also not far off. Then a gap back to Jackson Rooney from Team New Zealand in 9th. It's been all about Parijs and Bezel, but now suddenly Jakob Bezel getting closer. Jakob Bezel closing in.
I told you that Bezel was faster than Moitzi. Bezel has the speed to stay with the top 2, and in the other hand, Moitzi was there, but was struggling a little bit to stay.
He was only there because of the slipstream.
Yeah, let's see again. Moitzi has touched the inside curbs. It doesn't mean to be so comfortable. Okay, he's on the limit, I think.
And here comes Jakob Bezel as we start the last lap. Now Jakob Bezel using the inside line. De Roux under pressure. Van Parijs has the lead. It's Van Parijs, de Roux, Bezel, Moitzi, but the action is for second and third really as Jakob Bezel tries to attack Zed de Roux.
Sarniala takes the position number 6
from Vendelbo.
Yeah.
So Finland passes Denmark. Now Belgium leads, Slovenia, the Czech Republic, Austria, and then France. Barbarou's had a quiet race, sitting and watching in 5th position. What can Zed de Roux do? De Roux putting the pressure on Van Parijs.
This is the last place to make the overtake, but both the drivers are so smart and clever, so I think this is an hit. So not the pre-final or
not
the pre-final or final. So arriving with no problem at the finish line is the most important thing. Checkered flag.
Checkered flag in the air. Van Parijs, De Rua, and Bezel, Moitzi, Barbaru, Sanyala, Vendelbo, Akmens, Rooney, and Bertol Bors. The top 10. Carl Kumaran finishes 11th. The Indian Express arrives at the station in P11, followed by Victor Prospe. Louis Large, a great result for Louis Large. First event in a DD2. I'd like to say Louis Large has got a big fan club at a circuit called Karting Northeast. So could you say hello to everyone at Karting Northeast from me?
Hello everyone to Karting Northeast.
Perfect. Louis Large, again, that's a circuit. It's a great circuit. Kai Hunter's dad owns the circuit, and there's a lot of people. They literally have TVs in the circuit, and everyone will watch the big racing from there. So hello to everyone at Karting Northeast. Matthew Taskinen, Philippe Luaka, Rasmus Friedel, Josh Batoon, Max Jaeger, Lucas Pernaud, Mick Knowles in the top 20. We didn't see much of Paolo Besson today. He finishes 21st. When you're coming from the back of the grid, you're using a lot of your tyres. You have to be aggressive.
Exactly.
Besson today, he made some progress. Bertoccio from Italy, so talk about Gregorio Bertoccio. You know, he gained 10 places.
Yeah, Bertocco was not happy about.
This is Bas Lammers' driver.
Yeah, he was not happy about his go-kart. He struggled a lot to find a good speed.
Yes.
This heat, I've seen him faster, and he gained 10 places. So I hope for him can be a restart of this Grand Final.
Yes, and sadly Francesco Palladino dropped to 28th position in that one.
Yeah, so sad, because Francesco, in the other hand, was really happy. He was happy about the track, happy about his setting. It was so important for him, because he's not. His attitude is not to make this kind of races, because he's a driver of southern Italy, so the level of the Rotax in southern Italy is not as good as the northern, as the Euro Trophy, for example.
Yes.
So stay in top 7-8 places for him yesterday was amazing. So I'm so disappointing for this hit. Maybe he had a contact with some other driver. Hopefully tomorrow in the pre-final he can recover some places to take a good position for the final.
Yes, indeed. So a quick glance: Glenn Van Parijs, Zen de Rua, Jacob Bezel, Philippe Moitzi, Antoine Barbaru, the top 5. Axel Sanyala, Rasmus Vendelbo, Emils Akmens, Jackson Rooney, and Bertol Bors, the top 10. Kumaran, Prospe, Large, Taskinen, Luaka, Friedel, Batoon, and Jaeger, the top 18. Then we have Lucas Pernaud, McNulton, Paolo Besson today, Gregorio Bertoccio, then Patrick Luckmelis, Jonathan Markuson, Devin Sagadi, Kacper Semyontovsky, Andre Nicastro, Francesco Palladino, Alejandro Herrera Gama, Roger Young, Manuel Ochoa, Talal Benakli. Sadly, Gustavo Suarez from Chile retired, as did several others. Sebastian Boyd among those who failed to finish. We got one race to go. One race remains today. And Filippo, again, this Grand Finals, the weather has been there, but I mean, this circuit in Portimão, the facility is just superb.
Yeah, of course. The facilities, the location, everything is excellent. The only one problem during this week has been the weather, because we have a weather that changes so fast. And
it's been a nightmare. I mean, talk about practice. Okay, you're running to drivers, but talk about the practice.
Yeah, and the problem has been in practice that sometimes arrive this light rain.
Yes.
And this kind of asphalt in this track becomes so slippery so fastly.
Okay.
And
I could interrupt you. We got a quick interview. I think with our race winner. Very quick interview. Thank you very much. Sorry, 2 seconds, Filippo.
So here's our third place driver, Jacob Betzel. Jacob, you've watched that fight unfold in front of you and in the first 2 positions. You think you can catch him tomorrow?
Yeah, tomorrow, yes, but I want to save tires for tomorrow, but I think the speed is there, so would be no problem for tomorrow.
Okay, so you focus a little bit more on the later days in the week?
Yes, definitely. I just want to save tires as much as possible, and we will see on Sunday.
Okay, you think podium is within reach?
Yeah, I hope. We will see.
Okay, best of luck and see you tomorrow.
Thank you. Bye.
Oh, thank you very much. There's to hear from Jakob Bazel. Now the engines rise. The final time today. The last heat of the 2022 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals set to get underway. And this is another packed grid of talent. Looking down, you've got Mark Kimber due to start that pole position. Mark Kimber won as a junior in 2016. He won as a senior last year. No one's ever won 3 classes in the Grand Finals yet. It's Kimber and David Maslakevich on row number 1. Peter Bazel, Nicola Pico on row number 2. Row 3, Chris Hannan and Ragnar Vieros. Bradley Lieberberg and Christopher Sacha on row number 4. Row 5, Jason Leung and Juan Rodriguez. Then Nicolas Sabo and Ruben Kverkilt. Row number 6. Row 7 is Brian Curvedo and Yannick Jacobs, Matis Malinovskis and Imke Arts on row number 8. Row 9 is Hugo Quixon and Nikola Tosic, then Joseph Iltz and David Cadenas. Row 11, Olivier Bedard and Fabian Bock, Nathan Glenn and Thomas Javorek on row number 12. Row 13, Jose Pasador and Christos Oikonomou, then Kane Cherian and Clay Osborne. Daniel Ali has broken his wrist yesterday, and sadly he is not out there. Nico Bareza is on row 15 on his own, alongside Goncalo Coutinho, Guillaume Lemos, Hung Yung Chang, Suleiman Al-Kandari, Rubens Baracallo, and Nikita Ilyanov. Into there, the sun is setting, but the last heat race, here we go, Filippo, into the tram lines, 35 drivers, and the lights go out. We're off and racing. It's a great start, great view of how Mark Kimber gets the drop on the field. Everybody else following through cleanly down towards turn number 3, and Kimber has things under control, but of course he has 2019 champion Peter Bazel right behind him.
Yeah, Kimber first, Bazel in second, and Maslakevich, I think, is the third.
We call Maslakevich Johnny Bravo.
Yeah.
After the cartoon character, because he looks like him.
Yeah, exactly. And I think Nicolas Pico is in P4. So in this heat, we have a mixture of a veteran of the category and some young driver, a new entry in this category, like Kimber, because we know Kimber is a veteran of the Rotax, but is a rookie in DD2. Unbelievable.
Yes. I know,
if you think about Mark Kimber.
Yeah, again, Kimber, Maslakevich and Chris Hannan are all rookies, all newcomers to the class. Then you've got Peter Bazel, Nicola Pico and Bradley Lieberberg, who have been round for a long, long time. But under pressure, Kimber and Peter Bazel, this is one of the great Rotax battles. 3 wins and multiple podiums between Kimber and Peter Bazel. David Maslakevich, the Black Crash helmet, just sit and watch and see how this battle unfolds, because he is looking at 2 of the masters.
Yeah, exactly. Let's see the race pace of Kimber and Bazel, because watching the practice, qualifying and the previous heats, I think Kimber is the driver with the best race pace, followed so closely, but from Bazel, from Peter Bazel. So let's see what happens between the top 2 drivers. I think Kimber has a good pace to try to open the gap on the group.
All depends. I mean, Kimber, and he's got that unique driving style as Mark Kimber. Just leans ever so slightly. He hunches down though.
As I was saying, they are opening a little bit of gap between the driver in 3rd place.
Side by side, a little bit further back between Ruben Kverkilt and his fellow Scandinavian Christopher Saxa. Kimber fastest lap of the race, and again, Kimber will know about Bazel. He will know Peter Bazel, and he will know Peter will be happy just to sit maybe and watch and follow and work with me until the closing stages to try and break away, so we don't have a repeat of the last race where we have 8-9 drivers all battling for the win.
Yeah, Petr is so smart, so I think he knows that Kimber has got a really fast race pace, so he will try to follow him and to open the gap to the other drivers. and let's see what happens in next in laps. But Kimber is so fast. Let's watch the gap that is opening on Bezel.
And you have the Maslakevich now will try and work with Petr Bezel down the straight, 135 kilometers an hour. Oh, Bezel looks to the inside. Maslakevich will try the undercut. Will he make the move stick? No.
No, not easy to pass Petr. I've raced sometimes some years ago against him, and he's so hard in defensive, so not easy to pass.
Nicolas Picot, for example, a very aggressive driver as well. The Frenchman in car number 417, running in 4th place. Chris Hannon in 5th, but we've got Kimber pulling away now. Bezel under pressure, Maslakevich, then Picot, Hannon, Virus, Bradley Liebenberg for South Africa having a great run there at the end of this league group. Then there's a gap back to Ruben Kverkilt in 8th place, Christopher Sachs 9th, and Jason Leung rounding out the top 10. Oh, somebody has lost an exhaust.
Yeah,
because I can see it at the side of the circuit there. And they obviously went straight into the pits. And I think that might have been Ugo Quakeson or and Imke Arts that have retired, sadly.
59.277 for Mark Kimber. It's a very fast lap time if we consider that he's driving in first place totally alone.
Yes,
and
without the slipstream.
Yeah, watching the telemetry here, the slipstream is between 3 and 4/10 of a second sometimes, if you take a perfect slipstream. So this lap time is so important for all the other drivers. Not a good news for everybody.
No. Great news for Mark Kimber and his
team. For him, of course.
Petr Bezel. But has to think about this very strongly. So Kimber can control the pace at the front. Here's Liebenberg. You see Bradley Liebenberg. He had a retirement from his earlier race, so he needs a good result here. He's just sitting, and he may not be aggressive. 7th place will be good for Bradley. Kverkilt Saxa. I'm looking down. Rubens Barrichello is in 33rd position at the moment. He had a problem last lap. Tosic is 32nd, Eltz, then Alcandri, Lemos, the Portuguese man of war, only 29th, and Hung Yung Chang from Chinese Taipei in the island of Taiwan has moved up to 24th position as a new fast lap, but that was a new fast lap for Maslakevich.
Look, the last lap of the top 2 drivers.
1:59.195, identical lap times. But Bezel, even with that lap time, is under pressure and he has to defend. The more he defends, the faster that Kimber, the bigger the Kimber's gap gets.
Yeah, Mark Kimber. For Mark, this is a great news to see the other driver behind him get defensive. He can drive smooth and making the line that he want to do.
Yes.
And of course, this is the best thing that can happen in a race like this. Driving alone with anyone that can make an overtake on you. So Kimber now is leading the race with is close to the second gap. Is 8/10 of a second, and I think the fight will be for second, third, fourth, and 5th place.
We've got a 6-car battle. 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, and 7th place. Then a gap back to 8th place. Ruben Kverkilt from Norway. Behind Norway, it's Denmark, Canada, Colombia, Germany, Slovakia, then Argentina, Latvia, and Colombia again, with Canada 17th, Germany 18th, Ireland in 19th, and Portugal, Gonzalo Cousinho in 20th position. But we had a spectacular race the first. This is a tactical race. A spectacular first race, very tactical second race. Kimber, this is perfect for Mark Kimber. He can almost start saving his tyres a little bit.
Yeah, he's tactical also because Mark Kimber has got an excellent pace, and immediately he opened the gap on the group, and everyone has been forced to drive at 100% of his possibility to follow him. So the group is not so close as in the previous heat. And at the moment, as I said before, for Kimber is in a very good place because he don't need to force his driving style. He can think also about the tires, about everything, and stay in a good position in these last 2 laps. Now the challenge is for the second place.
Yes, what can David Maslakevich do? What can Johnny Bravo do about Petr Bezel? You've got the young inexperience at this level of Masterkiewicz, the experience, the winning experience at this level of Petr Brazil. If you're an inexperienced driver behind Petr Brazil, do you just sit and
pass,
wait?
To overtake Petr Brazil, you need to do something special, I think.
Yes.
Because in this track there are not many passing spots, and in the other hand, Petr is excellent in defensive, and he is so smart. He knows what he needs to do every time. So for a young driver in the category, is so hard, will be so hard to overtake him.
Well, that's again, but Pico is under pressure now. Nicola Pico in 4th position, under pressure from the Dutchman Chris Hannon. Guillaume Lemos has retired. The Portuguese man of war out of the race. So is Suleiman Al-Kandari. But it's Ragnar Virus is in 5th to 6th position. Liebenberg is still at the back of this lead group. 2nd and 3rd have broken away a little bit. Pico having to defend in 4th place, and Ragnar
This can help Maslakiewicz to think more on the overtake than in the defensive. Like this, he can cuts back in the inside. So clever, Petr. So clever, because he has waited a little bit to push the throttle, just to don't open the door in the corner number 3.
He just stayed on the inside, and it didn't slow him down too much coming down the hill. Bradley Liebenberg passes Ragnar Virus and moves into P6. There's Liebenberg having to defend from Virus. Kverkilt is behind him. The battle's still on for second. One more opportunity for Masterkiewicz. He's going to come in
this
turn number 12.
can be the last opportunity, but it's so hard to overtake Petr here.
Yes,
Petr takes the inside now. Just a crazy move in this corner can pace, but it's not the moment to do it. Of course.
It's only a heat race.
Kimber again on 4th place, also in this heat. I think Henry tomorrow to beat Kimber, they need to do all the other competitors need to do a move immediately.
Yes.
At first lap, because the pace of Kimber is unbelievable. Every lap faster.
I mean, his best lap was a 59.07.
Yeah, but
okay, Masterkiewicz was a little bit quicker, a 59.05. Everyone else 59.1, 59.2, 59.1, 59.0. Very, very smooth.
Yeah,
but
taking consideration driving alone in this long straight is so difficult. So this lap time is not doesn't say the truth. Completely the truth. If we watch only the single lap time, we need to watch the race, and in my opinion, Mark has the situation under control. The other guys has to think a lot about what to do to break his rhythm, his pace, because his pace is unbelievable in my opinion.
It's one of those things where his rivals need to come together and say, okay, we must work together, because if we allow Kimber to get into his rhythm, it will be very, very difficult.
It will be very difficult to overtake him, and he drives also. His particular driving style is very smooth, so clean in driving. So also he saves a lot of the tires.
Yes.
So.
It will
be very difficult to beat him.
Fast and smooth.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Alain Prost in Formula 1.
He's a professor,
and you never know how much he has left in the tank at the end of it. As the drivers come over, there are some discussions taking place with the officials. Well, I mean, we're going to have to go to the interviews in a short while. At the end of the racing, ladies and gentlemen, today, that's the last race. It is not the end of the broadcast, however, because after a few commercial breaks at the end of this, we will have the live studio show with myself, Jen Wade, and some very, very, very special guests indeed. Please stay. That's it. We have a certain Brazilian Formula 1 driver on with us. We have a special presentation for him that he's Don't tell him. It's a surprise. Kimber, Bazell, Mastiakevich, Pico, Hannan, your top 5. Lieberberg, Virus, Kverkilt, Rodriguez, Jacobs, Leung, Saxa, Zabo, Kveda, Cadenas, Bedard, Marinovskis, and Bock, your top 18. The rest of the field, now these are the drivers that have a lot of thinking to do tonight. Whether they make the finals after tomorrow is up for debate. Coutinho, Glenn, Osborne, Cherian, Chang, Oikonomu, Bereza, Ilianov, Javorak, Else, Tosic, Passadore, Barrichello, Alcandari, Lemos, Croixon, Imke Arts. Their chances hanging by a thread. Filippo Laghi, thank you so much for joining me. Hopefully, we know you are running some drivers here and that you're very, very busy, but tomorrow, hopefully, for the pre-final as well, we can welcome you back there, depending on your schedule. It's been a pleasure, as always. Thank you, Filippo. Nice one, mate. And we will hopefully go down to Jed Wade and Gus Specken very shortly. Maybe we'll have one more interview today, but before you go, Filippo, your chances, your time, what do you say to... You can look at the camera. Motivate Team Italy for us one more time. Give us some proper Italian passion. Motivate the Italians. Go.
Come on, guys. We need one more day to do, and I think we can do again something really good. I know today has been a tough day for quite everybody in the team.
Yes.
Forza ragazzi.
Forza ragazzi. Good. Thank you very much, Filippo, and we'll see you a little bit later on. Now we'll go down to Jed Wade and Gus Specken with the interviews. Thank you very much. See you at the interviews and the paddock show.
So I'm here with Peter Betzel. Peter, again in the front of that last heat of the day. I spoke to your brother earlier. He's very confident that he will be on the podium later this week. Are you as well?
Yeah, I think it's very hard. This is a very long weekend, and you must save the tires as much as possible and to make always top 3-4 places in the heats, and then everything will be in the final. So we will see.
You think you have enough to get past Mark Kimber there on the final 2 days?
Yes, I think it's possible. Yes, I think our speed is not bad, but we will see what happens after the start of the final. There will be some mess or not, and then we will see. But I think, of course, the speed we have in this moment.
All right, so good luck for the last couple of races of the week, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Chris Hannan, what about, don't worry about Gus Specken. I know he likes to talk to the Dutch guys, but
he wanted to interview me.
That's right, he did, and I'm stealing his thunder. Great to have you here at the Grand Finals once again, because you were here when you were so tiny. Now here in the DD2, you won the last ticket, I think, to the Grand Finals this year at, obviously, the Golden Trophy in Genk. Tell us what's happening out there in the racing.
The racing has been pretty okay for me. I mean, I finished 5th in every heat. The last heat we were right on pace, but I couldn't really find a gap. It was so hard to overtake. I mean, it's really easy to block on this track. I've saved my tires quite well. Tires are looking very good, and of course every driver still has to drive pre-final and final on this same set. So yeah, that's an important factor for sure, and I've been managing my tires really well over the past few heats. And yeah, I hope that I can make up some more positions tomorrow and on Saturday.
Okay, well that was the answer we wanted. You're managing your tyres out there. Obviously, like you say, it's an easy track to block or to cover. But in the meantime, good positions, I think, top 5 in every race.
Yeah, not that great, but just steady, you know, driving through every heat, not crashing, and managing my tyres is the most important for now. And yeah, like I said, I hope that tomorrow we can fine-tune everything and that we're right on pace to be competitive at the front of the field.
Okay, congratulations. We'll see you tomorrow.
Yeah, thanks. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Look at you,
okay.
stealing my Dutch drivers. You did it with Schoormans and now you did it again.
No, well, I can't help it. You're taking the winners, so normally that's my job. That's how it is.
Okay.
But in the meantime, I think we had some really nice racing, but a little bit scary in some cases.
Yeah, at times we've had some scares, we've had some close calls, but I think all in all, very exciting racing. The slipstream effect, everybody's talking about it. We have the DD2s and the seniors talking about their tyre management throughout these heats. So I think there's plenty of action still awaiting for tomorrow.
Of course, tomorrow pre-finals all day, pre-final A in the morning, pre-final B in the afternoon, so a little bit of a wait for some drivers till the afternoon. But this is so important tomorrow to see who's going to be there on the grid when we come to Saturday. But in the meantime, we have to get ready because we have the studio coming up. Not you, but me.
No.
And I am actually going to talk and have a look about tyres because everyone's talking about tyres and slipstream and everything. But in the meantime, I'm going to check the weather because in the studio I need to talk about the weather. What the
Your
weather
forecast yesterday was pretty good, I must admit.
Thank you, thank you. Yes, I'm working on that. So, but anyway, yeah, we've got a great action-packed studio coming up. So don't go away, stay with us because I know there's a special guest. I did see him around before, but there he is.
Yeah, he's coming in here.
Do not turn the camera around because we don't want everyone to see who it is. But in the meantime, I hope he makes it to the studio because he's been racing. What do you think, Gus? Anything else you'd like to hear about social media or questions from the fans, maybe?
Of course, we've mentioned it throughout the coverage yesterday and also today. If there are questions, I didn't hear them yet, so...
But I know there is some on social media.
So tomorrow I think we'll be on the grid instead of in Parc Fermé,
Yeah.
so then we'll be able to hand these questions to these drivers. So
Yes. Actually, some of the drivers have asked me, is it okay that you interview me tomorrow on the grid because everyone's watching at home?
all right,
It's crazy.
so
Usually they're running away.
we've had some good luck today, I must
We
admit.
have some great interviews, and thanks to everyone also for watching. Thanks to all the drivers for being so polite and filling us in on what's happening on track. Stay with us, and we'll see you within the next half an hour, maybe sooner.
Very good.
Thank you.
Ready to rock and roll? Let's hit it.
Glad we got up early for this ride.
Fire up, let's roll.
It works really good. Look who finally caught up.
Awesome, we should do this every week.
You guys think you can keep up?
Up high, up high.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels, creating the unexpected, pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. Gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
There are 72 drivers. We have 3 hits, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well, so let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
The road to the 2021 Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals has been full of twists and turns, but at long last, a familiar sound is in the air, the Rotax roar. After the silence, out of the darkness come 378 brand new chassis and Rotax engines heading towards a new future. And joining the family as part of the most spectacular sight in karting is our newest member,
the Rotax E20. The smiles are hidden, but they are still there, as are the hallmarks of the Grand Finals: parity, fairness, and equality of equipment. Some things never change. Surrounded by this new, intoxicating, mesmerizing kingdom, our hearts begin to beat a little faster. The differences in 2021 are night and day, double the challenge. A new track, one that is beloved by all who tackle it. Scorching desert sun and cool Arabian nights. To be a champion, you must master both. Some will shine brightly, others will fade to black. After nearly 800 days, the Rotax family is back together. Our international bond resumes. Each driver is connected, but their goal is singular: to beat every other champion and become the best in the world. 5 long days and nights of practice, qualifying and racing have passed, and for the finalists, one last check. Every nut, bolt and wire fastened, secured and ready for the final test. Who will stand tallest and conquer the Rotax world? For the winners, the long road to Bahrain was worth it. All the trials, tests and tribulations fade to memory, replaced with the title of Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final Champion. For those who fell short, there's always next year. There will be a next year. Our journey to Bahrain was tough, but BRP Rotax would like to thank everyone who walked it with us.
T-minus 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Liftoff.
But my dad brought home like an own-built go-kart, and we used it on the driveway, just driving back and forth in the neighborhood.
A girlfriend of mine asked me if I want to go karting, and I joined her. I had no idea what it was.
It was at a track in Hong Kong, a rental track in Hong Kong. It was the fastest thing ever, and I absolutely enjoyed it. I really want to go back every day.
And I remember that day like it was yesterday. It was a really great experience.
I was like 4 or 5 years old, just driving that. It was pretty amazing.
It's just amazing for the E20s to be the first time part of the Grand Finals. I mean, there are 380 cars. That's just a really big event.
I think it's pretty good that we start pretty early with it and can develop it from here. And then we are testing it out and see what the pros and cons are with having the e-cards here.
The support from Rotax really made this first experience for me in the E20 class much easier than I thought it would be. I felt pretty comfortable in this environment. When you step on the gas, it's like, I've never felt torque like that in a racing go-kart before.
It's just immense speed, so the acceleration is just incredible.
When actually I saw the track on the ground for the first time, I said, wow, okay, this looks really good. I have to say that Brain has actually really delivered on both the Parc Fermé and the track as well, and the grandstand and everything.
Very exciting to drive in the E20, and hopefully I'll be on the podium.
Yeah, I'm here to win it. I'm here to win it all. Absolutely, no question about it.
Why do you come here? Is this your career?
Or is it all about fun? A chance to get away and leave it all behind?
Or do you chase your personal best? Challenging yourself over and over again. Why do you come here?
Maybe you're here to collect moments. Good ones. And not so good ones.
Or you can't afford mistakes because you want that victory. It's all about this one moment when the hard work finally pays off.
This is the place that brings us closer to the people who share our story. Whoever we are.
Whatever we're here for. Racing is who we are.
When I saw the karts for the first time, you know, it was just magic. I loved my first race suit, helmet, gloves, and boots. I looked like a hero, my own superhero. And when I went on the track, I knew this was my dream. The rumble of the engines behind me, the screech of the tires around me, and I was in control of it all. I felt like the king of speed. Then I learned it would take much more to be first. But every time being second just made me strive harder for victory. Week after week, month after month, we learned, we practiced, we traveled, and we raced. We couldn't buy speed, we had to learn it. Power was always there, and it was down to us to unlock it. Every year we set out with one goal, one dream. To earn my ticket to the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals. Money can't buy the feeling I got when I qualified. Money can't buy the feeling we had when we knew all those years of hard work was worth it. And now I am here. I raced my way to a ticket to the most spectacular, most colorful, most unique karting event in the world. All the sacrifices were worth it for the chance to compete with the best, to finally be among the best, and to give it all I had. To hit every apex perfectly. To be the best Rotax driver in the world. To be part of this is like a crazy dream. To get to the final, to hold your flag, to hear your anthem on the podium. I have raced, I have competed, and I have won. Through all these years, I made so many friends. I became a part of the Rotax family. The noise, the color, the speed, it still makes my heart beat faster, my eyes open wider, and my desire to race get stronger. And still to this day, I feel like the king of speed.
Garantir que todos os clientes que entram no nosso site saem sempre satisfeitos das nossas estações. Desde a reserva, check-in e check-out, até à recolha das chaves e levantamento do veículo. É tudo 100% digital e 0% complicado.
Aqui ninguém anda aos papéis nem em filas de espera. Garantimos que a melhor parte da sua viagem começa sempre na garagem. É só pegar e arrancar.
E na hora de regressar, o processo é sempre igual. Simples, rápido e autónomo.
Porque no final de cada experiência, o que nos move é tudo uma questão de tempo. E aqui é garantido que será de qualidade.
know from history and looking forward that the kart sport is the foundation of all things motorsport. This, I believe, is what people have been searching for a long time.
The immediate reaction is the performance, for sure.
It gives so much power, it's unbelievable.
You want that feeling of the engine noise, but when we start doing this, we really enjoy the silence to stand beside the track.
Now I hear the tires, how they work. I can really work together with the tires. I can hear the wind and the boost function on the kart. This they really love as well.
If it's a kart, it's a kart. If it's electrical or fueled, it doesn't matter. You know, once the helmet is on, the rest doesn't matter.
I think the way that Rotax have sort of really embraced this new technology, you know, you can really get an idea that Rotax sees this as a future technology, but also it's here now alongside with the internal combustion engines with the Rotax Max Evo engines.
Some of the questions that we get asked regularly is how the E20 lives at the racetrack. And we need to answer these questions of how you can do this at the track on a large volume. It's not as complicated as people think. It's just new ways of thinking and setting up at the track, and we can actually have a more sustainable future with these solutions.
I think then you need to look at the whole energy stream of basically solar energy, converting it to battery, so that you can basically charge on demand when you need it.
In Denmark, we're pretty lucky, especially with this track, because there's solar panel all around the track, and actually the whole power infrastructure is here, so it's a small investment.
It doesn't have to mean digging up the roadways, installing new cables and massive expensive infrastructure. You can do it in a very cost-effective and simple way when you think about it.
Also wir haben ein modernes Stromnetz hier und Rotax hat uns jetzt mitgeteilt, sie bringen ein neuartiges System, ein Batteriesystem, mit dem man alle Fahrzeuge laden kann, direkt vor Ort, innerhalb kürzester Zeit. Und völlig ausreichend. Also ich finde, das ist eine Möglichkeit, das Ganze irgendwie einfacher zu machen, und von dem her finde ich das ganz gut.
Wackersdorf, it's kind of the first track that I've seen that's kind of taken a really big sustainability route. They have most of the track running off a solar grid, so basically the sun is powering our go-karts.
At the moment we're running a huge battery instead of diesel generators.
It helps us with the peak demand of the power, and we're actually plugged into the normal power grid.
Es ist ein guter Weg für die Zukunft, weil man ja auch nicht weiß, was sich überhaupt ergibt. Die Politik ändert sich gerade, wir gehen neue Wege.
Initially, there's always this reluctance from the general public or the general public of karting, if you want to call it that. But we seem to be able to make our way through and have a very acceptable product for the future.
I always like to refer to basically the birth of the Rotax Max. When that came out, let's say the old school guys were always reluctant. But at a certain point, you notice that people, especially new customers coming into the sport, they don't know anything else. And once they get used to the reliability, to the ease of use, nobody bothers about, let's say, the old school engines. It will take time to adapt, but I'm a firm believer.
I believe the E20 will really tick a lot of boxes that we've been searching for in the past and in the future.
We basically have the whole infrastructure where we provide the tents, we provide the carts, and people literally just arrive and drive.
They get full support from us. They only have to arrive with the toolbox, the race equipment. They can come into the team. We support them with data analysis, all the material and help that they need throughout the weekend.
Today, if you start karting, you need to have the money to pay for a mechanic to come every time to the track. Here, you just, if you have power on, you go.
The mechanic could be father like I am. You need not to hire anybody.
The atmosphere and the support is great. I mean, everything is clean, it's nice, it's very professional.
It's like a plug and play. You know, you just put the wires on and that's it.
The charging is super easy. When you come in from a session, you pop the fan.
Here we go. Well, welcome back to our studio here at the Grand Finals in Portimão. I've got lots of guests tonight. But to start off, we've had racing all day. Heat racing, and now all the heat racing is finished. It's been exciting, and it's been, I guess, a little bit nerve-wracking for my guests sitting here, because today's the day when everyone needs the points to be getting a good position for the pre-final. But it's been really nice, and we've had so many people following on Livestream and on our social channels, which we'll be talking about. We've got some good guests here with us in the studio, good drivers, talented drivers, and we've also got some interesting technical stuff coming up as well in the next segment. So here we go. I'd like to introduce you to some of the most talented drivers on the grid, although everyone's talented, aren't they? Minimax has got 72 drivers, and I'm joined at Boas. Welcome, all the way from Netherlands. Yvonne from Austria.
From the UK.
That's Jacob.
I'm from Latvia.
And Tom's from Latvia. What about today? Good racing, some hard luck stories, a little bit of cutting the grass, lawn mowing. Boas, you're starting right at the back, so a little bit of exciting racing coming through. And Tom's, how's your day been?
My day's been very good. Today I was second in P4, and tomorrow I will start from second place in B group.
Okay, so that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay, we better give him a round of applause, little clap. Well done, Tom's. What about you, Jacob? What's happening in your world?
Yesterday I won my first race, and today I came second and fifth. And my last race I got hit off and I was cutting some grass.
You said you came in with most of it in the seat, so, but I'm sure they really appreciate it here at Portimão that you've been cutting the grass for them. But a little bit of cleaning now on the go-kart to get all the grass off.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's okay. You know where you start tomorrow?
Yeah, I start P2 in Group A.
Okay, a little clap also for Jacob, because P2, another P2. I've got some good guys here already. I didn't realise you were starting on P2. Yvonne, now I know you had a little bit of bad luck, but we won't talk about it. Yeah. Okay, we just know that mechanics shouldn't work on the grid, and that's all we're going to say. Yeah. Okay, tyre pressure and that's all. Tell us, what's it like to be racing here in Portimão and be amongst all these champions?
Yeah, it's very nice to drive with all those guys from all over the world. Like, they're one of the best drivers all over the world, and it's very tough, to be honest, and yeah, I'm very happy to be here.
I think it is tough, but you're here and you're amongst the champions.
Yeah.
You're one of the champions and it's so nice also, the team colours.
Yeah.
I mean, it's so great to see this. So yeah, it's nice to have you here as well. And tomorrow, you know where you're starting?
Somewhere in the back,
Somewhere.
I think, because I had
okay.
bad luck. In the qualification, it
Yeah.
was nice, but then in the heats, I had really bad luck. And yeah.
But I think the good thing is you still got one more chance tomorrow.
Yeah.
Okay, these guys are going to be making a way for you. Just
Yeah, please.
put your head down and go. And what about Boas? Where are you starting? Do you know?
I started 21 in the, I think Group C. I don't know.
Now, of course, you are the Euro Trophy champion. Congratulations, Boas. I know you're a really fast little driver. You've been racing against these guys as well. But tell me, what's happening out there today for you? How was the racing? You made up lots of places.
Yeah, in the qualifying, I was really bad. I was the only one on slicks in the rain, and then I was 30. And first heat, my chassis was stuck, and then I have a new one. First heat, I was finished 11. And the second heat, I was a really bad start, and third heat was a really bad start, and then, yeah, I was 20.
But I think you're a really good racer. He's a good racer, isn't he?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah? He knows what he's doing?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so.
I've raced him before, and he's very good.
He is very good.
I drove with him again in Le Mans, I think. Yeah.
Yes.
It was
You drove with him in the International Trophy?
Yeah.
Yeah. So, Boas, tell me, what's the plan? What's your strategy?
I think by the start, I go around the outside, but I see how it is
It
and
is,
the conditions.
You've got a few more laps tomorrow too, don't you? So you've got
Yeah.
a few more laps to make up places?
Yeah, that's more nice, but I have only 6 laps to go.
Yeah.
90 places
Yeah.
in one heat.
Okay, so just before we go, because everyone's hungry, we're all hungry, aren't we? Got to get out of here.
Yeah.
And the mums are waiting outside, by the way. They don't know we've got Haribo. But anyway, we won't tell them. Tell me, favourite thing about racing at the Grand Finals and what you love about racing Minimax?
My favorite thing in Grand Finals is that there are a lot of very good drivers. And it's really fun because you can't relax at any point because you have to look back and see should you defend or no. And I also love going down this big straight when you have slipstream, because when you don't have slipstream, it's really hard.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's really, really
So
fun.
that's a really good tip, isn't it? Got to get the slipstream.
Yeah.
Get down low.
Yeah.
Yeah. And it's fun.
Yeah, it is
And
really
all these
fun.
good drivers.
Today was really fun.
Yeah, today was fun. We had
Yeah.
nice weather too, didn't we?
Yeah.
Once the rain went.
Yeah.
What about you, Jacob? What do you like about being here? And I know you've been here before. I guess not the first time, but now you're a little bit older.
Yeah, last time I raced here I was in micro, but I do really like the overtaking and overtaking all the really quick drivers. Yeah, it's really good because if you don't get a slipstream, you're going to be really slow down the straight, and everyone could just fly past you in a pack. And that happened in one of my races, and I lost 3 places. So
Okay, that happens so quickly, doesn't it?
yeah,
but it's
like
really
you've got
exciting
your
to watch that.
You've got your head down, and then the next thing there's 3 carts going straight past you.
Okay, well, be careful if you put your head down. Otherwise, you might not see them go past. What about you, Yvonne?
Yeah, it's very nice to drive with all the drivers, how I said, from all the world. It's also very nice how they both sat on the straights with the slipstream.
Yeah.
You go really fast. I think 150 we go down the first corner.
Oh my goodness.
And yeah.
Wow, I'm glad that's not me racing.
Yeah.
And this is Minimax.
Normally.
Okay, slow down a bit.
Yeah, normally we drive with my aunt 100, but
Okay.
yeah.
Okay, I don't want to hear how fast you're going. But it's nice that you're here. Also, there's a few girls in the paddock, so...
Yeah, and it's also very nice to represent Austria as the only girl, and yeah.
That's special. Okay. Boas, what do you like about being here? Same thing or anything different?
We say all one the same, but it's Grand Finals, and that's the most important thing in the world on Rotax karting. And you have FIA and you have VSK, but this is the most important. But all the same chassis and same engines and always nice tracks. And now you have a track with a long right round and corners, fast corners, and you can overtake so much.
You wish you could take this track home?
Yeah.
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 Maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe, yeah. We like to take it home. So, yeah, it's fun. All the same chassis, all the same material, but really, really good racing and all the best drivers. And you know what I always think? This is a celebration of champions. So it doesn't matter if you're starting 30, if you're starting second. but it's really special that you're here. You know, you can be really proud of that forever. You got your big ticket, you got your nice race suit, all your team clothing, and this will be a magic memory forever. And you can watch it back because the live stream's on YouTube as well. But congratulations. It's really nice to have you here, and I think lots of friends and family are watching and wishing you all the best. So tomorrow, safe racing, good night. Go and enjoy your dinner. And thank you so much for your time as well. Okay? It's been great. And one day when you're in Formula One or racing something, you'll say, oh, I remember when I was at Portimão with all these guys. You'll be able to see what you're doing, and also this is good training, you know, for interviews. It's good. Nice to have you here. So anything you'd like to say to any of your friends at home?
Good luck. Well,
Yes.
to everyone else and including me.
Yeah. Good luck to yourself and everyone else in the team.
Yeah,
and
thanks for supporting me, all my friends and family who are watching.
That's nice.
I'd like to say hello to my grandparents.
Yes.
And I would also like to thank my mechanic for being here and giving me the best card and the best settings. I would like to thank my parents for being there for me and helping me find some speed.
Very
I would
nice.
also like to say thank you to my coach,
Yeah.
who is standing on the side of the track and cheering for me and looking where I can go faster.
Yeah, that's his job.
Yeah.
That's good.
Yeah.
It's the same, isn't it? All your parents, also your parents, Jacob, cheering you on there. And Yvonne, anyone you'd like to say hi to?
Yeah, I would like
up there.
I would like to say hello to my classmates.
Oh, maybe over here.
And, and to my whole family who support me 7 years, because I drive 7 years. And yeah, I love them all. And
okay, well,
yeah.
give them a wave in the camera.
Yeah.
Boas?
Yeah, my family, my friends, and yeah.
Okay, you can wave to them as well. They're up there in the camera. Hi.
Hi.
Okay, so there we have it. Thank you so much. We're going to go to a little commercial now, but it's really nice talking to tomorrow's champions. Actually, whoever's on the podium, we don't know. I don't know that, but whoever's there, congratulations to them. If it's one of you, I'm happy as well. Okay, thanks guys and Yvonne. So we're going to go for a commercial. Let's see what we're doing, and we'll see you bright and early in the morning for the warm-up with Deb Sport.
Yeah.
Everyone's going to be there?
Yeah.
Yes. Boas?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice to see you.
Okay. For the kids to be here, it's huge emotionally on them. It's a life experience. It's huge, you know, where would you get to travel to Bahrain normally for most of the drivers here now? One thing I keep telling all of my drivers is our goal was to be here, so now we're here, let's just enjoy it.
My favorite part of the track is the flowy section. We have turn 1, turn 2, turn 3, till turn 5. I mean, it's like a roller coaster. It's really nice.
I feel like, oh my God, I'm going so fast. I want to go faster, faster, faster. My heart beats really fast. Gives me goosebumps, but that tickling feeling in my heart is what I like about the speed.
There are 72 drivers. We have 3 heats, and yes, it feels quite nice to be racing with other champions.
I think, you know, the Rotax program, for years now, it's been the best program out there. Take the engine out of the box and off you go and you're competitive, and that's what we want when we're teaching drivers. We don't want to have to question the go-kart or question the engine or anything. We want to focus on the driving, so that's why the Rotax, I think, is #1 across the world.
I always look out for #1, but I also appreciate the other drivers on the grid, because what's the point of looking out for #1 if there are no other drivers?
For the final race, anything could happen, but I'm always aiming for P1.
Everyone wants to win, but there's 72 other drivers that want to win as well. So let's just enjoy it, and if they're having fun, then they'll be competitive.
Okay, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Great to hear from some of the younger drivers here at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals and Genwade. We've got a couple of, well, young at heart, shall we say, drivers here joining me in the studio for this part of the program. Eduardo Barrichello in Senior Rotax and Rubens Barrichello in DD2. Guys, it's great to have you here. Dudo, I think we'll start with you because your day has gone somewhat better than your dad's.
Yeah, so my day was alright today. We had 2 top 10s, and it really helped me. So tomorrow we have to find out what place I start, but for sure it was a better day than his. And yeah, I wasn't really happy with the results I had, but looking at his day, my day looks fantastic. So
but
it's
I
alright.
mean, it's your first Grand Finals. You got your ticket in the Rotax Winter Tour in Florida in January. You've had all year to sort of think about this. I know you do a lot of other racing. Was it, I mean, obviously, Rubens, you did this event in 2015, but is it as crazy as you thought it was, the standard, the size of the event, the nation versus nation? How does it compare to what you'd heard or seen before, now that you're actually experiencing it?
Well, I heard it was a nice event, but I didn't know it was this nice. I'm really enjoying myself around here.
I'm sorry we couldn't organise the weather to be any better.
Yeah, but I quite like the wet as well, so I found myself doing pretty good in the wet as well. So yeah, it's been good. It's been real, and yeah, I can't wait to see if I'm in the final or not.
Now, I'm sure you'll make the final. A lot of people may not know that you had to beat your brother for the ticket, Fernando. So I mean, we can see we're on that camera there. Would you like to say hi to your brother and say that sorry he's missing this?
If I'm being 100% honest, I won because of him. So he really helped me on track. As soon as we saw that I only had the chance and not him, he really helped me on track.
I remember commentating, yes, he was defending hard, acting as your rear gunner.
Yeah, he was. But yeah, I miss him a lot, to be honest. And yeah, he's testing right now. And yeah, I just miss him around here. I wish we could both qualify, but maybe next year.
It's always next year. Rubens, I mean, you raced here in 2015, finished 4th. It's going to take a little bit of work to maybe get 4th here, but for you, I suppose, this year, I know you want to win, but supporting Dudo is obviously your main priority.
But if you hear what he said now about his brother, it's for me, you know, the trophy that we have at home, and we have and we put it there for us to watch. They are very, very important because they mean there's a memory. But it's for me, the principles are much nicer. So I talk you know, highly of, you know, Fefo and Dudu because it's we have a nice thing between us going. So even though I had a like we could say a bad day at the office, that means almost nothing compared to the level of happiness that I see him doing. And plus we have to think, I've been so happy my whole career that there's why sometimes we're gonna park the car and there's a space for us, or there isn't space for us. It's because somebody else need more that. And the kids, you know, I'm still racing the senior because I just like the fun side of it.
I
So
mean, I mean, they lowered the age group to Masters to 31. You're only 29 and a half years old now, so you don't quite qualify for Masters. The level of competition, you know, as a driver, it's obviously very, very intense. Your day today, not so good, but you have 2 days tomorrow, and I know that before you go out, you'll be hanging over the fence looking at Eduardo and cheering him on, because the whole Brazilian karting community, we've got Felipe Giafone and his son Tito here. It's very, very close-knit, isn't it?
it is. We have fun together. Brazil is playing today, so we're
all
getting
about
together.
that, yes, and we'll go together because we had Wales play the other night.
We have to be careful because, you know, Germany lost, Argentina lost, so
England are going to lose on Tuesday to Wales. Thank you very much. There we go.
But I have a lot of fun. It's you can see some drivers are are more aggressive than others. But I honestly, I just have gratitude for being here, for having qualified once more, and you know, whenever we have time. And I hope we do at the beginning of the year to try to qualify again, because we didn't race go-karts that much this year.
I know you were out in Orlando in January, February, the three of you together.
Yeah.
But before you go, and I know you have a football match to watch, cast your mind back. Now, Duda, you're 21, so you weren't even born here. But you remember, obviously, your dad's Formula One career. The 1998 Belgian Grand Prix at Spa, the year of the crash. Tell us a little bit about what you remember about the start of that race, if you would.
Well, I just done La Source, and I'm coming down, putting the gears. Then I see there's people spinning, so I backed off a little bit, and then they started. My car started to go onto a spin, and bang, 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 and there was a time that I said, okay, I think it's finished. And I let my body loose. All of a sudden, here comes the Tiro. I think it was a Tiro with a Rosset.
A fellow Brazilian.
Boom! and I remember touching my arm on the side, and it was so sore. And I look at my white overall. It was all red. I said, "Oh my God! I had a fracture, and it was the oil of the gearbox." It was just red, and I said, I'm not gonna look. But it was, luckily it was oil.
Well, obviously you don't know this, but you were driving for the Stuart Ford team at the time.
Yes.
Owned by Ford. In the crowd that day, watching directly in front, so there was an uncovered grandstand right to the side of that accident, was me. I was 17 years old. It happened directly in front of me. Now, at the end of the race, Damon Hill won, and all the crowd pile onto the circuit. And you can see people trying to get souvenirs, bits of carbon fiber and stuff like that. And I didn't bother doing this. And I'm walking down to the circuit, and I see something at the side of the track, just glistening up. And if I open it up now, I shall show you. It was this.
Wow. This sits on the nose cone.
And it's from your car because your teammate got through. I don't know if we can have a close-up of that. Now, that is the badge of your Stuart Ford. I've had it for 25 years.
That's amazing.
I know you have a souvenir, so I would like to give it back to you.
Oh, this is so fantastic.
The story is complete because as a 17-year-old, I never dreamt that my life would lead me here to do this, and I would never get to know you guys over the years. I know you have a cabinet with lots of memorabilia from your racing. It's something that you share with your sons.
Oh,
Motorsport is a big family. I would like that to go back to its rightful owner. Not the Ford Motor Company, you own the team, but that is off your car and it's for you.
In a couple of weeks, I'll be fighting for the championship. I'm leading the championship back in Brazil on car numbers 111. And I want you to have that, and you wear that on that day. And you cheer up for Rubens. Thank you so very much.
Good. Karting and motorsport is a great family. That can go into your trophy cabinet and can share with your sons. It was a heck of a day, and who knows where your life leads you. 25 years later, it goes back to you. And I saw Jackie Stewart and asked him why such a heavy badge. I believe Ford that year had a special anniversary, so they wanted to have the badge. And at the end of the year, Jackie says, no, it's too expensive, it's too heavy. We saved 250 grams and put a plastic one on. And the next year, Johnny Herbert went and won the European Grand Prix. So it was obviously because they saved the weight, yes? Lastly, because I knew
it was for the weight distribution on the front. We needed it,
Yes.
It is heavy.
I mean, obviously, your dad is extremely proud of you, but every time you see your dad still racing at the age of 29 and a half, you're still very proud of him.
Yeah, 100%. I think he's doing a good job. He's struggled a bit this weekend.
But we're fighting for the championship in 111, and I will be wearing this hat with pride.
That's the important one. So
exactly,
if he wins it, you have his cap. So
there we go. And it's all about being at the Grand Finals and the racing family international joining together. Eduardo, good luck tomorrow as well as Rubens. I think one of you will be fighting for the win. I don't want to say which one, but one of you is going to be fighting for the win. But thank you, as always. Your first Grand Finals, your second. May there be many more to come.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it.
We want to thank Rotax for the great show that they put it together. It's really amazing what we experience here, and we will qualify again. I think this is it for senior, but age 50, I'm all right for master
29
now.
and a half. Don't tell them. Don't tell them.
I reckon I'll be in master before him.
Oh, here we go.
10 years.
Well, that means you'll be back for many other times. Thank you very much. Good luck to Brazil this evening, and yes, one for the trophy cabinet.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Well, sitting here, I thought we might talk about tyres. Welcome back to the studio. And I've got my Mojo Racing tyres. Ferdinand Habsburg, Daryl Smith from BIP Rotax. Here we are. Thank you for coming to the studio, making time for us. I know you guys are both busy here at the Grand Finals. Busy in the Rotax Club, eating cheesecake and drinking coffee, mingling, networking, but of course...
don't act like you're not eating the cheesecake
No.
without me.
A lady actually did see our video and she asked me in the paddock, did you get that cheesecake? And I'm like, what? And she said, I saw you. You wanted to take it. I'm like, oh, that's right. It was on the video. Yes, I am eating cheesecake. And Daryl helping out, of course, with the E20 program there with the junior and senior classes. But in the meantime, test and development driver are responsible for this Mojo.
Yeah, black gold.
Yes. Now, of course, I thought we'd talk about this because today, when we're doing the interviews, a lot of the drivers were saying we're managing the tyres, or we have to think about managing the tyres. And, of course, Ferdinand, now you're racing all different sorts of cars, but LMP in the World Endurance Championship. It's a different story, I guess, with cars. But I thought from your days of karting as well, you know about this, managing tyres. But maybe, Daryl, you can tell us the tyres that are being used here at the Grand Finals in the different classes, and also then how it works with the rules and why we're hearing this so much already today.
Pretty much all the classes we have a different tyre, from the cadet category or the micro class all the way through to the DD2 class. So this one here, as we see, it's a slick tyre, so used in the dry conditions. And the drivers get one set for practice and one set for racing. So when we talk about managing tyres, they have to be very careful on how much they push in the race to, if they wear the tyre too much, it's not going to be fast at the end of the weekend. So that's tyre management, obviously. So it's very, very important to get the kart set up correctly, get the tyre pressure correct, and therefore have a nice run throughout the weekend without wearing the tyres out.
Of course, we talked about it in the qualifying when Gust was in the studio yesterday, and he said Glenn Van Paris actually did one warm-up lap, one good lap, and that was it. He set the time, and he said they were peaking quite early, but the track was cool. We had a little bit of rain, and of course today I think you even said the track is starting to become more optimum in that there's a racing line. Ferdinand, what's your take on this? Have you heard, anything about this where the drivers one set, which is probably not anywhere in most international races. Normally you can have that extra 2 tyres or one set. So thinking about, like Daryl said, tyre pressure, stuff like this.
I think the thing always to keep in mind is that the rubber is what keeps the driver connected to the floor. And in karting, it's so much more important even than in cars, because in cars you rely also on aerodynamics. In karting you don't. You're only connected to the ground with the rubber. So selecting the correct pressure, which has a huge influence on how the temperature is going to go around the rubber itself, how it's going to interact and degrade or peak, is super relevant. I think the tyres have come a long way since I did Rotax back in the day. I've had a crack a couple times with the new D5 tyre, and it's really impressive now what they're doing and getting grip and sustained grip. At the same time, because you have such limited amount of tyres, the driver is not only required to fight, to do his best on the track, to be consistent throughout the race, but also to make sure to know that if you over push the tyre in the beginning, at the end you might lose out a little bit. I think in general the tyres can withstand a lot, but if you do able to manage to not lean on the tyre too much, you might have a little edge or advantage at the end. Do I think it's as big as maybe we like to put out as drivers? We like to be a bit dramatic. It's the character of a racing driver or an athlete per se. I don't think so, but generally it's important, for the driver to feel comfortable. That's what's keeping him connected to the ground.
Yeah. And of course, the track has been changing. We get a little bit of, like this morning, fog, mist, a little bit of rain. But I guess the conditions change for every class. So even in qualifying, some of the drivers, had better tyres when it came to the racing. And then again today, some were on wets, which means that tomorrow they've actually got better slicks.
If it doesn't rain again, and they've got the slick tyre, which is a better option. Obviously, if it rains and they've used them once and it was drying out, they're in trouble. Maybe not as good a tyre as what could be. But I think in general, as Ferdinand was explaining, this, trying to get the best out of the tyre, however, trying to hold back a little bit to conserve the tyre is so important with one set of tyres for the whole race event.
But how long? I mean, the D2 is a different tyre for the juniors. Then there's our resident spider. The D2 is different, longer lasting for the juniors, not as grippy.
Yeah, you want to. It's also a slower tyre because it's harder, and therefore with the kids, it's pretty important to make sure that the safety aspect in mind, and then they learn the tyre, they learn how it operates, and then when they transition into a senior category with a softer tyre, that's the next lot of experience and the next lot of speed, and the confidence grows. So I think if they can learn to drive on that harder tyre, they become a better driver on the softer tyre.
Of course, I think you've got to, as Ferdinand said, the development over all these years. You've been doing it almost 20 years from when you started to develop the Mojo tyres. We're up to D5, W5, so the wet tyre, which is also really good, and then the D2, which is probably one of the favourite tyres, especially for juniors. But when you consider this now, even with the wets, when you think how many people, like you've got one set of wets as well, how many people would have already used their wets? Everybody, or are there still like wets left? I don't know in the classes.
Some drivers there have a new set of wets, they haven't used them yet.
That's right. So again, if it rains, they've got that advantage that they haven't worn the wets out.
Certainly.
You have this problem in car racing with wets and...
You always have problems with tyres no matter where you go. You can always have more grip as a driver.
Yeah.
But I think that generally on wet tyres, it's the one tyre that you sometimes don't want to keep new, actually.
Yeah.
Normally a second run on the tyre will give it a bit of extra rub. There's a bit of shine on the tyre, on the surface, which once that goes away on the wet tyre and it goes into the nitty-gritty, once it's been activated once, sometimes you get a bit extra grip out of it.
Of course. Yeah, it's like having a wax on the top of the tyre.
Exactly.
Once that's gone, then that's when you get the good grip out of the tyre.
But realistically, we have enough laps, not too many laps in the entire race, meaning that there's no issue for the tyres to go that length of time.
Well, that's right. It just, this has been from our previous testing to see how long that lasts. And, you know, from the experience of that, we're able to establish how many laps we should do and have a, you know, it's okay to have a tyre, but you also need to have it so that people are enjoying the drive and safety as well. So if you had a tyre that wore out significantly after 20 laps, we're running into danger zones, so it's important.
I think what's great about the whole mentality behind Rotax's approach to karting and motorsport itself, including the Mojo tire, is that they think about how can you maximize everything that you get and for every euro you spend. Because in the end, karting is you want to have fun and you maybe want to build a career out of motorsport. And Rotax gave me that platform. Also with Mojo tires, you can. I remember training on tires. They must have been, I don't know, 2 years old and done, I don't know, 50,000 laps on them, or maybe not. That's a push. But you know, you could still run on them without a single worry. And I was still going around in circles, maybe not that quickly, but the idea behind of just trying to always maximize what you have for the least amount of spend is something that I've always appreciated and helped me grow through my career. And I've never seen it as efficiently as Rotax does it in any other form of racing that I've been in, and I've been in quite a few by now.
I think what the point you made before about it's the only part of the car that's literally full contact all the time. You know, you might occasionally run off the track, the nose cone or what have you, but generally speaking, 4 tyres on the track, that's probably one of the most important parts of the whole go-kart. So managing that, you know, whether it's just for tyre wear or performance is the key. So with the mechanics in the pits, the drivers have to do it, manage it. Mechanics are setting up the chassis to manage it, so that's extremely important, and that in turn is the end result.
Yeah, it has a lot to do with the performance of the engine. I think there's so much focus on, you know, the power, and probably a lot of young drivers don't realise that there are other things apart from, oh, I'm not quick enough, or the RPM. Someone else is a little bit faster, they've got more RPM, different gearing. But I'm not sure how much they learn and understand about this. But of course, some of the older drivers, you hear them speaking about it constantly, and with the mechanic again. So it's a really, I mean, it's I think a point that they should learn, maybe younger, about how important it is to manage the tyres and how they do work, especially qualifying.
I mean, I like to stop there because there are so many important details of motorsport that you have to learn it, of course. But when you get too focused on it, sometimes I remember looking back how often I would have liked to have reminded myself to focus on having fun as well. And I hope that that's what always stays the number one. Learning about tires and everything, that's like, I remember being in Portugal, I don't know, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday, every single week of my life from age 11 to 15. And there, I think there were certainly some elements that I would bring my experience back to, but enjoy myself. And I think that's what they're doing here, number one.
And I think that's what all those kids were doing.
Yes.
They all said they're here having fun. And today was so much fun. So, yeah, it's good. But interesting to learn about them. And I think also to hear both of you talking about tyres and what part they play
and it's
in
good
this
that
weekend.
We can speak with Daryl to give him a bit of credit for the kind of help he's giving us as drivers in the go-kart to have more fun and a better experience and learning more.
It's a lot of work. You know, Rotax over the years have put so much time and effort into the engine program, but also the tyre. It's part of the whole package. So to have a one-make engine and a one-make tyre, I think it complements the drivers. They learn to drive on this with our future development of whatever we do, engines, tyres, whatever, both electric and combustion. It only benefits the customers and therefore the drivers at the end of the day. So our efforts into that is immense. You know, it's so much time and effort on the tyres as well as the engines, and therefore it's that's why we have the tyres that we're running today. I think, you know, we're at a position, we're a very good position at the moment with what we have, and any more improvement on that is an absolute bonus. Yeah.
And of course, all the chassis manufacturers working, you know, together with Rotax, developing their chassis and making sure that all the drivers have great performance as well through the whole package. So nice to see that here as well, with so many good drivers here and technicians, making sure everyone can enjoy it, like you say, and go away thinking that was the best experience, and that's what they do every weekend.
Yeah, of course.
Have fun. Although it gets a little bit serious when you get to the stage you're at, Ferdinand, but I think you probably have more fun than a lot of guys in the paddock.
That's why I like to come back to remind myself to not take things always too seriously, but to remember that having a job like this is the best one.
Yes, you've got the best job in the world, and so is he. Okay, I think, is Is there anything else that you'd like to add about the mojo? I think you've made Heidenau, you've given them so much more work though, you guys, racing around on doing all this testing, and now everyone loves the tyre, that I think the people from Heidenau are actually here. So hi to everyone from Heidenau that's tuned in, and of course here with us. So they're probably saying, oh, that little tyre has created so much work, but as well, I think brand new business for them as well with Rotax.
Yeah, it's...
And a lot of success,
certainly, yeah.
and they're really, really proud of that.
Of
I saw
course,
them
yeah.
earlier today, and they're so proud to be here. So thank you so much, and also for your time. I'll let you guys go. I know you've got more work to do and meetings. But yeah, we're going to tune in again and see maybe tomorrow what's happening, because I've heard there's something special happening, but we're going to have to wait and see. Both of you, I guess, are going to be involved in that.
I'm on the edge of my seats already.
I can see that. Okay, so yeah, we're going to take a short break and come back with our news and social.
Thank you, Jen.
Thank you so much.
We've had a really exciting time throughout this project, and we've moved forward now to a complete in-house project, E20 electric powertrain, and it's really been an exciting journey, because with anything new there's a lot of learning along the way, and this has given us a lot of strength for the future. We've also now introduced the junior category, because the younger drivers would also like to experience this.
It's very powerful. Like coming out of the corners, you can definitely feel its power, but it's silent, so you can actually hear the tires squealing.
I had a wind sound because there's no engine sound.
To see the kart on track now, the way it performs and how easy it is for the customer to handle, this is really fantastic.
I must say it's really nice, and also with this boost button you have to be some clever also.
Boost button, boom, and
after all the sessions we get to see the telemetry compared to the fastest guy all the time.
You can analyze the data and see where you're at and compare yourself. It helps a lot though.
The Rotax guys are so friendly. They have so many knowledges about E20.
It helps everybody, not only me who needs a 10, it helps also the other guys.
We will have electric powertrains for every age group, and this was what it was all about at the start, is to try and bring new people to the sport, and it's there trying to grow the sport as a whole, and I think this is the key message.
Well, there we have it. The E10, exciting, E20, E20, 30, 40, what are we up to, junior? I've got W5, D5, C2, D2, I don't know. It's been a long day, lots of racing. And of course, here I am, Andy from Social. Now, working hard actually, probably doing more than all of us. No. Of course, Lucas, welcome to the studio. I know Andy and you have been chatting, and I thought, why not bring you in and find out what on earth's going on there in that social world.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
It's nice. And Andy, what do you think? Is Lucas working hard, or is he having too much fun?
Of course he is.
Yeah.
So is this your first Grand Finals?
Yes, that's the first year I'm at the Grand Finals.
And are you enjoying it?
Yeah, really much. It's much more relaxed usually than compared to other race weekends, because I have a whole week here, but it's a very nice atmosphere.
That's great to hear.
Yeah, it's exciting. I know when he said, I'm actually going, is it okay? And it's like, of course it is. It's more than okay. Come on down to Portugal. But I think I've been following you a little bit because of some of the drivers. Kai Rilitz, of course, is one. That I guess TikTok and all these different things that you're doing with him has opened up a whole new world really for drivers, when a few years ago there was none of this. But now they're like becoming kind of characters or people that everyone's sort of following that aren't even anything to do with racing or in karting.
Yeah, I started working with Kai together this year in March, April. We met in Kerpen, and he was one of the first drivers I really worked with that were comfortable with doing TikTok, with sharing some private stuff just on social media. And this really, as you said, opened a new world, because when I work together with drivers, I don't want to put a racing driver just with his helmet on social media and telling his race results. I want to show the real person behind the helmet, and I think through TikTok and also Instagram, making videos where the people talk really to the fans, to the community, makes it much easier for the people on the phone to get to know these drivers, and this is what I try to focus on.
But you were involved in other motorsport as well, or I know yourself, you said you were doing a bit of sim racing, or...
Well, I was always connected to social media, as before I was doing a lot of aviation photography or plane spotting. But then in 2021, I got my first job in motorsport as a social media manager for a news company. And then I went to the first races I remember in Austria, it was a Formula 4 race. And I took some pictures there and ended up with having a chats with a couple of drivers, and then went to more and more races. So yeah, last year I started with doing Formula 4, Formula 3, and this year also started with doing karting.
It's unbelievable, but I think this is another world, but it's changing.
Definitely, yes.
Even in the media room, it's a different group of people. You've got more traditional photographers. You've got people that are promoting teams, like in this case, national teams. And then you've got guys like yourself, videographers and all different things. So, but this is a different world that you guys are living in.
Yes, it is. But I think it's very important, like you said, Lucas, that we get more of the drivers in more video material, because it's so nice for the viewers to be able to get to know the person that they only see in the helmet otherwise.
Yeah, and of course the helmet is really the only thing that can sometimes be different, like even here.
Yes, exactly.
Everything's identical. Carts, suits, everything. Only the helmet's different.
Yeah,
and the person inside.
It's pretty tricky to spot the different drivers. When we look at other racing series, they always have different colors on the card because of the team. They have their race suits, but here more or less it's everything new. They have new numbers, new race suits, new looking cards. So the helmet is the only thing that's really a personal thing from the driver.
And how do you decide what you're going to do on social media?
Usually I don't really make a plan, so I don't make a plan on what we're going to post next week. So I always, after the heats or sessions, I go to the drivers in their tents, having a chat with them, and then we see when there's a good mood, we do a funny post on social media in the evening. Sometimes when the day wasn't very good, we also post nothing, or when we have some cool stuff from the warm-up. So we always decide that very, depending on the mood and what stuff we have. But I learned with the time that it's not very useful to always make a plan for everything. Just look what you got and make something funny, entertain the people somehow, and just do
it is
something
becoming
real.
more entertainment, but you create this character that people can relate to or they get attached to, I think, and that comes out through social media.
Well,
Definitely.
I would say, for example, Kai is a very good example for it, because he's a very open and funny person, and he's a real entertainer. And if you have drivers like this, you can just show how they really are on social media, and that's something that people like. And of course, not every driver is so open or comfortable with standing in front of the camera, but every driver has some positive aspects you can use. And if you get to know the drivers, usually you always find something that you can use for social media very good, and the people like it.
Yeah, they love it, I'm sure. He's got thousands of followers. Mind you, he's won 3 championships this year and got second in the European, and prior to that in years. So he's already got so much. I mean, his room is full of trophies. I've seen it on social media. But I also know he loves shoes and clothes.
That's
so
true.
I know this character who I would only know as a race driver, normally.
Exactly.
So, and in this case, you're doing it for the whole event, Andy.
Yes.
How's that going?
It's going great, thank you. We actually got a few questions in via social media.
Oh, good.
Would it be possible that I ask them?
Yes, of course.
Sure.
We
So one
will try and
question-
collectively
yes,
answer
exactly.
them.
That's good.
One question, of course, was when is the final?
Well, the
We all
final,
know,
yes, on Saturday. So Saturday's the finals, tomorrow, Friday's the pre-finals.
Exactly, thank you. And then one important question we always get is, how do you even participate in the Grand Finals? Do people have to buy tickets, or can they come here? How does it work?
Well, generally, everyone competes in the Rotax Max Challenge events around the world. So that can be like local, national events, or regional, or international events, and they win a ticket. In some cases, for example, let's say the E20 Junior, which is a new class, there haven't been enough, and the senior for a few tickets as well, there haven't been enough races this season. It's only relatively new the last few years, but for juniors. So some of those tickets were available to buy from people that had competed first, and second priority was then anyone that was interested to be on the grid. So there are a couple of different tickets now available, but generally 60 nations have qualified with tickets they bought. Not bought,
Yes.
sorry, that they've
Okay,
won.
won, yes.
Yes. Not bought. You can't buy it.
Yes.
Although people do try and buy it of people that qualify. And some people actually win more than one ticket. So they have to
That's
decide,
true, yes.
which class, for example, only one class.
Yes.
So that's probably another question, I guess, that
Yes,
people
we
might
talked
wonder
about that.
how many classes they race.
Yes, and of course, if it's possible to race in multiple classes.
Unfortunately, no, it isn't. Got to share it around and let 394 drivers come to Portimão. So, but some people also win tickets from different championships, and then they have a ranking as to which one takes priority over the other. So, and but more information is available on the new website.
Exactly, yes. If you need more information, also to find the live timing, the live stream, go on Grand Finals, rotaxkart.com. If it's hard to find, you can just Google it.
Yes, and it'll
the
come
Grand
up.
Finals, Rotax, yes,
Yeah.
it will come up. And yeah, follow us on social media. The handles are here on the screen.
Yes.
Tag us, Rotax Karting.
Yeah.
And use the hashtag RMCGF2022. And we'd love to see what you post and how you're
Yes.
enjoying it here.
And there's lots coming up there. I know there's the
Yes.
Nations contest,
The
team contest.
yes.
Videos, cool videos. So I'm looking forward to that. Haven't seen them yet. As well as everything, I guess, links to live timing, live stream.
Yes, exactly.
Results, also the timetable. Or
Yes,
they
the
can
time schedule
download
is there.
Global app as well. Android and iPhone.
iPhone, yes.
Anything else I haven't mentioned? Anything else? Any
I don't know.
tips? Any tips for the drivers on social?
For
Because
their
that's a good thing
socials?
to ask you. What should they do? Be themselves, I guess.
Use hashtags.
Use
Be
hashtags.
themselves, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah, they shouldn't be too hard to themselves. I know a lot of young drivers thinking, oh, it's embarrassing to do this or to do that or to share this. But just being yourself, share what you feel comfortable with, and just try out several things.
Okay.
And have some fun.
And have fun.
Of
Yes,
course.
that's the theme for today. Have fun. And if you don't know, ask one of these two. If you see them in the paddock around the place.
Happy to help.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thank you for having
And we'll
us.
see you
Thanks for having
tomorrow.
me.
Good luck with everything.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice.
Can-Am was never just about building a motorcycle. It was about doing things our own way. A passionate group of engineers, riders, and rebels. Creating the unexpected. Pushing the limits of what's actually possible. If Can-Am can take that DNA that my father built into the very first motorcycle in 1973, then get ready to ride.
Hello, welcome back, everybody, to the news and results part of the programme. Excuse me for wearing my hat, but it's Ruben's hat, and I have to oblige Team 111 for life. It's been a really exciting day. We thank you all for watching on the live stream. A day full of drama, excitement, a few incidents and accidents. The first thing is that now all 394 drivers have completed their heat races. The grids for the pre-finals tomorrow are being decided. And thank you to our daily report writer, Alex Goldschmidt. He is getting the results to us as soon as possible. Not all the classes have been confirmed yet. And if you've watched one or two of the last races in Senior and DD2, you might understand why. The first bit of major news, unfortunately, to bring you is that we are down to 392 drivers. Daniel Ali from Canada broke his wrist. He's been here in the paddock today, and we're going to try and get him in commentary at some point over the course of the weekend. But Daniel, sadly, in DD2, Team Canada are a team member down. But main thing of all is that Dan is okay in a cast. Maybe we'll get Rubens Barrichello to put an autograph on his cast just to make things a little bit better. The other absence is now Dion van Verwen from Team Netherlands, disqualified for the meeting for trying to reattach his front fairing. The iPad of doom that we've mentioned on the live stream never misses a trick. So sadly, Dion van Verwen excluded from the race meeting. But that shouldn't detract from what we've got lined up for you tomorrow. Micromax, Mahos Masinas, Lithuania will start the pre-final on pole position in Micromax. Mahos Masinas has won both heat races. He is going to start alongside Jensen Chalk. A quick word about Jensen Chalk. Jensen Chalk has been trying to qualify for this event for 2 years. He did every qualifier in the UK in 2021, missed out by a place. He went to the Rotax Euro Trophy. He went to the International Trophy at Le Mans, put it on pole for the final, and just missed out on a ticket last year. This year, again, won heats, started pole for the pre-final, just missed out. It came down to the very, very last qualifier for the very last ticket that we gave Team UK in for the Grand Finals this year. Jensen took it. He's here. He starts second for the final. In third place, Marco Manson. What a great story from New Zealand, coming back after a 3-year absence for New Zealand. He will start third. Fourth in the grid, Maxim Bobrishov for Team UAE, the United Arab Emirates, the Gulf states, very well represented. That's Micromax. All 36 drivers have qualified for the final, but the starting grid will be decided based on tomorrow's results. Now, Minimax. This is where it gets really interesting, folks. 72 drivers. They've got one pre-final each. Those 72 will be whittled down to 36. We've got an undefeated Christopher El Fagali from Lebanon on pole position. 3 wins out of 3. He's been magnificent, but he has got some very, very strong competition. He'll start pre-final A from pole position. Starting pre-final B from pole position will be Team UK's Harry Bartle. Jacob Ashcroft, who we just had in the studio, he'll start alongside Christopher El Fagali on the front row of the grid in pre-final A. Jacob took a win in one of his early heats, also took a bit of a wild ride across the grass, but recovered very well. Starting alongside Harry in pre-final B for Minimax, one of our other guests, Tom Strella from Latvia. So Latvia taking their first win in the Grand Finals last year. They've got a driver starting on the front row of the pre-final in Minimax this year. The rest of the top 10 after qualifying, Vasilios Manamas from Greece. Great result for Vasilios. He's 5th in the points. Thomas Pradia from France is 6th. What are the real underdog stories? Jack McLaughlin from Ireland. He'll start 7th. Then Travis Teo, another great performance from the Malaysian driver. We had Nick Izani in the studio from Malaysia yesterday. Malaysia, they've only got 4 drivers. One of them is starting at the top 10 for his pre-final. Sebastian Mins from Team UK and Luis Bazire from France. They're the rest of the top 10 in points. They'll be starting 5th in their respective pre-finals. We move on to Junior. And it's very, very rare we get this in the Grand Finals, but we have a 1, 2, 3, 4 in points for Team UK. Both front rows of both pre-finals will be a complete lockout for the Union flag. Scott Marsh, who finished third as a mini-max driver last year in Bahrain, he will start pre-final A from pole position. Charlie Hart in his last ever kart race before he moves to Ginetta sports car racing next year. He'll start his pre-final from pole position. 2 drivers from Strawberry Racing will start on the outside of the front row for their respective pre-final. Vinnie Phillips and Ethan Jeff Hall, this year's Euro Trophy champion. The rest of the top 10 in points. Casey Enser-Smith from South Africa has been very, very consistent. He finished 5th in points. Nick Trobech will finish 6th in points. Then Uruguay. Stand-up Uruguay. Gaston Irasu is poised to maybe become the first driver to qualify into a grand final. Feliciano Bruschi in Micromax will also qualify, but in terms of drivers in a class of 72, Uruguay have never made it to the final on pace alone. Gaston Irasu poised to do that. Maxis Bouvier, Mateo Radenkovic and Casper Schermans for France, Belgium and the Netherlands respectively. They round out the top 10 in points in juniors. Now, seniors still to be decided. Callum Bradshaw won slightly controversial final heat of the day, a collision with Sean Butcher starting at the last lap. The best result of the day for me personally was Rohan Madesh from India, finishing 2nd in the last heat race. And let's not forget that also involved in that last lap incident, an innocent party just in the wrong place at the wrong time. Paraguay's Alejandro Samaniego was there. Could Paraguay match Uruguay and qualify a driver for the first time into a final tomorrow? The senior results are yet to be fully decided, but again, we've had strong performances from Sean Butcher, from Lewis Gilbert, from Kai Rillarts from Belgium, as well as several other drivers. DD2, likewise, is still not quite produced. Nope, thanks to Alex Goldschmidt, the results are now in. A perfect score, 3 wins out of 3 for Mark Kimber. No driver in the Grand Finals has ever won 3 classes. Mark Kimber won junior in 2016, senior last year. He's going for DD2 this year. Could we have history being made in the DD2 class? But in a world-class field, he has got Glenn van Parijs from Belgium, Jakob Bezel from the Czech Republic, Petter Bezel, a former champion himself, starting he starts 2nd in pre-final B. The rest of the top 10, any one of these drivers could be a realistic winner. Zendarua, Emils Akmens, Antoine Barbarou, David Maslakevich, Philip Watsi, and Chris Hannon. Nicola Pico, who's been a regular podium finisher here in the Grand Finals, he is 11th. Paolo Besonsone, the 2018 DD2 driver, looking down there, had to start each of his heats from the back of the grid. Besonsone is not a factor yet, but looking at the results there on my complete sheet, well, Bradley Liebenberg will start 30. Paolo Besonsone will start his pre-final from 13th. He's not out of this one yet. DD2 Masters, Paul Louveau from France, a perfect score, 2 wins out of 2 for Paul. He will start the pre-final from pole position. Kristaps Gasparovic from Latvia will start 2nd. Fernando Guzzi from Brazil, even though Rubens Barrichello hasn't got much to smile about, his country do. They're playing football very shortly, and they've got a driver starting 3rd for their pre-final in DD2 Masters. Matthias Tankevicius from Lithuania will start 4th. Henrich Gruber and Captain America Derek Wang will start on row 3. On to the E20 classes. E20 Junior, 2 wins out of 2 for Sweden's Joel Bergstrom. He'll start the pre-final from pole position. The pre-final in E20 will be a combined race. The finals on Saturday, they will be split. Joel Bergstrom, Thomas Ibsen, Tish Dams and Adam Seedor, the top 4 qualifiers in E20 Junior. And in E20 Senior, last but by no means least, Jesper Sjöberg from Sweden will start from pole position. He's won both races. Luca Köster will start 2nd from Germany. Spain's Raul Vargas will start 3rd. Canada's Griffin Dowler will start in 4th place. My co-commentator today, Matthias de Gem, well, he'll be starting from 8th on the grid. It's going to be a fantastic day. Tomorrow, Jen Wade, it's the Saturday. Tonight, we have a full tent. Tomorrow morning, there'll be a full tent. By the end of the day tomorrow, you'll see drivers taking their karts back. It's the start, at the beginning of the end, the Grand Finals. But tomorrow, if you thought the racing today was intense, then you will be in for an absolute treat tomorrow. I've just remembered, I forgot to mention, Kai Hunter, karting Northeast. The People's Republic of Tyne and Weir are in good shape as well. Kai took a dominant 2 wins today. Team UK looking very strong, but so are many, many other nations.
Of course, today, fantastic racing, but as you say, a little bit dramatic. We thought yesterday was good, but today, and what about the weather? I mean, it's been fantastic, hasn't it?
Well, I haven't got
This
my tan
afternoon.
yet.
You have been in here in the aircon.
Yeah, but I mean, walking around the paddock, you want to make sure that you've got, it has been mixed. Today, at least it stayed dry.
Yeah.
It stayed dry. Speaking of the weather, Jen, there's a graphic behind us.
Yes.
This is you. This is your hand.
It is me. It's
look
my
how,
hand.
Look how quick your hand is going. Look at that. Yeah.
Well, of course, we have to let everyone know what the weather's doing because this has been really a factor through qualifying, choice of tyres. We talked about this with the guys earlier. And, of course, we have to look at the weather.
Yes.
So I'm going to go for, 15 to 20. That's what I thought it might be.
I thought that as well
Yes,
before I looked at it. You've got to say, Scorchio. That's the weather.
And in the morning, this morning it was really foggy. Tomorrow morning, once again, a little bit more cloud. And then it's going to get sunnier as the day goes on.
Look at that at the end. That's a
And
graphic we haven't seen. The sun.
turn into brilliant sunshine like it did today.
Yes.
So, which is really nice because everyone can come out, stand in the sun and sit on the grandstand and watch. Tomorrow we're live from 11, a little bit later than today.
Yes, but tomorrow we have one of the unique aspects of the Rotax Grand Finals. We have the driver parade, the driver photo, which is always a treat. 394 drivers, one of them wearing a wrist brace and a cast. But, one of the most colourful parts of the entire Grand Finals. A huge thank you, I think, Jen. The coverage today was excellent. You and Husbecken out on the circuit. A massive thank you to all the co-commentators I've had. It's been a revolving door of commentators. We've got plenty more special guests for you tomorrow. And of course, it's the last studio show tomorrow evening.
It is.
So we've got to make it a very, 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 very good one.
Yes, today's been, I think, excellent. Don't you? We've had an excellent day, great day's racing.
Yes.
Lots of fun, as the kids said.
Exactly.
It's been fun
That's
and
what it's all about.
competitive. But, it's also serious, and this is a dream for so many people.
Yes,
to
indeed.
be here at the Grand Finals. But, yes, it's going to be really special.
Yes,
I
indeed.
know that because
I can't wait
I
to get
don't know
started.
what they're up to, but there's something going on.
Yeah, we've got a press conference tomorrow.
Yes, we do.
You'll have to tune in to find out what
We do.
Rotax
Actually,
have got up their sleeves.
I think we might
for you.
sneak into that one. So we're going to find out more about it.
Yes.
And then tomorrow, I think we're going to make sure.
Infiltrate, like you
Yes.
infiltrated the VIP club today.
That's right.
I noticed that Ferdinand Habsburg didn't invite me into the
No,
VIP
well,
club.
it's
Must be
not
something
what
to do
you
with the
know.
moustache.
It's not what you know, it's who you know.
Of course it is.
And I'm always trying to find out the most important question. Where's the next Grand Finals?
Well, got to tune in to find out.
Yes,
Might just
I
let
have
you know.
to get someone in the studio tomorrow to tell me that because I always get that lined up for the last studio.
Exactly.
We're going to be here at 11 o'clock. And also, if you have any questions or want to, have a shout out to
Just
their
fire
team.
them off to Andy Social.
Yes, Andy
And we do.
Social on social channels. Ask any questions. Join us live from 11.
Thank you very much. Nostar.
Thank you.